Hello and welcome. Opened in 2012, Circuit of the Americas has hosted some mega events over its years, but nothing quite like this. Good afternoon. 44 teams will take to the track for round one of the Simracing.GP professional trophy, all building the final round in Nuremberg for a share of €20,000. It's a mixture of pro teams and qualifiers. We'll take you through all of that as we go. My name's Adam D, and I'll be here for the entirety of the stream today. And joining me for the first part of the stream is Mr. James Parfitt. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Adam. How are you, young sir, today?
Number one, you can come again because you've just called me young sir, and I don't think anyone's called me that for a long time. But I'm good, thank you. And you?
Yeah, not too bad. Not so hot today. You know, anybody who's been in the UK over the last, couple of days, if not a week, we've been sitting in 35 plus centigrade heat. 25.
Yeah, 25 in the sim shed. Whereas I think I was streaming on Tuesday night and it got up to 36 or 37 in here, and it was brutal. So thankfully it's a lot cooler. Now, of course, if the racing goes into any kind of lull at all, are you going to give us a tune on the piano as well? Or?
You don't know the amount of times I get asked that. Do you know what I mean? The thing is when you're learning, you know, I'm not no Beethoven. You know what I mean? I'm still in the early stages of simply piano. You know, I'm giving it a go. But the kids are having a go, and the 5-year-old's, I would say, having a go, but she's more having a thrash about, to be honest. But yeah, maybe we can get something going. I don't think my headset's going to reach that far, but I'll try and jump on to knock something up. But yeah, hopefully though we won't get that low, Adam, will we?
No, of course not. And I don't think we will tonight, to be honest. Circuit of the Americas is a very, very new track to ACC, but promises some fantastic racing. You a fan of CotA?
I've driven round it a few times, but that was in a Formula 1 car. Never in a GT3, so be interested to see. I think the driver's got a lot of work to cut today. You know, they've got 20 corners, and you can't ever sit back at them and say, yeah, they're really easy, because none of them are easy. You know, we've got an uphill left-hander that you can't really see. Then you're dropping down into a section of fast right and left S's. So, they're going to have to really kind of pick their moments, I think, and be a little bit sensible, because, we've got 6 hours. So I think with any endurance, they're going to have to be kind of really, really a little bit careful.
And I think there's a couple of elements there that are going to be really critical for an endurance race as well. One, CotA is incredibly difficult on track limits in ACC. So it's a case of who is going to get the first drive through and when. It's going to happen. It's a case of who and when rather than if. That's a big problem. The other thing is some incredibly fast corners in the first sector, and then as you come towards the end of the lap, you've got the long, fast right-hander as well, and that's going to really hit the tyres hard. So I think we can expect all kinds of fun and games tonight.
Yeah, I think with any track, the main thing they've got to do is A, keep it on the track, B, try and stay out of trouble, and C, pick your battles. I think that's going to be the main thing. I think they can't be going too hard straight away, so I think they've got to be careful.
Couldn't agree with you more. Now, we of course have a mixture of pro and qualifier drivers and teams with us tonight. So I mentioned earlier there's 44 teams. Some of them are the big esports teams that you've all heard of, but some of them have come through the qualifying races. So now we're going to take a look at the highlights of Qualifier 1.
This weekend we started the long road to SimRacing Expo with the first 2 qualifying rounds for the Simracing.GP professional trophy. The competition will battle out for a share of €10,000, and we've begun with a 3-hour slog around the Temple of Speed, Monza. Qualifying was tight with the top 20 teams all within a second, and SMP Racing Esports made it a 1-2 with their academy team taking second on the grid. The good fortune, however, would be cut short on the first lap with a tangle with the FTW Racing Team BMW, ending in a car park in the Variante chicane. A large proportion of the qualification contenders were involved in the incident, and we certainly saw the eyes light up for the teams lower on the grid, with only the top 5 teams going through to the main competition. The number 81 car of the SMP Esports Academy would find itself far down the order, battling cars that it clearly outpaced, tripping over the number 7 SOP Esports Racing Porsche into the first couple of corners. We would see this battle between the 690 Quton Round racing car and the 302 of Sean Clark Racing battle throughout the day, with both teams picking up a fair share of penalties and a trip to the race director's office for their efforts. Beaver Grease Racing battled early to climb the order, seeing them hit the heights of potential qualification, only to have the tables turn late in the race, ending up in the 8th position. The 903 car was one of many caught out by the Ascari chicane during the race, with a trip into the wall for its efforts during the middle stages. The Race Performance GT car would be battling early to get through the order, but having some great fights, but a late braking manoeuvre would not pay off, sending the SOP Esports car across turn 1. That car picking up substantial damage, ending in any chance of them making it through to qualification. It didn't help with a trip into the gravel going into the second chicane. This time the 302 car of Sean Clark Racing would lean too much on the 690 Quton Round car, sending the 690 flight with a high-speed trip into the barriers for its efforts defending from the overtake. A driver change in order for the number 7 car, but that could not stop it finding more gravel, this time on the exit of Lesmo 2. The SimSport pair of cars on the grid were in some interesting battles, with Kieran Fidalgo for the lead car having a stonking stint before being tagged by a back marker. They later run into a couple of issues which led the P11 car finishing P11 and the sister car finishing P13. As the sun begins to set and our drivers get tired, we see a couple of teams missing out on their braking points. Here we see a couple of cars taking the run off for turn 1, the car in front being the car in P5. The only Audi in the field for the TF Racing Greek outfit had a nail-biting battle with a recovering RCI Esports Red BMW. In the later stages of the race, the RCI car coming out on top, retaining the position. TF coming home in 10th and RCI in 9th. The 302 car would follow the 903 into the barrier at Ascari, and then we head into a fantastic battle which was nail-biting and led for a solid 65-minute stint. The WPS Racing 21 BMW here battling with the SMP Racing Academy 2 car. Both pilots even earning a lot of respect here, and certainly picking up the positions as they go through the end of the race. Tempers definitely began to fray between the 690 and 302 car towards the end of the race, with the stewards stepping in and having to put a stop to the efforts. Both cars returning to the pit lane. As mentioned earlier on, the 222 put a late charge up the field, but they fell foul to the grass on the inside of the Parabolica. A late spin would hinder their efforts. The checkered flag was looming and the battles were wrapping up. RCI Esports Blue having a run-in with the SOP Esports Porsche. The RCI squad would regain the positions later in the race, ending their efforts with a finish in P20. Still time for mistakes, however, as we come to the end of the race, and the 39 car catching the wall coming out of the Lesmo corners. The checkered flag then fell. 32 teams started, and the flag was taken by the 41 BMW of Simware.pro by Vides, piloted by Igor Ognorogov, Mikhail Baikov and Denis Grabowski, securing their space in the Simracing.GP professional trophy. They'll be joined by the next 4 cars. West Competition Racing and SMP Racing Esports got closer and closer together towards the end, crossing the line with half a second between them. They will meet the Racework.com and Mixed Wheels for the first round in July, along with the top 5 teams for qualifier race number 2 at Donington Park. You can sign up for the second qualifier race now over at Simracing.GP, and we look forward to seeing you at twitch.tv/ADAC SimRacing Expo or via the ADAC SimRacing Expo YouTube channel.
Well, it said sign up now, but don't, because Qualifier 2's been and gone. We will bring you the highlights of Qualifier 2 a little bit later on as we get through the action. But as you said earlier, James, we've got a 6-hour race. Now, Qualifier 1 that we've just seen the highlights of there had plenty of action, it's fair to say. I wonder if we'll see similar tonight. What do you reckon?
Well, yeah, I think we were talking about it during that video, and you know, it's a different story going to a qualifier. I think the thing is, with some of the incidents that we've seen, yes, there was some mistakes, and yes, maybe cars shouldn't have been where they were, but you know, I don't know if it was the mindset of we've got to get to the front, we've got to get up there, we've got to do that. You know, I'm hoping during this 6 hours we see a different we see a different mentality. You know, they've got to be a little bit sensible. They've got to be careful. You can't just send it. It's not about lap 1. It's about surviving and getting through to the end of the race. And I think, hopefully, that's what we'll see from the drivers today.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Now, I mean, qualifying has already started. So there's just over 23 minutes of a qualifying session left. Now, one of the things that's very interesting about this series, as we go through the rounds now, all leading up to the ADAC SimRacing Expo towards the end of the year, is that each team has a free choice of car for each race as they go through. And it's staggering that it's effectively turned this into an Audi fest, James.
I think, you know, this is probably the first series that I've been involved with that have done that. You know, most people lock their cars at the beginning of the season. That's it. They can't change it. But the fact that they've got the choice, that's incredible, really. You know, we have got literally 90, well, probably if you looked at it, 95% of the grid are Audis.
I've never seen so many rings on one screen. It's a staggering number of Audis in the field. It is one of the newer cars in ACC because this is the second version of the Evo Audi, so therefore the third Audi in ACC, if that makes sense. And it is a good all-round car. I expected to see a lot more McLarens in the field and a couple more BMWs as well, but yeah, it's some great advertising for Audi and fits nicely, I suppose, with the ADAC Expo being in Germany.
Yeah, it does. Really nice. You know, German manufacturer there as well. I think you said off camera, actually, Adam, that we were going to see McLarens, but I'm looking at the tower and I can't actually see any.
I have been wrong before, and
okay.
This may be one of the occasions when I've been wrong. I just really expected to see McLarens, but there we go. There's a couple of Porsches, Lots of Audis in the BMW. Did spot a Bentley as well, and good on them, whoever's driving the Bentley. They obviously fancy a yeet across the curbs at some point and see if they can gain something there, because the Bentley is super strong at doing that. Now, I drove this morning. I thought, right, I'm going to have a little drive around here myself and see what I think. And I took it in the BMW M4. And when you get into a rhythm, it is a lovely track to drive. But if any of these drivers come out of the pits like I did, thinking that they can scream through the first sector like a Formula One car, they'll very quickly go straight on.
Did you struggle? Did you get through?
On my outlap, I just went, okay, this is flat out, and it really wasn't. But there you go. That's why I'm sat here talking about it, and I'm not sat in a rig somewhere driving one of these cars. But look how close the times are through the field, though. I mean, obviously, Pfeffer out front is best part of half a second clear. But after that, the sort of all the way down to 18th is within a second of the fastest time. There's not a lot separating these guys out there.
No, not at all. And I think at the end of the day, when you have got close times like this in qualifying, you can guarantee that you're not going to sit back and see one car run away with it. And I think that's the fear in any form of long endurance race, is that, look, you kind of want to stay with the cars in front. Do you know what I mean? You don't want to lose too much time. And as I say, we're 1.1 seconds back, all the way back down to Petrini in 18th place. So it's going to be an interesting one. I'm, as I say, hoping that we can get through the first few laps cleanly, keep together, and it will be an absolute amazing show for everyone and for us here in the booth.
Yeah, let's hope so. I'm keeping an eye on the stream chats across both Twitch and YouTube as well. And there's a couple of guys in chat, so both Coconuts and Matthew, I don't know whether I've said that right or not, asking, is this an Audi league? So it would appear that way, but old Willie Blackhammer in Twitch chat saying boat for the win. So obviously a Bentley fan out there wanting to see something else take the win tonight.
Yeah, in YouTube's quite a bit of truth. Mr. Warren saying nice piano. He's obviously a fan of the piano, so that's always good as well. Yeah, a few other comments about the qualifiers. Matt's Linham Anderson. I'm already sweaty, he says already. So there you go. And they've requested a poll in YouTube, if possible, saying which manufacturer is going to win. Well, we haven't really got many. You know, we've got an Audi, a Porsche, a BMW, and a Bentley. So I suppose there is 4 choices. You know, but what do we reckon? Do you reckon an Audi for the win?
No, I'm going to go with an Audi. It's going to be an Audi at this rate. I mean, the top 14 is Audi at this moment in time. I tell you what, it's making me think is, should I be driving the Audi more than I do at this moment in time? Because these guys are obviously knowing what car's going to be quick. I'm just still shocked to see no McLarens out there. But anyway, let's take a look at the standings. So we've got Pfeffer out front with a 2:03.4. Best part of half a second clear of De Oliveira Rodriguez, who I think that is the Williams Esports team there in second in the car 124. You then got Smith third, Blair in fourth, Klinkmuller is fifth, Appel is 6th, Rezer is 7th, Roters 8th, Whitehead 9th, and Arnk is 10th. So there's a real mixture of approaches to this track. I just wonder how many guys will be setting their cars up very differently from each other. You know, given that they're all in the same car pretty much, they're going to have to find some kind of difference from each other, not just in driving, but in setup as well, I guess.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to find a nice, comfortable one that suits everybody in the team. I think that's going to be the thing, is not often, sometimes with this, you can see the faster drivers will command the setup, but they will get on it, and that's what they want. But I think if they can balance that setup between all drivers, then I think that's more beneficial for them than having it purely based and set up for one. I think they've got to be a little bit more mindful of the drivers in there and say, okay, well, are you comfortable with this? I'm not very. We can do this. Can we do it? I think a more consistent lap time rather than one fast, one slow, one fast, one slow, depending on the driver. And I think they've got to, I think it's going to be whoever can really sort of sit back, manage their car, manage what they've got, manage the setup, that should eventually start moving forward. I think if you balance it for one driver, it may not work for the other drivers in the team.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Let's take a look at the entry list then, and you'll see on this entry list that you've got the mixture there of qualifiers and pros. So the ones that are showing as qual in purple, underclass, they're the ones that have come through the 2 qualifying races. We will bring you the highlights of the second one shortly. But Simulation Esports are car number 1, and then we run through a bunch of pro cars as well. You've got some of the big name pro teams like Veloce Esports. We mentioned as well the likes of Williams Esport. They were a fairly last minute entry, so aren't showing up on this list here. Got Yaz Heat as well, so plenty of names that you guys will be familiar with. And an SGP team slotted in there as well. So, yeah, this should be really, really interesting to watch all the way through the 6 hours.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You'll want to stay engrossed. Get your popcorn, get your drink, sit back with your feet up and just enjoy it. Because at the end of the day, whenever you're watching a form of racing that gives us a 1.1 second gap from 1st to 25th, currently, you're in for a show, and I think people have got to, sit back, enjoy it, take it, put your feet up. I would.
There are some team names of interest though. I'm particularly looking at Yeet Esports. I think we all like a bit of that. But I think my favourite, and I don't know if anyone in the chat can help give an explanation of where Car 68's team name came from. So we've got Grantas Caracas, Taras Yuknevicius, I'll get there eventually, sorry, Mantas and Povilatis, all in Car 68. One of those things that you regret taking on halfway through it. The team name, Beaver Grease Racing.
Yeah.
If anyone's got an explanation for that one, please feel free to share it with us. That would be very, very interesting.
I'd like to think where that would come from. What about you, Adam? Have you got any philosophies on it?
No.
Okay.
I was trying to find a link between the names and maybe their geographical location and the proliferation of beavers or something like that, but no, I couldn't think of anything. Look, let's bring you the highlights from the second qualifier now, and then we'll be back for the final part of qualifying that will lead us into the race.
This being the final chance to qualify, we were back for the second heat of the Simracing.GP Professional Trophy 2022. 5 more teams would join those who qualified at Monza last time around, and with a field as equally as strong took on the undulating Donington Park for a shot in the competition. SMP Racing Esports looked to right the wrongs of their torrid time at Monza, setting the pace in qualifying with a 1:25.480. They would be joined on the front row by WPS Racing Team just 2 tenths behind them. Unfortunately for SMP Racing Esports, a technical issue saw that they started the race with the pit lane. The early battles broke out and all teams trying to get their way into the top 5. The 24 Pulse Sim Sport car getting turned around by the 17 ACO Racing Team Porsche. With a wider variety of cars on the grid this time around, one of the McLarens, the Simracing Lanka car, saw fit to send the Audi into the grass in turn 1. Sean Clark Racing Squad were back for another attempt in their blue and yellow BMW. They, however, could not avoid contact with the 103 Porsche of Delta Sport as the first stints were coming to an end, affecting both teams' chances of qualification. The Porsche of Delta Sport were in for a torrid time in the first hour, with number 17 taking a trip to the grass through the first sector, narrowly avoiding the RCI Esports blue car. A change in driver was on hand and a rethink to see how they could get the best out of their machine. Familiar faces returned in the SimSport Racing International car. They would have multiple battles across the 3-hour sprint, collecting the side of the 103 Porsche into the Melbourne hairpin. The Team Shazoo 34 Audi could not catch a break during the middle stages of the race, being involved with a couple of incidents. This one involving the 302 Sean Clark Racing, who could not get it slowed down in time for the S's. The 302 trying to recover from an earlier off could not avoid the slowing Audi, sending it into the runoff. What added insult to injury was an identical incident moments later involving the Team Shazoo car, and this time the 103 of Delta Sport. These pilots having nightmares of the S's in their sleep for days to come. The chicane proved tricky for a number of drivers, not only the 302 and 103, but the 769 of RCI Esports Blue getting all out of shape as the sun began to set. As we step into the closing stages, the battles began for the top 5 positions. Beaver Grease Racing putting the moves on the Simulation Esports number 1 Audi was just the start of the number 1's fight to stay in the top 5. The second place Audi was still nose to tail with the leading 911 FTW Racing team. They ended up giving them a tap around Goddard, sending the Porsche into a small spin. The Audi waiting for the leader to recover before they continued as their battle towards the checkered flag. Team Shazoo's turn this time around, showing the 302 how to gain both time and positions through the final sector. No contact as the 34 Audi plundered the move and made their way up the order. Following a race restart, it was time to get the calculators out. 8 teams battling it out for 45 minutes to go. The 796 RCI Esports Red had to make up an 11-second gap over the number 1 simulation car in order to qualify. A battle that would rage all the way to the checkered flag included the 787 SMP Racing Esports car and the 24 Pulse SimSport BMW, all 3 cars needing to get as large a gap as possible. WPS Racing team was still sitting pretty in second position with only a short amount of time remaining on the clock. It did, however, wake their driver up when the final pilot tickled the grass coming out of the S's. The number 1 car was fearing the worst as it conceded the position to the SimSport Racing BMW. It was a race against the clock, however, and they had decided it better to get the cars out of the way so they could light up the timing tower and try and secure the final qualifying position. Beaver Grease had a pretty quiet affair sitting in the top 5 for the majority of the race. They did, however, get tangled up with the 787 BMW of SMP Racing, with that car picking up a penalty. Pulse SimSport's charge up the order would be hindered by the number 21 BMW in the final laps, getting all caught up through the Melbourne hairpin. This spoiled the party with RCI Esports Red that had gone on for the whole of the final hour. This would allow the number 1 car to close the gap and secure the 5th spot. Out came the checkered flag and the timekeepers were rustling together their paperwork to calculate the gaps following the race restart. There was no doubt in the winner, however. The 911 of FTW Racing team, piloted by Nicholas Arncut, Lewis Fly and Nico Solomon, took the top spot. Even with the scare late on, the 28 WPS Racing team of Florian Makin, Max Shea and Florian Stringer will be joining them in the Simracing.GP Professional Trophy 2022. The final qualifiers went out to Beaver Grease Racing, SMP Esports Academy, who will join their sister team who qualified last week, and the Simulation Esports team, who held up against all odds to secure the 5th spot. So with the qualifiers over, we have our 10 teams joining the pro teams for the first round at the hotly anticipated Circuit of Americas. Join us at twitch.tv/ADAC SimRacing Expo or via the ADAC SimRacing Expo YouTube channel to catch all the action.
I've got a shock for you, James. Big shock. They did the poll on YouTube for which car manufacturer will win. Which manufacturer do you think won that poll?
Is that the one looking at the top 19 grid positions at the moment? Maybe Audi. Audi with 71% of the votes. Porsche
Yes, so it wasn't so much of a shock after all, yes.
But do we think, though, it's got, from our point of view, okay, now, look, Grant Smith is 20th place. He's in the Porsche. All the rest are in Audis. Do we think it's worth an outside bet? It's like the Grand National where you put it on the 200 to 1 shot, just purely because you say, well, it's a long race.
Well, you say that. My vote in the poll went for Porsche. So yeah, you can see how I vote when it comes to Grand National time. Not that that's a vote, but you know what I mean. Anyway, we have got 5 minutes and a smidge of qualifying left. At the moment, Pfeffer continues to lead the session with a 2:03.370. The Williams team have got that little bit closer, so they're within 0.2 now. Malinowski just a smidgen further back as well, and Blair as well. So the top 4 separated by just over a quarter of a second. And just look at those times as you go through the field, especially when you go from 11th down to 17th. You know, they're all just so close to each other, and we've got a number of cars that are actually matching each other's lap time to the 1,000th. This is what pro racing looks like, James.
Absolutely. We are literally 1 second gap down to 27th place from pole, and I think it just goes to show the standard of the drivers in this league, because to get times within that, you never see that. You never. There's always 2-3 seconds down from 10 to 10th, maybe 11th, you know, downwards. But to get a second all the way down to 28, that's just ludicrous. That's unheard of in most series, and I can't wait for this. And it's going to be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and I know we've sort of taken the mickey a little bit out of the fact that it is all Audis, but actually the fact that it is all Audis is probably making it even closer. As Willie Blackhammer said in Twitch chat, nothing wrong with a good spec race, at least the racing will be dead close. And yeah, I think he's absolutely right. You know, that's certainly going to be aiding how close the times are, so could make things really interesting across the 6 hours.
Yeah, and I wonder if that lonely Porsche down in 21st can do anything about the Audis, because the next manufacturer is the BMW of Price down in 30th. And then we go sort of Bentley down in 34th, and Aston Martin further down 35th, Porsche, BMW. So it's all on the lonely Porsche of 20 in 21st place to see if he can make the difference. Can Trevor Wenham from Race Anywhere SimSport get that Porsche in amongst them Audis? What do we reckon?
Well, he's just taken over from his teammate Grant Smith to try and do exactly that. I mean, it wouldn't take much to move him up into the top 10. You know, sort of a 1/10 and a half, 2 tenths would put him right up into the top 10. So amazing just what you can do with a small improvement, or what for a driver of my standard would be an absolutely minuscule improvement. You know, could put that Race Anywhere SimSport team up the field. But actually, look, 977 Bischoff for the Kramer Racing Esports team is now in pole position for the Porsche race. They're 18th overall now, so they've jumped the 99 car, so they are now the fastest of the non-Audis. And Price is 3rd in that non-Audi class with the 62. But it is Pfeffer still out front by just under 0.2 of a second from De Oliveira de Rodriguez. And we are looking to see what Wenham can do across the line this time around. See where his first lap puts the team. No improvement there. So we're going to have to look to others for improvement as we jump to watching the Triton car of Dominic Blair.
Yeah, it's 1 turn up at the moment, but it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on. I think, you know, as he's coming around, he's around turn 9 off to 10 and out towards 11 at the moment. And I think the thing is, for a person maybe tuning in for the first time, when we're talking about tenths and we're talking about thousands and we're talking, it's just a little lift of a throttle or dragging a brake too much or just not lifting off the brake early enough. And I think people's perspective of time in racing, it's ages. But a tenth and a hundredth and a thousandth is nothing in a car. And as you say, it could be slight drag of a brake.
Yeah, it could be just the slight wrong angle of clipping a curb somewhere. I mean, you're absolutely right, really, really minuscule changes. And when you then look at the likes of Lukaszek in 11th and Murphy 12th, they've got identical lap time. So 1,000th of a second improvement for Murphy would move him up a position. We're looking at the current pole car, though. Tobias Pfeffer in the number 14 Unicorns of Love car. What a team name that is.
Yeah. It's a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it's not quite Badger Juice or whatever it was. Beaver Grease, that was it. Not Badger Juice. That's something very different. Let's move on. So Tobias Pfeffer then coming into the final corner. And let's see whether there is any improvement from that car. No, so 2:03.3 remains the time. Sorry, just crossing the line there. We're now looking at Wojciech Fiala in 6th place at the minute for the 38 car, which is the GTWR Esports 2 team. And another Audi, of course, and more people in chat asking, why so many Audis? Because it's quick, I guess. Nicely balanced for this track. But we are coming towards the end of the session, James. So are we going to see any last-minute moves, do we think?
The problem is the people down 11th and the 12th have only got to move up a 10th, and they go into 7th and 8th. No, I don't think so. Potentially Blyer up by a 10th, maybe. But I don't think. No, I don't.
No, he's already crossed the line, so the improvement wasn't quite there. I think maybe there was about 10 thousandths of an improvement there. But we've jumped back to Trevor Wenham because, if nothing else, then Wenham is desperate to try and steal the Porsche pole back from Bischoff. And the question is, can he do it or not? We're going to find out in the next few corners as he comes down to T12, the hard stop at the end of the long straight. Before coming into the tricky section of 13, 14, and then the horrible braking zone into turn 15. So let's see how Wenham gets it stopped around there. A lot neater and cleaner than I did when I gave it a go earlier myself. Currently showing second up as well, which would be a huge move forward. So let's stick with Trevor Wenham to the end of this lap. As he comes around 16, 17, 18, the left into 19, really easy to run out wide on the exit, and now to the hard stop of 20, the left-hander that will bring us to the end of this lap. So can Wenham make a big move at the end of this session? No. He tried. He lost it all in the final sector, but there we go. So that is your qualifying done and dusted. James, what can we read from that session?
It's going to be a close race. I think, to be fair, you can't sit there and pick fault with the timing tower. You can't pick fault with the times. And when you're talking 28th, nearly 29th for a second, all we can say is it's going to be close.
Yeah.
And
I think... I think the really interesting thing is that it's going to be incredibly important to get these pit strategies right. So we know that each driver has got a max stint time of 65 minutes. I'm just checking my note. 65 minutes max stint time. And then is it 120 minutes or something as their total maximum race time, or something more than that? But all of these strategies come into play, and they've got to figure out when to stop, when to do their driver swaps, when to change tires, when to do all of this kind of stuff through the 6 hours, and that is going to make a huge difference.
I think that's going to be the game changer. I think you've got to look at what they're going to do. They've got it was 130 minutes, so just over 2 hours. That's okay. No worries. That's why I'm here. 2 hours 10. And at the end of the day, I think that's going to make the difference in this race. And I think A, if they can keep it on the black stuff, B, avoid any trouble, back markers or anything like that will occur in an endurance race. Get their pit strategies right. It's got to come together. It's almost like a cake. Just one wrong ingredient and it can all go to pot. And I think that's what they've got to really be careful of.
Never talk to a fat guy about cakes mid-afternoon. That's not a good thing. I now just want cake. But anyway, listen, we have loads of people in chat as well. It's great to have you with us. So on Twitch, we've got the likes of Jimbo Mancy, Heike van der Veen, Willie Blackhammer, Danny Geuser, Alessio Catanio, loads of you having a chat over there, and on YouTube as well. Marcus Lawrence, Max the Bulldog, in caps as well, because Bulldog is important there. But it's making a good point that with this open car choice, it means that maybe when we get to the next round, it'll pretty much be a single manufacturer job all over again.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the thing. They're saying it should have been a fixed car for the entire championship. That's Marcus Lawrence over in YouTube. But, you know, I think it makes it interesting. But you have a very biased field. But the times are 1.1 down to 28th place.
Yeah. Let me just bring you the overall grid, by the way, as we take a virtual grid walk here. So I'll give you the team numbers. I'm certainly not going to tell you what cars they are because they're all Audis. But team 14 took the pole overall, and it will start with Schoeniger. So team 14 was the Unicorns of Love. Then you got car 124, 149. Then you got 10, 38, 66, 22, 919, 11 and the 911. They round out your top 10. Then as we go further down the field, it's cars 4, 977, which is the first of the non-Audis for Bowser. Then you got 90, 21, 6, 28, 5, 163. These are not the lottery numbers for tonight, by the way. 42, 72, 888. And then second in the Porsche race, Grant Smith will start for the 99 car down in 22nd. We've then got the 27, the 222, the 71. I think the cameraman just fell over, tripped over an Audi somewhere. 71, 68, number 1. Then it's 85, 47, number 7, number 8, 62, 35, 111, 41, 100, 96, 87, 563, 33, 17, 49, 88, and 53, rounding out the field.
There you go.
44 teams, 44 cars to go into a tight blind turn 1. Is it going to be clean, James?
Can I just say maybe?
Yeah, I'll let you get away with that.
Yeah,
some people in chat are saying, "Oh, come on, let's have a standing start." I mean, unfortunately, you don't get that in ACC, but yeah, standing start up into there would have been interesting. That's for sure.
I think that's the thing. We want to sit here, don't we, Adam? We want to sit in the booth and we want to go, it's going to be clean. But deep, deep down, we know it might not be. But there's a lot of cars rushing into that corner, and it could end up being not that way.
Yeah, car 90 has picked up a 5-second penalty before we've even got started, unfortunately, and that was for contact with the 42 in qualifying. So car 90 picking up that 5-second penalty. They're going to have to work that one off through the race. That's Carbon SimSport, by the way. So already 5 seconds added to their time before they even get started.
Yeah, that's not good, is it? You know what I mean? But then again, I suppose they got 6 hours to... That's got to be one of them things that they've got to be slightly upset about. But it's not the end of the world. It's not going to end their race. They can't sit in the car and be like, oh, I've got a penalty, I've got a penalty. No, you have faced the penalty, put your head down and make some moves. You've got 6 hours. All is not lost yet.
Yeah, do you know what? If you divide 5 seconds over 60 hours? No, it's not 60 hours.
No, it's definitely not.
If you divide 5 seconds over 6 hours, then it's really a very, very small amount. So, yeah, hopefully they can work that one off as they go through. But look, the cars are coming down the long back straight. So typical ACC, you won't see a lot of weaving of the cars out there. What you'll see is drivers accelerating and braking hard to get temps into their brakes and temps into their tyres. And those pressures will build over the first couple of laps. Pressures of tyres, all important in ACC, of course. But the pressure on the drivers is going to be immense, because don't forget, this is all leading up to a final at the ADAC SimRacing Expo in Nuremberg later on this year, where the winning teams will take a share of €20,000. Does that add even more pressure to this, James?
Absolutely. You start giving the opportunity of taking that sort of prize, you know, of course it's going to add to the pressure. It's got to. They've got to try and finish. They've got to try and get moving up. They've got to hopefully not make crazy mistakes.
Indeed. Well, we are coming in towards the final corner now, and very shortly after the final corner, we will get the green light and we will go racing. So this is the point where they're lining up double file and making sure that they're in position. They're now going to be asked to keep to a certain speed until the green light comes on, which will be any moment now. And then we will go racing for 6 hours here at the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. It's just after 5 p.m. in game time. The track is 28 degrees. It's 23 degrees air temperature. All of this stuff will be important across the race, but we now go green and we are racing at CotA, and it's a good start from the 14 car out front with Schoeniger, but the Williams team have kept it in there. But you see Malinowski in the 149 up the inside as well, trying to make a move, and has got that move done. And there's another car going around the outside of the Williams team as they head down into the S's. But car 14, James, has made a really clean, strong getaway there.
Yeah, he's opened up a little bit of a gap, probably a good 3 tenths, maybe half a second, if not more. He's managed to stay round. He got around the first couple of corners nice and clean, and it's put him in good stead as we venture in. We were literally just halfway around the first lap, and at the moment, Schoeniger is looking strong. Just hopefully everybody else has made it through cleanly. Seems all okay at the moment.
It does, yeah. We don't seem to have had many shenanigans out there on track. We've just picked up Grantes Caracas sort of halfway through the field there. As they come now into the second big braking zone. There is an incident a little bit further back. It didn't look terrible, but there is something going on halfway back through the field. But we're back at the front because Malinowski really going with the leader. As you can see, the pack just regrouping themselves towards the start of the straight. You know, that's because something has kicked off there, and there's another big braking zone here at the end of the straight as well for them. But back at the front, James.
Yeah, he's got Van der Velde from the Williams team in tow currently at the moment, and as they're entering to the tricky section of this circuit that we did talk about previously, that he's going to have to be careful. Van der Velde has kind of settled down a little bit now. It's closed the gap back up. You can see it visually. But here is the replay of what happened at the beginning. I
think it's going to be into the next left, just at the start of the straight. We're going to see some kind of issue here. Yes, so just a little further up, there was 3 or 4 cars got together. And then, watch the rejoin. Oh, on the sausage curbs. So a big launch from the sausage. Creating even more problems, but we've got 1 car right out the back of the field right now. But thank you for that replay, powered by Husingfeld.
Yeah, absolutely amazing from them. Thank you so much for that. But we've got Schoeniger here. Is under pressure a little bit of Van der Velde. You know, it's half a second back. It's going to be interesting to see if Van der Velde will try and fight this earlier on? Does he want the position or not? It's going to be a different story, I think, at the end of the day.
Yeah, it certainly is. So Schoeniger leads in 14 from Malinowski, who that gap is just yo-yoing ever so slightly between sort of 0.5 and a second. So Malinowski just trying to hold on to the 14 car out front. We've got Fiala in third in the 38, a little bit further back. And then De Oliveira Rodriguez is fourth for Williams in car 124. So the front two going away a little bit, and then the second two are sticking together, but nice and close all the way through the pack still. Anything could happen as we see Grantas Caracas getting up the inside of one of the Porsches down into the end of the straight. Good move done there. Oh, but there's cars round. There's cars round at the end of the straight, and then there's more trying to avoid it as well. So more incidents further back through the field, but out front it remains super clean and a great battle going on there.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate. They went round the corner and the car was just sat there at the moment. So unfortunately for them, that was caused them a bit of an issue. Apologies for saying it was Van der Velde. It's actually Malinowski there in second place. So it's going to be my mistake on that one. But we do have 5 hours to go. What do we think? Not bad so far.
No, fairly clean so far, especially turn one. I was really impressed with how they all got through there nicely. But we are going to see a replay now of what happened at the end of the straight. So I think multiple cars involved in the end. We're looking at the 888 Audi. Well, of course it's an Audi. Let's just call it the 888 car. And a little bit late on the brakes, but just a concertina effect there, and did really well to avoid the, I think that was the 11 car spun round in the red and white livery. But managed to avoid it. But there is another car round there as well. Those concertina effects through those slower corners can cause issues.
Yeah, absolutely. Whenever you're going at full pace and you go around a corner and there's a car in the middle of a track, that's going to cause problems. Everybody's got to hit their brakes, and if the people further down, about 4 or 5 cars behind, don't hit their brakes quick enough, you're going to have more and more and more cars involved. So let's hope that we don't see that very often throughout this race.
No, Schoeniger has just pulled away from Malinowski a little bit in the 149. But Fiala and De Oliveira Rodriguez are getting pretty close together for third. That's a battle between the 38 car, that's the GTWR Esports 2 car, and the Williams Esports car there in fourth is the 124. So in the inset, you can see that battle going on as they come down in towards turn 15 before they now take the long sweeping right-hander, or the Max Verstappen as some people will know it from a few years ago. But the gap out front is just beginning to extend, so we're seeing that 14 car just stretching their legs a little.
Well, he's doing the job what he's got to do, isn't he? He's 1.3 at the moment. He's doing what he needs to do, and that is literally keep it on track, extend the gap bit by bit by bit, and I think that's what Schoeniger is out to do for this early part of this race.
Yeah, and half a second faster than Malinowski on that last lap. A 2:04.7 from Schoeniger, with Malinowski with a 2:05.2. So that gap has extended out to 1.5. But this is turning into a three-way battle now as we see our second penalty pop up. The 15-second penalty for car 96. That is the Wild Things Racing car, the Colex.GG car. For contact with 87, which is the SGP by SOP car. So another penalty handed out, but again, plenty of time to work that one off.
Yeah, absolutely. It's early days, isn't it? You know, we all don't like getting penalties throughout a race, and at the end of the day, we as commentators have probably seen our good old fair share when we've been behind the wheel.
That's an interesting. So I think that's a back marker there. That they're coming up behind. Yeah, it is. You can see the blue flags on the outside. That's the car that was round early doors. So I wonder if they've taken a pit stop to fix some damage. But these guys now trying to come through on that back marker. You see the Williams car now up the inside. And at the same time, and they had to swing right to avoid hitting the 38, and they've lost the position. As a result, the Williams team were getting super close to Fiala in the 38, and then just had to back out of that one and swing right. They did well not to cause an incident there.
Oh, that could have been major, absolutely major issues, because that would have been damage absolutely completely if they'd made contact there, and it was just unbelievable that they managed to avoid that. But we've still got blue flags out on track at the moment, so we're hoping that the back markers will kind of get the hint and try and move their cars out of the way. So interesting to see how they manage that one.
Yeah, meanwhile, what we're seeing here is the battle for third. So you've got there Wojtek Fiala in third, and Blair is fourth in the 10, directly behind, but can't quite find a way through that final sector. We switch a little bit further back in the field. So this is Valentin Barrier in the 72, the virtual drivers by TX3 car, and looking for a way forward through the pack. But at the moment, they're possibly looking behind themselves as much as they are forward. So they've got Grantas Caracas closing in behind them as well. Obviously they will have seen that there is a 15-second penalty applied there, but you race the car on the track as you see it at this stage of a race.
Yeah, Caracas there from your favourite team name there this evening.
Badger Juice?
Yeah, don't. I was literally in stitches for that one. I couldn't talk. I'm so glad you didn't come over to me for a minute or so, because I was literally crying. So yeah, but they're from oh, don't set me off again. They're from Beaver Grease, of course. So when we talk about going forward, as we see here, Elvin Smith is currently flicking down the 6th and 7th at the moment in a battle with Murphy and Zholov. So it's going to be interesting to see, but they've got to try and move forward, but that's not always easy when you're trying to defend, as we see. Was that the back marker trying to get out the way at that one? It was, wasn't it? So when you're trying to go forward and you're looking behind, you don't really make progress forward. You're spending more time trying to defensive drive, and that just slows you down, and unfortunately that could put you into the hands of the people behind. As we can see here, car number 22, that is Smith trying to chase down Murphy. So yeah,
looking in your rear vision mirror, welcome to my world. I tend to look backwards rather than forwards when I'm racing, but out front the gap has extended to almost 2 seconds now. Malinowski is just dropping back slightly lap by lap. Schoeniger staying in the 204s. At the moment, it's the only car I can see in the 204s and is in them consistently every single lap. Everyone else in the 5s and 6s, a couple in the 7s as well. But that gap out front just extending now to 2.4 as we continue to watch Elvin Smith in the Rocket Sim Sport car, number 22. Of course, when it's a Rocket Sim Sport car, it's going to be car number 22. So it'd be interesting to see how Jensen's team gets on across the 6 hours.
Yeah, the worrying thing is he's pulled out nearly, Schoeniger up front has pulled out nearly 2.6 seconds. And we're only 12 minutes in. If we keep that up, we're going to be about 6.5 seconds over the first 48 minutes. And that's going to be, if he keeps that up throughout the race, that's going to be one hell of a gap he's going to have by the end of this race. So they've got to try and control that gap. Malinowski's got to try and get that gap down again. Fiala as well, as we see a 15-second penalty for car 68. Contact with car number 42.
Oh, it's Badger Juice Racing as well.
Yeah,
yeah, we may have caused them a problem there. I'm going to stick with Badger Juice now. I mean, it's going to stick. And if that team hasn't changed its name to Badger Juice by the next race, then I'll be very disappointed. Penalty as well for Renvelton Esports. That's a 71. So those guys picking up a penalty. So race control working hard at the moment. The stewards doing a great job. There is, as you can tell, live stewarding for this event. It's a super hard job to do that. We really appreciate them keeping us up to date with these penalties as they come through. And there's another one there for Team Ballas Esport B. That's car 163 for earlier contact with car 11, which is the Whipperman Racing car, which I think is the one that we saw at the end of the straight.
Yeah, exactly. I think the worrying thing is the Badger Juice team, as you like to say, had contact. The car that they had contact on was actually a back marker. So I wonder if that was the back marker we were talking about, who was seeing the blue flags earlier on in the race. Earlier on, I'm going to say in the race, we were only 13 minutes. So in the first 13 minutes. Well,
yeah, unless it was going all the way back to the incident that made that person a back marker in the first place. I don't know, but either way, the steward's doing a great job and keeping us up to date with those penalties as well. We're taking a look at the Williams Esports car here, car 124. Right now, your top 10 reads as Schoeniger, Malinowski, Fiala, Blair, De Oliveira, Rodriguez, Murphy, Smith, Zololov. I'll try that again. I'm ever so sorry. Zolavov, Whitehead, and Arnica. And as always, because I am a stupid Brit, I make horrendous apologies for my butchering of people's names, but I will try my best to get there eventually. That's for sure.
Well, they're not the most easiest, mate, are they? You know, we as British commentators, we do struggle with somewhat difficult names, and we do end up having to sound them out. So we sound like we're back in reception class trying to read a book when we sound them out in our head. Do you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, we try, guys. If anybody's got any preference on how they want their names pronounced, please let us know, and you know, send us a little soundbite, and I'm sure me and Adam can sit there working it out and sound it out together.
100%. I don't know if you saw, but there is a spreadsheet for us where some of the drivers have very kindly provided phonetic pronunciations of their names, which is super useful. But I love the as we see an overtake into the final corner. So that is car 10 of Blair up the inside of Fiala. Fiala ran just a little bit wide in the penultimate corner. And there you see the number 10 getting through up the inside, but Fiala is not done. But what I was just about to say was I was particularly appreciative of Harry Spears phonetically spelling out Harry for us. He literally put HAR-RY. I was like, thanks for that.
Well, you never know. It's been known to happen, isn't it? You know, getting it completely wrong, but I think Harry, you know, we should have managed that one, shouldn't we?
Yeah, I think I can manage that one. Yeah, that's all good.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Well, I mean, come back to me at 5 to 10 tonight, and let's see whether I'm still on that or not. Yeah, here we go then. So we've got 15 minutes of the 6 hours done and dusted, and this battle rumbles on for third then between Blair and Fiala. That's the two cars you are looking at right there. So the move was done at the end of the previous lap, but anything can happen between now and the end of the race, of course. Plenty of close battles all the way through the field, but this one is one of the closest out there, and it is for a podium position as well. It's worth noting the way that the points work as well in this one. And interestingly, some of the guys will have actually picked up points from qualifying already. So there was 5 points for pole, 4 for second, 3 for third, 2 for fourth, and 1 for fifth. But come race time, it's the top 15 who get themselves into the points today. So that is definitely where you want to be come the end of this race.
Yeah, it's only the top 15 as well. It's not further down. You know, it's 20 for the win, 17 for second, 15 for third. So the guys down in 21st, like Wenham and Lipka and Doniaden, has got to really look at what they're going to do. We know we're earlier on. You know, what was 17 minutes nearly into the race. But it's got to be on the back of their mind, because points make prizes, isn't it?
Points do make prizes. You're absolutely right.
You know what I mean? And with the 10,000 euros split, with the winner taking 2,000 of them, they need all the points they can get.
Yeah, absolutely right. And also, you know, these guys are going to be wanting to put on a good show at the final in Nuremberg later on this year. at the ADAC SimRacing Expo 2022. You can get your tickets now for that, I assume. And promises to be a great show, moving to Nuremberg for the first time this year. Out front, the gap has expanded somewhat again. It's up at around 3.5 seconds now. Schoeniger's pace has just dropped slightly into the 205s, but still the fastest car out there at this moment in time. At the moment, we're looking at car 888. That's the William Hendrickson Saintilock racing car. And just beginning to push up towards the back of the pack in front. We now pick up the Veloce Esports car on the insert in the left-hand side there. And they are defending heavily right now from a marauding pack behind them.
Yeah, they've got a big group of cars there. They're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 flash through at the bottom of your screen. And he's going to have a bit of a mission, is Mr. Murphy. He's got Smith, Whitehead, Jolov, and Arnek behind him. So they've got to really try and do what you don't do, Adam, and look in the rear view. They've got to try and go forward. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's got to be pushing forward as best as he physically can. And it's not always easy. You know, don't get me wrong. Smith behind him is no slouch, and they've got to be trying to get forward for these guys. Look at the gaggle behind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fairly close behind. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and the Veloce car just a little bit deeper than the Rocket car directly behind into T1. But you are absolutely right about my style. I wouldn't have done very well on the first lap here because I normally rely on an incident further ahead to get me forwards a bit. You know, qualify badly, avoid the incidents on lap 1, and then defend hard for the rest of the race. That's my motto. But yeah, I don't think I could keep that up for 6 hours. But we keep watching Eamon Murphy here. There is another penalty. This time it's for 87. It's the SGP by SOP car. So Brett, Seeley and Morant there. And I think there are a couple of other penalties coming as well. So keep you up to date with those as they come through. 99 has picked up a final warning. That's the Race Anywhere SimSport car. That's one of the Porsches, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's the 99 that Wenham's driving at the minute. Another final warning as well for car 49. That's the Burst Esport car. So it's really, really early to be getting some final warnings here. So yes, there's some guys here who have really got to keep themselves in check. There are more penalties as well. So the 28 gets a 15-second penalty. That's the WPS Racing Team. That's one of our qualifying cars. And I think there is going to be a couple more as well here, James.
Yeah, I believe so. That's car number 4. That's the Unicorn of Love 2 team. Contact with car number 11, which is the Whipperman Racing. They've just got themselves a 15-second penalty. Like to point out, one thing in all of them penalties, there was only one come from qualifying race. My point of that is the rest of them come from the pros. Make do of that what you would like.
You know, it's an interesting conversation that we had in our own community only the other week, that it seems sometimes the faster the cars get the outfit, the more desperate you are to do as well as possible, and that can sometimes translate itself into incidents when you are really pushing hard. And when the margins are so fine as well.
That's the thing. I think whenever I've watched a series before, and you've got the mixtures of LMP2s, LMP1s, GT3s, you know, any form of multi-class racing, there seems to be this sense of, I don't want to call it entitlement, but that's kind of almost what it is. It's kind of like, I'm faster, let me through. You shouldn't have your car there. But it's a race. It's not a jump out the way because I'm from the qualifying bracket and you're in the pro bracket. We're racing here. So you want to overtake me, don't just send it, because if you're defensive from it, you are going to defend it. And that's where the accident lies. They've got to get over the entitlement section. I need to pass you, and actually pass them safely. Then we wouldn't see so many final warnings like we are seeing currently at the moment. As we can see here with Colagrosso 163 from the Team Palace Esports car. He's currently coming up under pressure. We've got Wenham and the car 222 as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how they can get on, because especially when they're chasing down Lipka, Rupert and Sapedri in front of them, 17th, 18th and 19th place.
Yeah, and this Colagrosso car that we're looking at also carrying quite a bit of damage for such an early part of the race as well. So you can expect a slightly longer stop from them when we get round to it. We're back with this battle for 6th then. Whitehead. And there was one other as well there. Oh, yeah. I'm trying again. Zolovov. There we go. I'm good now. I'm good, I promise.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure.
There was a double L in there earlier on. I'm sure there was. There was a
Oh no, earlier it was Zololololol.
Yeah.
I just completely lost it earlier on. But
I thought you were just going straight lollipop at that point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But we're now looking at the battle for 16th or 17th. So Zampedri, Ruppert and Lipka, I think we're looking at all together. But no, actually it might be Zampedri, Ruppert and Lipka in a different order. Anyway, we'll wait for that to shake out. We're looking at 3 cars battling hard on track as they come down towards the start of the straight. And these guys will now be looking to use the slipstream, because you can expect pretty even performance between these cars, seeing as the majority of them are the same.
Yeah, we've had a message in Twitch chat. HVDVE, but oh look, there is a BMW driving as well. And a Bentley. Wow. As you can see, another 15-second penalty for contact from car number 111. That is Adore Esports Black, their contact.
And I'll help you out there. That's Heike van der Veen, the HVDVE. That is good old Heike van der Veen, who I've had many a track battle with over the years, watching from the Netherlands. One of the many thousands of Dutch drivers that seem to have descended on sim racing over the past couple of years. Bit of a Max Verstappen effect there.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. We're seeing a lot more. I'm seeing a lot more. There's a lot more Dutch. There's a lot more Norwegians coming into it. There's a lot more Swedish that I've seen recently as well. So it's really getting global across all forms of the Sims. So, you know, it's good to see. Very good to see.
Yeah, we also get quite a lot of South African drivers as well now. So yeah, truly global. And I guess as technology and internet speeds around the world get better and better as well, then it's easier and easier to be more and more global as a sport. And you know, we say sport, yes it is. You know, it's yes, it is something that you can do sat in your bedroom, but it is also a sport, because look at these guys. The kind of pace that they've got, the ability that they've got, the setups that they've got, the backing that they've got. This is turning into a real sporting phenomenon now, is sim racing, and we're watching some of the guys at the highest level right now. Absolutely.
And they've got prize money. And quite a lot of prize money. So why would it not be called a sport? I know people have an uproar when a commentator slips up and says, oh, it's a game. And then next, you know, 75,000 messages later in YouTube or Twitch start shouting out, no, it's a sim, no, it's a sim, no, it's a sim. But it's also a very competitive sim. Do you know what I mean? And they've got, these drivers spend a lot of money on equipment. Wheels are not cheap. Rigs are not cheap. Triple monitor setups or VR is not cheap. Final warning for contact there. That is car number 5. So that is the SDL Esports Contact with car number 163, which is the Team Ballast Esports B, so he's on a final warning as well. But the whole equipment side is not cheap. The rigs are not cheap. Pedals, you know, it's all not cheap for these guys. So they've got to treat it as a sport to try and get something out of it, because it's a lot of money spent when you're doing competitive racing as these guys are.
Couldn't agree with you more. But, all of this is just adding to the quality of competition that we get, and it's allowing brands and organisers to start putting prize money and other prizes up as well, and that's going to make things even more competitive as we go. And that's why we see 44 highly talented teams on the grid here for this one. As we take a look at the Bentley, yes, I said Bentley, of Igor in the 41 car. I backed out of that one very quickly.
Well
for Simware.pro, looking to try and find a way past Perinja in the 111 car. And there's certain parts of the track where that Bentley looks really strong compared to the Audi, but I think we're now going to see that Audi pull away down the straights.
You reckon?
I mean, the Bentley weighs about 8 tons, so I would assume so, yeah.
Yeah, assumption is a wonderful thing, but it was only the Bentley was quicker than the Audi in time. Done 207.3.37. The Audi in front 207.472. So yes, the Bentley may be a tank and it may be built like a brick, but it's got to have something in there. Igor's got to be driving it to his absolute limit, because he's literally, look, climbing nose to tail all over the back. And I don't think it's going to be long before the Bentley starts making the move, you know. I think Perinja there is either defending harder than a Jose Mourinho football team, or he's got a problem, because that Bentley is looking quick at the moment.
Yeah, he's all kinds of transport metaphors going on here, because you're talking about parking the bus and I'm talking about the boat directly behind. But that Bentley is looking pretty strong at this stage of the race. It may be that the Bentley is also just looking after its tyres a little better as well. Maybe that's why they're starting to make moves forwards. So 29th at the minute, looking to find a way up into 28th. It's very strong on the brakes, is that Bentley as well, and they go to the inside into turn 1. There is a small amount of contact as the Audi tries to get the old switchback done, and gets it done as well. So yeah, some good battling into turn 1. Only a small amount of contact, but no harm, no foul.
I think that was the thing. The Bentley put it up the inside, and he sent it so hard that the Audi kind of left the door open, because he knew where he was going to go. Once you go in that quick into that corner, the Audi in front just was like, have it, because you're not going to get that car stopped, and I could just come back on the inside of you. And that's exactly what happened there. Igor's got to be looking, if he's going to make that pass, he's got to get that car stopped accurately enough to hold that position, because as we say, the Bentley is a bus, the boat itself, and you know, if he's going to do it, he's got to make it stick.
Yeah, there's one thing I don't like to see though. Yeah, he has. So I think the Bentley will now just tuck back in, try and get a slipstream. I was just going to say, one of the things I don't like to see in sim racing though is people flashing their lights to try and get past. But now he's having to fight with Arndt as well, who goes round the outside of the pair of them. So where is Arndt in all of this? Has he run deep, or has he managed to keep it in limits? He's kept it in limits. So we are 2 wide behind Perinja there, and we now go 2 wide, followed by 2 wide. So this is some fantastic racing here. So the Bentley has lost 1 place, now trying to regain that one. A little bit of contact, and now loses a further place, and another Audi coming up the inside into the 16, 17, 18 triple right-hander. So great racing there. Very small amounts of contact, but some order shuffling all the same.
Yeah, absolutely. The Bentley's gone down the order. He's lost some places in that battle. Just couldn't quite get the car sorted out. He's just sent it up on the inside again. Oh, he sent it so far. It went out on a FedEx truck. It come that far. He was going to airmail, bless him. But it was absolutely unbelievable there from Igor. He's now climbing, trying to go up the inside. Is he going to hold it again on the BMW? Or
This is very dangerous into turn one, because you go sending it up the inside of one car when there's another car directly in front of them. You can end up in all kinds of bother. And actually, they've lost the position to Price in the BMW. So the Bentley has gone back 5 places in 1 lap trying to get past the Audi that was in front before this all started. And it just goes to show, when you race in close packs like this, when you are going to make a move, you've got to be certain that you're going to pull it off, or else you could end up losing a bunch of places.
Oh, that's exactly what we were talking about earlier on when he went in the first time to overtake the Audi there, and he sent it in too deep. It's got to be done properly and accurately, and it wasn't. And unfortunately for Igor, he got in that mass panic mode. He tried to get back on the racing line. He couldn't get back on because there was cars coming up the inside of him. And he struggled and struggled and struggled to take that racing line back. He took a desperation lunge, and that's what it was into turn one. And unfortunately for him, that would put him at the back of this pack now. And he's now currently down in 33rd, when he could have been still up in 28th, 29th, trying to battle with Paringer, and he isn't. And it's just, somebody's got to get hold of Igor and just say, look, calm it down. We can make this work. We're 5.5 hours remaining, but you can't be sending it like that, because that is just a jeopardization of damage. And as we've seen with penalties, they're been on the ball with penalties as well. And he doesn't want to receive too many more for contact, because there was slight contact there and movement in the braking zone, and he probably shouldn't have done.
Yeah, Ogornikov will be. I've tried it. I don't know whether I nailed it or not, but I tried it. Just having to settle back in at the back of that pack, and we'll look to come forwards. Meanwhile, we now pick up with Smith, who has made up that place against Murphy at some point. So Smith in the Rocket car has got past the Veloci entry of Murphy. We're seeing a drive-through for car 96 for contact with 49. So that's the Wild Things Racing car. That's the second time that their name has popped up on the list there. So they have now got a drive-through for contact with the Burst Esports car. And the Wild Things car of Flesher is straight into the pits and serving that penalty.
Yeah, that's an early penalty.
And a drive-through's painful. It's not as painful here as Spa, for example, but it's painful.
Any drive-through penalty is painful. It's a good 30 seconds, isn't it, roughly, that they're going to be losing just by trickling down the pit lane.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, see Maximilian there. I thought he was going to literally make that move on the inside. Another one. Paringer seems to be almost, I don't want to say roadblock, but it kind of seems to be the one doing a lot of the defensive driving, and he's doing it again here from the WPS team, racing team, who are trying to go round the outside. Is that going to work currently at the moment? Paringer's got the inside line. Is he going to manage to hold it? No, he's not. Is he? No, he's not. That's Maximilian from WPS racing through. I don't think Paringer's going to give this up very easily.
Oh, no. I thought Paringer was going to come straight back up the inside there. Thought better of it, to use the Dario Franchitti term. Discretion was the better part of valour. I've never heard anyone use that phrase before, but Franchitti uses it about 3 times every Formula E race, bless him. So I thought I'd adopt it as well. But Paringer does lose that place and now falls back towards that pack as well. Of the following cars. So you've got a couple of Audis, there is a BMW, and of course our friendly Bentley in there as well. So some really good racing through the pack, and even though these guys are quite some distance off of the points, the fighting is good and hard. It's what we like to see.
Absolutely. The worst thing you want to see is the contact there, but you can see Maximilian on the left hand side of your screen currently at the moment. He's opened up the gap. Paringer must either looks like he's carrying an issue, because he's straight under attack again from the car behind. So I don't know if Paringer's carrying damage, or if he's got damage, or has got an issue, but he just seems to be under attack straight away. Somebody else clears him, the next car's right behind him.
Yeah, it's one of those tracks there's a very defined racing line, and you get shuffled off of it and it takes you a little while to get back into that rhythm, and you can easily end up sliding backwards a little bit further, like we saw with the Bentley earlier. He's late on the brakes, and I think has lost a position there as well. There is another Audi alongside to the right of our camera angle here. Sorry, it's not an Audi. Oh my goodness, it's not an Audi. It's a BMW. I got completely lost in assuming it was an Audi. But it is the BMW of Price up the inside then as they come towards the end of the straight. And yeah, I'm beginning to think you might be right, because the Bentley straight past Paringer as well. So, you know, it could be some damage. It could be a pressure loss in the tyres. It could be that the tyres have just completely gone off at this stage. It would feel a little bit early for that, but they might have made a mistake with the pressures in the setup or something like that. Anyway, Paringer falling backwards, just as you said, James.
Yeah, he's done a lot of offline defensive driving. So it's possible that this tyre wear has gone through the absolute roof during these stints. As you say, he slid down the order. We've seen Igor slide down the order as well. And here's the move up on your screen with the BMW there, making a move of Price. There is Igor again, a big send coming up at the end of the straightaway, pulls out. And you can see it there, he spots that Paringer goes offline and thinks, well, hold on, I'm not going to follow you out there. I want that position. The only thing I found he was dangerous on was that move there with cutting his nose straight off Paringer. It could have been more dangerous if he hadn't judged that correctly.
And he's got past the BMW as well. So Igor making up another position there. So beginning to shuffle that Bentley a little bit further up the order. Meanwhile, out front, by the way, the gap has stabilised. In fact, to a certain extent, has just shrunk ever so slightly, down to about 3.5 seconds. Schoeniger's pace has dropped off, as you would expect, as the tyres begin to wear off and sort of 40 minutes into a stint. Is going to be a more difficult time, especially on a track like this. But Malinovsky just holding their pace pretty well. Let's see where the times are this time around as we see another penalty. This time for 911, it's the FTW Racing team. They've picked up a 15-second penalty for contact with 11. It seems like a lot of people getting penalties for contact with car 11. So poor old Whipperman Racing getting, whippered, really, I suppose.
Yes, it seems to me that they're in a lot of contact. Now, the thing is with that one, is they're at the back of the field. Now, we haven't seen this contact, okay? I'm probably putting myself out there to be somebody somewhere will make a comment and say that, whatever, but Whipperman Racing is at the back of the field. The contact is coming from cars in front of them. Whipperman Racing would be under a blue flag. I'm not going to proceed with that conversation, but maybe we need to look at managing the blue flags. A little bit indeed. Controversial, I know. But just judging from the fact that, you know what I mean? Just judging for the fact that Whipperman Racing is at the back.
Getting whippered, like I said.
Whippered, yes.
Indeed.
Gap out. Never mind, carry on.
Anyway, we have got action on track. Fiala defending heavily from Smith in that rocket car that made its way past another car earlier on, the Veloce car, who seems to have dropped down a little bit. Yeah, down to 9th now, so something's happened there. But we've just seen Fiala lose a place to the 22. So Smith up into 5th now, as we see a final warning for car 87. We've seen that number a few times already. It's SGP by SOP. They have picked up a final warning here. Titus SMPG in Twitch chat saying, and 977 holding on strong. Let's go, boys. And it is that kind of time of the race where it's you need your team to get behind you, your fans to get behind you, because you are 40 plus minutes into a stint. It can be pretty tough out there at this stage.
Absolutely. Tiredness is going to be kicking in. Concentration levels are going to be absolutely through the roof. you know, you're going to be hot, you're going to be sweating, you're going to be trying to keep the car on the track, you're going to try and manage everything all at the same time. There's a lot going on in that cockpit, and these guys are going to be wear and tear and worn out by the end of this race, I think, as we're 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes 40 in.
Yeah, 977's got fans everywhere, because now I look at the YouTube chat and they get 977 push. So, you know, there's fans everywhere for the 977. That's Bischoff, currently up in 11th. So actually that's the highest we've seen a Porsche all day long. So that is some good movement from the 977. Killian in Twitch chat as well, cheering on the Bathurst Esports team. Dat Alex is cheering on number 47. Robbie Stapleford saying the 62 BMW is flying, and I think Robbie's actually in that car a little bit later on, if I remember rightly. Yes, I do remember rightly. So yes, we are seeing some fan chat going on, which is fantastic.
Oh, yeah, you're doing well there today, Adam. I am wondering though if Fantago0 in Twitch chat is the same as Black Jojo in YouTube. Messages exactly the same. Copy and paste. Copy and paste. Control C, Control V. What do we reckon? Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. One says 977 push. The other one says 977 ultras.
Yeah, but yeah, maybe I read that a little bit too quicker than I thought.
Titus says they are not the same. So listen, stop trying to minimise the huge crowds of fans that there are for the 977 car.
Hey, I'm open. Be a fan. I get it. I fully understand. We're all fans of something. But hey, we all make mistakes at the end of the day, doesn't we? You know, pronouncing names, Adam, is a wonderful, wonderful thing, isn't it? Yes. Yeah.
Never mind.
That's
Still only 5 hours and 15 minutes for me to learn these names. So yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. But we are looking at Valentin Barrier, a driver that I have pronounced before because they were in the NLR Cup a month or so ago, whenever that was. I've slept since then. It was a while ago anyway. Barrier holding off from Caracas, who I think was in that same event as well. So these two possibly quite familiar with racing against each other. In the inset, we can see 9th place Murphy in the Veloci car. We did miss what happened to the 9th place car of Murphy. But now they are in that pack.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a collision, and we just whispered it in our ear there. So there was obviously contact there, as we see on the right-hand side of your screen. Mr. Murphy in an Audi, but he is being chased down by Bischoff in a Porsche, so that should be an interesting one. There you go. Bischoff's just moved up a position, I believe. He's now into 11th, or yeah, he's up into 11th.
I've started something. I've absolutely started. Not Badger Juice. I have started something in YouTube chat. It's all hashtag 977 at the moment. So either that one person that you thought it was has now created so many accounts that we think it's just a huge group of fans, or they're incredibly popular. But 977 getting all of the cheers right now.
Yeah, why not? Mr. Bischoff in the Porsche. He is the lead Porsche out of the group of 4. So why not give him some props? He's doing a stellar job. We did say earlier on, though, didn't we, where he was qualifying as well. It was, you know, whether or not he was going to be able to get involved in the mix, and clearly he's there. He's put the Porsche up, and he's doing an absolutely stellar job. So well done to you, Mr. Bischoff. You're absolutely flying. Car number 977.
And that is the Kramer Racing Esports team. And I'm just being told in YouTube chat that they are a huge community. So fair play to you guys. And great to see so many of you cheering on. 222, that's the Door Esports blue car. Gets a 15-second penalty for contact with number 8. That's the Grid Finder Racing team. So another penalty I tell you what, the stewards are going to need a little lie down before long, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. You can see it there. Even the top 23, there's 5 with 15 seconds to be added. Oh, and there's another one. That is car number 21. That is the GTWR. Yep. And that is the contact, what we said earlier on with Veloce. So that was the contact we were talking about earlier on to drop them down out of the top 5.
So that's what happened there. So car 21, which is Whitehead, at the moment made contact with Murphy. Whitehead's now received a penalty for that. So sorry we missed it live at the time, but there's so much going on. It's very difficult to keep abreast of absolutely everything at the same time, but we will try and keep you updated as best as possible as we see 2 cars side by side. So Bischoff has got an Audi, of course, up the inside through the triple right-hander, gets the move done. So is that car 4 that's just squeezed through then, or was that, no, sorry, that was defending against Arnica in the 10 there. So plenty of battling going on through this midfield pack.
Yeah, there must be somewhere in this pack a back marker, because there's constantly a blue flag being waved. You saw it in a brief flick on the right hand side. So within that group of cars between Bishop, Arnica and Murphy, there must be a back marker sat in the middle. We'll try and pick up and find out who it is, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. You kind of really want to jump out the way as we see Murphy here in the Veloce number 66 car, currently in 9th place. Arnica, Bischoff and Itoki behind them.
It's your turn now, is it?
Well, I said it was Itoki.
So we're just going to...
You got me confused now. You got me doubting my own teeth.
Well, no, it's just the So this is the SGP SOP car that got a final warning a little while ago. It's the 87 car. I don't know if that's what the final warning was for, the side-by-side contact. So there was contact, but it didn't look like much. So I think that's something that's happened since that final warning that they had. So let's see what the stewards think to that one. But Murphy has moved away from this pack now. So recovering from that earlier incident, pushing on, trying to recover the incident that we've mentioned already.
Well, here's our leader that we've not actually seen much of as he goes into turn 1 there. Schoeniger just kind of doing the job that he needs to be done. He's got about 3.2, maybe 3.3 second gap from Malinowski behind him. So he just seems comfortable, doesn't he, really? Does Dennis?
He does, although that gap has crept down again to 3.2. Not by much. I mean, we're maybe talking, a few hundredths or a few thousandths here and there each lap, but it has crept down a little bit. But at the same time, you'll see this car directly behind is a back marker, so may have lost some time getting through the back marker as well. But Dennis Schoeniger for Unicorns of Love, definitely a fairly dominant performance right now. I guess, we're looking at that gap just yo-yoing ever so slightly, but it's always been over 3 seconds after just a few minutes into the race, and here we are at best part of an hour into the race. So there is going to be an element of tyre saving going on as well. Yeah,
exactly. And we did talk about the gap earlier on, how it had grown over the first 14 minutes, and then I did some quick maths and thought, well, it might multiply if you keep pulling that gap out. But it's obviously, he's managing that gap, isn't it? We haven't seen it drop down before between 3 seconds. He's got Grant Smith here, car number 99, hanging on, hoping that Schoeniger is going to pull him forward in the Porsche. There goes Schoeniger, there goes the Porsche of Grant Smith there as well. So I think Schoeniger is managing the gap. I think if he's got a spotter or a race engineer or his other drivers are all sitting there saying, look, you've got this gap, you know, we can extend a little bit. You know, we've gone from 3.2 to 3.6 now. So I think he's managing it. I don't think there's an issue. I don't think he's got any problems. I just think he's managing the gap there, to be fair.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. A 2:06 flat that time around, 0.4 faster than Malinowski, so just pulls the gap out a little bit further. I've had my wrist slapped, James.
Oh no! What have you done now?
I've had my wrist slapped by Histrali in YouTube chat. Apparently, I said that 21 received a penalty, and it was just a warning. So, if you can hear this, Histrali, that is the sound of my wrist getting slapped. So I shall endeavour to get that right in the future. As we switch back to some live action with the 919 car here, which is Oleg in the SMP Racing car. Beautiful to see the SMP liveries out here in the field, and it's got Whitehead very close behind there.
Yeah, I noticed that he called him by his first name as well. You didn't have a go at the surname this time, did you, Adam?
No, I didn't. You're right.
No.
I was leaving you hanging on that one. No, I didn't.
Delayed it there with the comms up front. I don't know, because he didn't have a go, did he? He kind of sat on the fence. He took the easy option. He got a little bit of splinters. As they say. Oleg, that's out your shed. That's what that is, there, mate. That's what you got going on. Whitehead is looking quicker though, visually, but at the same time, you know, we're only 55 minutes in. Whitehead doesn't have to do anything crazy. I think he's just going to have to sit back, pick his moves, Adam. I think that's going to be an important thing. Pick his moves and just make sure he can get past cleanly, because we have seen the penalties flowing tonight. And
we have, yeah. The it's fair to say that the stewards are not holding back in dishing out the penalties where they see fit. And you know, it's good to see that at actually such a high level, you know, the stewards are taking a really clear line on this and ensuring that we get some good, clean racing going forward. We are still looking at this battle between, as we get another penalty there, 5-second penalty for car number 7. That's the Koana Gaming team for leaving the track and gaining a lasting advantage. That was following a protest by another car. So, difficult times for them, but just a 5 seconds this time.
Yeah, we've got to raise up. The cars aren't going to survive times. Look at on the left-hand side, you can see the penalties. We don't want that being all red. You know, yeah, we saw the qualifying rounds and they were a little bit loose. Monza was we've seen was a kind of a little bit
crashy.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a nice word, but a little bit crashy. There was cars in the wrong place, and we're kind of starting to see that a little bit now, because there's been a lot of accidents and warnings and penalties, and as you say, the stewards are like my old headmaster. They're not taking any sort of undoings tonight. They're on it, and so I'd hate to see more drive-throughs and things handed out, but it's looking like it could end up going that way.
Well, we keep on this battle here. Oleg is being passed up the inside by Whitehead right now. It was a clean move done, and the 919 SMP car didn't actually fight that one too hard.
Yeah, it was a bit straightforward, but then is there any need to?
Yeah.
Is there a need to 5 out? Would you? If I was in an endurance and I was only an out 57 minutes in, I wouldn't make a big effort to fight.
No, it makes sense. It really does. And actually, you know, you fight these things too hard. And oh my God, what's happening in YouTube chat? It's just hashtag 977. They've brought the whole team. Look at this. It's nuts. Go for it, guys. Come on, keep going. Now start spamming it on the Twitch side of things as well. Great to see all the support out there for the 977. Do you still think this is one guy?
This is some amazing bot going on. I don't think so. Maybe not. You're dropping me in it there. Yeah, you know what I mean? You're like, yeah, there you go, James. Eat that one. I'm like, yeah, all right, thanks, mate. You know what I mean? You wait, Mr. Lollipop over there. I'll tell you.
It's cracking on in Twitch now as well. Well done, everyone. Although Willie Blackhammer's slipping in a hashtag justice for Johnny. No, Willie. It's all about the 977 right now. So yeah, fair play to all of you getting behind your driver. That is fantastic to see. And obviously, if there's fans of other teams and cars and drivers out there, then please also show your support for them as well. And if you go as crazy as that, we'll make sure that we call out that support as well. But 977 up to 9th with Bischoff at the moment. We are starting to see a couple of cars into the pits, though. So Murphy in the 66 and Zampedri in the 85 have taken to the pits. There was a question in Twitch chat a minute ago, which was about stint lengths. Yes, stint lengths are 65 minutes, and the maximum that any one of the 3 drivers can drive for is 130 minutes.
It is. Well done.
Did I remember it right that time?
You did. Well done. I'm proud of you.
Thanks.
That's all right. I'll put in for a pay rise for you. Okay. Maybe we'll get
one extra peanut.
Yeah, maybe. You never know. We might get free tickets to the expo.
Yeah, although, well, as long as we don't have to drive there, because the fuel would cost us about £8 million to get there.
Oh, no, the tickets come with flights and that, and hotels and all that.
Oh, well, there you go.
Paid for by ADAC. Did you not know?
I shall see you at the bar then, very shortly.
Absolutely. And they've also told us the tab's open as well, so we don't have to worry about that either.
Excellent. The guys at the Expo and SGP have just all fallen off their chairs. Meanwhile, we have pretty much exactly 5 hours to go. I almost said 5 minutes then. 5 hours to go. So we are an hour done. 5 hours left for this one. And Schoeniger has extended that lead out to 4.3 seconds.
Aktuelles Gebot hier, 31 Siege.
So we've done an hour's worth of racing here at CotA. I say here at CotA, I'm sat in my shed. I wish I was at CotA, that would be nice. But we've done an hour's worth of racing. We've seen some fantastic action that included a super clean Turn 1. Williams Racing lost a couple of spots very early on there, but the 14 car got away at the front and pulled away and did really, really well. James, what have you thought of the first hour of racing?
Incident-filled, penalty-driven racing. There you go.
Well, I mean, that was super succinct, and we see exactly what you're talking about. There was an incident there on the first lap. A couple of cars just getting spun round before the start of the back straight. CotA, one of those tracks where it sounds like I don't know the track because I'm not using any corner names. That's because it doesn't have any. It's a little strange like that. There are 20 corners, and they are named Turn 1, Turn 2, Turn 3, and so on. So the pack got through pretty safely, apart from that small bump towards the back of the field. And then there was more action a little further on. That was the 11 car getting spun around. That resulted in some penalties, and the 11 car then ending up a lap down and being in and amongst the leaders not so much longer after that. There was plenty of overtaking going on as well, as we see one of the Porsches and one of the many hundreds of Audis in this race getting side by side on the run onto the final straight. But there we go. So we are going to go back to the live racing now. The pit stops have started as well. So we are seeing a bunch of cars in this time around. Whitehead, Bischoff, Arnica, Vromont, Price and Hopper are coming out of the pits right about now. And this is where it gets really confusing for us commentators, because the names that we've just got used to over the last hour are all changing as they change drivers.
Unless they double stint.
Unless they double stint. You're absolutely right. And some of them will.
Yeah, it looks like Bischoff has. If I'm not mistaken, he's still in the car. And he's just come out of the pits. So car number 977 there, unless the information's not updated, and he hasn't, but I'm pretty sure Bishop has stayed where he is and is still in the car in 10th place. So that wasn't a bad thing. I think his highest position reached 7 before the pits because people got in front of him. He come out and he's in 10th. Not bad at all.
No, absolutely. We now see as well Mr. Honzik in number 66, a name that many of you are familiar with, but he has taken over the 66 car, currently 9th place. So, yeah, lead is down to 1.2 seconds as well, look. So, 14 from 149 has closed in very, very quickly. So, as Schoeniger has switched for Pfeffer, Pfeffer maybe just taking a little while to get up to pace.
Yeah, he's going to be fair, he's been sat there waiting, anticipating, you know, to get in the car. So, look, we know Pfeffer's quick anyway, and I think at the end of the day, Malinowski is doing a stellar job. He's on his 2nd stint now. So he knows the car, he knows where to put the car. He's been in the car for an hour and 7 now, so he's having a good, he's got an idea. So as we can see, car number 149 there is on a final warning for contact. So that is Yaz Heat. Final contact, warning for contact with car number 124, protested by 124 on lap 1.
No, so that is, so 149 is our 2nd place car of Yaz Heat, like you just said. And that is contact with the Williams Esports team, I think, 124, or at least it was a protest from 124. So that final warning could be important as this race continues. It's not a penalty at this stage, just a final warning. But gap is now 1.8 seconds. Interestingly, I don't think it was necessarily about pace. The outlaps were separated by around 3 seconds. So that's where the time all went, was in the outlap. So that could have actually been the pit stop itself taking a little longer. You wouldn't have thought that was for any kind of damage based on how clean their first stint was, but it could have been anything really that just delayed their stop a touch.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't take much. Catch traffic in the wrong time and it can slow you down, you know. But I'm trying to catch the battle behind at the moment because Malinowski just looks comfortable. But is that Blyer and the Olivier Rodriguez behind them? Yeah, look, they're all in the mix on like an absolute four-way battle there.
I think a lot of this is actually lap traffic. Yeah, because you've got the Wild Things car there is the blue and pink car. It's a lapped car. So Blair is the sort of teal and black car that we're looking at, number 10. We see a drive-through for Koroshavin popping up. We'll find out why in just a moment. Yeah, Blair, I think, just getting through some back markers there. But there's certainly a battle further back through the field as we see one of the white Audis up the inside of the Wild Things car into turn 1. And some good awareness from all cars as they get through turn 1 nice and safely.
Yeah. It just goes to show, no matter where you are on the grid and where you are in the race, you still want to have that battle. You still want to take their positions and, you know, give it a good old go. And I think that's what we like to see. We like to see a good old go attitude, a can-do attitude, despite if you're down in 39th or first place. I think that's the way to go.
Got to be done. Got to be done. You got to be in it to win it, and you've got to fight to. I don't know. I was trying to think of another cliche. But,
go on then. Go on, go for it. We'll give you a second. Have a think. Can you think?
In it to win it. Got to
fight for the right to be there.
Yeah, to finish first. First, you have to finish. Is that a good one as well?
Yeah, that's a bad one.
Yeah. So anyway, these guys all trying to find their way through.
Totally digress from the racing, what was happening on the screen in front of us at this moment in time there as well. So, hey, we have these moments, don't we?
Got to be done. Absolutely got to be done. We've got to keep ourselves sane as well as everyone else at home as well. And thank you to everyone for tuning in to this live broadcast. If you are just joining us, you are watching live 6 hours of CotA. It's round 1 of the Simracing.GP professional trophy. And all of these 44 teams are competing for a prize pool of €20,000. And all of this will culminate in a fantastic finale at the ADAC SimRacing Expo in Nuremberg at the end of the year.
Yeah, I'm just like to point out it's €10,000.
I'm sure I saw 20,000. Have I just doubled it?
You have. So you better. How big's your bank account?
Not that big, that's for sure.
Well, you got €10,000 to find, because as far as I'm aware, it was only €10,000.
You say only? Only? I'll take it.
Yeah, well, that's split between the teams. I'm not, you know, let's give them props here. I'm pretty sure I saw a message earlier on that said it is only €10,000. Yeah, I think you've doubled it. You did, I did. Thank you. I did, said producer in my ear there. So it's €10,000, but I would still be happy with that. That would cover our flights on the way out there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, only because you can't really get first class tickets to Germany. It's too short haul, so we can get cheap flights. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. I'll go out there for a few days.
You're right. It is 10,000. Where did I get 20 from?
I don't know. I tried to correct you earlier on by putting it in there after that it was only 10,000. I'm not quite sure. I did try and say that it was only 10,000, but you seem to.
Yeah, there's then the pro trophy at the ADAC show that he's worth an extra 10, I think. So maybe that's what I'm doing. Is I'm adding 10 plus 10 and making it 20. Maybe that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find excuses for myself.
Well,
Give me something here.
No, all I'm going to say to you is you're in the shed, mate. Grab that shovel. I tell you what, because if we get any further down, you might as well be in Australia. You're thinking your hole that big, I'll tell you.
Willie Blackhammer in Twitch chat says, just round it up to a cool million, it's fine.
Well, there you go. Listen, you keep rounding it up to figures, Adam. It will all be coming out of your bank account, I'll tell you that much.
Well, they can try. They can try all they want. Yeah, there we go. I don't know where I got 20 from, because I just looked at the website because I thought I got it from there. But no, listen, anyway, nobody needs to listen to my mental breakdown live on air. Well, not again, anyway. So we'll get back to the racing. Pfeffer continues to lead from Malinowski. Gap has increased back out to 3.5. So I think everything has settled down a little bit out front. We've got a different Igor this time. We're looking at Igor Murdasov in the SMP car. That's the 919, who currently has Fiala and Hosseini directly behind them. Once again, if I am completely butchering any name, then feel free to let us know, and I'll happily adjust the way that I'm pronouncing them. But these guys putting on a bit of a show for us here. 3 Audis back to back to back as they come up through that first sector of the lap.
Yeah, absolutely flying. There's a lot of love for 977. It's just had another rush of messages in YouTube currently, so which is another group of 977s can come through. And there's also a nice little message in Twitch chat for you.
Yeah, don't read that one.
I'm not going to read that one, but I'm guessing it may have been for you.
Yeah, I think it's the same as you can't take money out of an empty bank account is what they were effectively trying to say.
Yes.
Yeah, that, ladies and gentlemen, is what you call Irish humour. And actually, knowing Willie at 5:30 on a Saturday, goodness knows how many beers he is into to a session. So yeah, that's a classic Willie comment, and he says, "I'm Irish, leave me alone." There you go.
Oh mate, you carry on. I wasn't going to read it. I was leaving that one up to Adam if he was going to read that one out.
Oh, there's no way. There is no way. I want to come back and do more of these. No, I shall leave Willie's comments to Willie and Willie alone, really. Anyway, back out on track. Igor Murdasov is holding that 6th place at the moment. Fiala and Hosseini directly behind. That is a nice little trio that's building into a good battle. Murdasov just getting away a little bit on that last lap from the pair of them. A couple of tenths faster than Fiala, but then runs deep in turn 1, and Fiala right back with them as they now swing right and into the S's at the start of this lap. There's no route through until they get down towards the start of the straight, but that going deep at turn 1 will certainly set things up quite nicely.
Absolutely. Fiala is close right up the back of him at the moment. You see him kinking left, then they're going to go right. He's still got to try and stay as close as he possibly can, though, through this tricky section, because we know it's quite difficult. We know the breaking point coming up is not an easy one. So he's got to try and stay as close as he can currently at the moment. But he seems to... Oh, is he going to... He's got to close. Now, is he going to get the run down the straightaway? That's going to be the interesting thing, I think, at the end of the day for these guys, is whether or not that's going to happen.
And how very American of you to call it a straightaway. But it certainly is, because we are in Texas at CotA. It's lovely to see an ACC race live at CotA. They get very, very close into the braking zone, but Fiala not quite close enough. Just maybe trying to put Murdasov off a little bit. But it's always tricky when you come in to start a stint and the cars around you are double stinting, because they're just a little bit more in the rhythm and in the flow. But Murdasov doing a great job at holding on to that 6th place so far. Yeah,
absolutely stunning from him there. It's the comfortability of being in the car consistently. One of the things, I had a little thought earlier on when we were talking about Audis, and I wonder, do you think all of these teams went out in every single car and tested which one was quickest?
They would have had a narrow pool of options, I think, right from the start. But yeah, they would have then tested some back-to-back And it's interesting that so many of them then picked the Audi. There was somebody in chat earlier who was mentioning about some of these teams are restricted to one car, maybe by a sponsor, a backer, a team that they drive for. So some of them haven't got as much free choice on the car. But it's interesting that those that did have the free choice have pretty much all gone Audi.
Yeah, I wonder if somebody like the Williams Esports guys had gone for a Porsche, whether or not everybody else would have gone for a Porsche. Do you know what I mean? Like, Bischoff, we can sit back and safely say that Bischoff has done a stellar job. He's in 10th place, the only Porsche in the field, the only Porsche in the top 20. It's good to see other options for them, and they've obviously taken. Oh, that was a. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm hoping we're going to switch back to Murdasov because, he ran very wide.
Right.
And now you've got Fiala in the slipstream down the straight. They're weaving side to side to try and break the toe, but now sticking to their braking point. Fiala up the inside. That's a proper send, but it's nicely done. But Murdasov will stay up the inside as they now go to the right-hander and gets back through. But Fiala right with them now switches back to the other inside, which now becomes the outside. So Murdasov just holding that inside line beautifully. Fiala now under pressure from Hosseini instead. So these three making a real fist of it at this moment in time, but some great them.
Yeah, absolutely amazing driver. How they didn't come to contact then, only knows on that one. Absolutely stunning. You see the 9-1 Kyle there, 919 get a big wiggle on. And unfortunately, that allowed them to close right up together. They're trying to break the toe going down the straight. You can see them on the bottom right of your corner. They're still going for it now as we watch the Heisingveld replay of this guy's battle as they're coming round two. I see on the pulls out on the right. Looks coming up the inside. They're still battling down into turn one. Oh, if we go back live, they're still trying to go too wide through the S's.
And they're still side by side. I think Hosseini has got past. Yes. No. Fiala has held that one. So great battling between the pair of them. But all of this has allowed Murdasov to just head on up the road.
Yeah, he's just opened up a little bit of a gap. And that was what we were talking about earlier on. You battle, you lose time. And it's great being in a battle. We all love it. And it's great for the viewers at home. And but it's always great for your blood pressure in the car. And as we can see, Murdasov there has just kind of opened up a little bit of a gap now. So it'd be interesting to see if these guys can settle down for a couple of laps. And as we can see in the background, there's our very lonely Porsche just in the top 10 of Bischoff. So he's going to be getting himself involved in the mix as well. We could end up with Bischoff, Honzik, Hosseini and Fiala all having their own little 4 or 5 way soon because it's, they're fighting out in front.
Yeah, I was just about to point out the fact that the number 66 Veloce car of Jardier is closing in on that group in front. So as they have fought, Jardier is closing up and he's looking to turn that into a 4-way. And then, as you said, Bischoff is trying to follow up as well and turn it into an even bigger battle. So this sort of high midfield battle really turning into one to watch at this moment in time. Meanwhile, out front, gap is 3.7 now.
Yeah, Pfeffer's just he's picked up, isn't he? Where Schoeniger dropped off really because the gap's back out to 3.7 seconds. It was roughly that when they went into the pits. So whether or not Malinowski now is struggling with a little bit of tiredness, he's in his second stint, he's just struggling himself mentally, and he's got to try and keep it within that 3-second gap. I think if it starts going out longer, we might see Pfeffer just kind of open up to 4 seconds, 4.5, 5 seconds, and then he's just kind of got to be able to run away with it after that. I think, Adam, at the end of the day, they've got to try and keep up with him as best they can. Do you think double stinting your drivers is always a good idea? Because I always do wonder whether or not putting your driver in twice, one after the other, is a good idea. But
yeah, you gain by not losing the rhythm as much through the pit stop phase, but you lose out through the tiredness and the general fatigue of driving lap after lap, and the potential loss of concentration. And yeah, I don't know, maybe it's just because I can barely manage a 25-minute race without being too tired, let alone double stinting 2 65-minute stints. But yeah, anyway, let's switch back to this battle here as Fiala is fighting hard there, but we've got some back markers in and amongst the action there as well. My feed is just broken up for a moment. There we go, it's back now, so I can bring you the action live. But Fiala just trying to stay with Murdasov through that pack, as is Hosseini, and then Jardier just trying to follow them all through as well. But that is Fiala and Hosseini side by side, and Hosseini goes to the outside, but this is now going to be Fiala to the inside into the final corner. And look at that Veloce car of Jardier right behind them. So this is now a fully fledged three-way as we come across the stripe.
You're not going to have a freeway for very long, because Bischoff is closing out the back there. He's trying to get himself involved as well, getting towed along from the back mark. You see Fiala make that move. He's gone in deep. He's going to lose. Oh, Veloce's gone round on the left-hand side. Did he hold it? There was a big old slide.
Yes, he did.
He held it. Bischoff's in the mix as well as they go sweeping through the S's, taking these two wide. They've got to be a respectful amount of room. Here is Bischoff in the Porsche of the top 10, absolutely closed the gap, and we've now got a four-way that we can put a blanket over the top of, because there is not much gap between any of them now, and this is absolutely incredible considering we're only a minute, 1 hour, and stop it, Adam, stop it! I can hear you chuckling in my ear. 1 hour and 35 in, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and Bischoff really looking to find a way past Jardier. And then directly behind, you've got Rezaire in, I think that's another one of the GTWR cars directly behind. I'm getting all my letters the wrong way round, but you can see the pace of the Audi in a straight line compared to the Porsche. And look at it, just breeze past Bischoff there. But Bischoff will now be quicker through this next section, through the twisty-turny section, and will certainly not hang back in trying to make a move back past Rezaire. But the pace of that Porsche up the straight was staggering as Rezaire now defends from Bischoff. Bischoff up the inside into the sharp left-hander, though. They're now going to go triple right-hander, and he's got the move done.
Yeah, Bischoff is through that Porsche, no matter what that speed is. I tell you what, if he's carrying more ring on the straight, that would explain why the Audi breezed past him. But I tell you what, he has got that Porsche like it is on rails, going around that middle section of the circuit, because he done an absolute stellar job there to get back past. An unbelievable job as they come on to the start-finish straight before they go into turn one. Blue flags are waving for somebody. They're further up the field. They're not going to affect Bischoff at this moment in time. So Bischoff here, he looks like he's gone majorly defensive early.
Well, and he's had to because of the straight line pace of that Audi. The Audi hanging it round the outside, but has to tuck back in behind through the S's section that's coming up next. I don't think it's a setup difference that you're seeing here, James. This is the difference between these two cars. The Porsche very, very strong through the twisty-turny sections, but that Audi is super quick in a straight line, but also the launch out of the corners from the Audi is just absolutely staggering. So that's where the Audi's going to gain time back. But Bischoff has done a good job just to gap him enough that he's not going to just breeze past down the straight this time around. Yeah. Or will he?
No, he's going to have a fight on his hand. He's going to need to tuck straight back at the, as close as he possibly can to try and get it as they're heading down the straight now. I think Bischoff's going to hold this. He has got to send that from so far back. That would be so dangerous to send it now as it's coming down the straightaway down to 12. The left-hander, I don't think he's going to. No. He's too far back, mate. He can't even take that chance with that. If he was a little bit closer, I'd understand. But I think Bischoff's probably sitting there thinking, please don't fight with us, because we were up there earlier with Fiala, with Honsick, with Husseini, and now they're fighting. They've dropped back a little bit, and it's not on the ideal scenario that they're going to be wanting to do that.
No, 100% agree with you, but Bischoff has done a great job. It has dropped them back off the pack in front of them. We saw Jardier getting very, very sideways at turn 1. I still don't know how he stopped that Veloce car from spinning all the way round at turn 1, but a great save nonetheless. Hosseini still only just ahead of Fiala. Honzik has fallen back a couple of seconds from those two, actually. Bischoff then 1.4 further back. We now see here, this is the battle between Hosseini in the 21 and Fiala in the 38. So these two still going at it, hammer and tong. I use that phrase on streams all the time, two drivers going at it, hammer and tong. Nobody's ever been able to explain to me what hammer and tong means. Can you?
Sorry? I didn't hear what you said.
Good. Good.
Oh, I know I did. The problem is I don't know the answer, so I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say, yeah, it just means hitting the hammer with the tongue, or the tongue with the hammer.
Somebody said it was some kind of blacksmithing reference, which is fine, but I don't think that explains a racing battle. But these two are going at it hammer and tongue, because they were super close under braking into the corner before the straight. There's battles going off left, right and centre, because I think in the background we might have seen no, it's Bischoff getting past the back marker, sorry, but yeah, Fiala still looking for a way back past Hosseini, so this one's going to rumble on for some time, I think.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think this is just one of the battles that's going to go down to the next group of pit stops. I think we've got the bank of 2 there, then we've got another 2. Then we've got Bishop. He's trying to catch back up after being involved in that little battle we had earlier. But it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out over the next pit stops. 4.5 hours remaining. These guys have locked in it 2 by 2. There's 1, 2. There's the next 2. It's like Noah's Ark, isn't it? When the animals go in 2 by 2. We've got Audis going in 2 by 2 instead, and the lonely Porsche. So there you go. He's obviously a night animal.
Indeed. Alaric Enslin in YouTube chat says hammer and tong is just a blacksmith reference. Yes, thank you. Basically just to describe a lot of energy. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Alaric. Answered. I didn't need you after all, James.
Yeah, you didn't mean it.
So we've got some action going on here. So this is Bischoff with a back marker. Sorry, that is a back marker, but just I heard something in my ear go ooh ooh ooh, and it assumed it was going to be a battle, but it wasn't.
Right.
But there we go. So Bischoff apparently getting past the back marker quite robustly, shall we say?
Yeah, should we say the blue flags were definitely out. Now, I'd like to point out as well, producer David has typed in our chat. But doesn't it mean knocking against each other with incredible force, like a blacksmith with molten metal, tongs to hold the metal and the hammer to hit it out? Now, I don't know about you, right, but that seems a bit more philosophical. I had to sound that out in my head. Than what we've had. Do you not reckon, Adam?
Yeah.
Please don't leave me hanging like you just did a minute ago. But do you not think that sounds a bit more philosophical?
It does, yeah. I'm not sure it explained that. Still trying to work out whether it was a back marker. Yes, it was. It was a back marker again. It's blooming back markers. Why can't they turn back marker cars completely blue so that we know that they're not part of the battle? But yes, David with all of the answers there. But I think Alaric, the bit I was looking for was describes a lot of energy, and that is the bit that I think I was missing. So I'm grateful to both of them, and now with more gusto, I can use the phrase hammer and tongue.
Good. I'm glad you know. So it's a, we give the enthusiasm. So we hammer and tongue. We point the energy.
Which one of us is hammer? Which one's tongue?
Well.
I'm not sure if you heard that, James, but in my ear, David just said, "I think you're both tongs."
Oh, okay. Is that good?
I don't think so. No.
No, I don't
Anyways, back to the action on track in front of us, because we're seeing a couple of cars go very, very closely through the triple right-hander there. We're looking at Pertile and Gross coming towards the end of that lap, and they are now side by side. I'm hesitating there, so Gross gets past a back marker. Yeah,
that is
you said that, didn't you?
Yeah, I said it is a back marker, and it's making me think it's still down with Grant Smith. It is Grant Smith, isn't it? So this is actually for a position, isn't it? Grant Smith. Yeah, this is the P20 and P21, Adam. Well, come back into the booth, young sir. What are you up to? Getting a bit lost.
I was just shocked by how far back Gross sent it from at that moment in time.
Well,
It was a good try, and he managed to keep it on track within the white lines. And I know some people will say, "Well, that's fine then," but that was, I mean, he sent that from Brazil.
well, look, as I've heard previously said by a commentator as well, he licked a stamp, stuck it in the corner, and hoped for the best, didn't he? That it would get to where it needed to get to. But Gross is making, look, we love a trier, didn't we? We talked earlier on, we said we want people to give it gusto and give it some energy and really go for it no matter what position you're in. And Gross did it that way. We've had a request in YouTube. Is it possible, possibly, you showed the 47 car for a few seconds? So the 47 car would be Yeet.
And there we go. There's the Yeet Esports car. That was literally a couple of seconds. David UT's. Here he goes back.
Yeah, I didn't even see it. I've turned my head sideways so I could get a drink, and I didn't even see it. There you go. There is the Yeet Esports. I got to admit, that is a proper sexy livery if I've ever seen one. If somebody's gone out of their way to put that onto that car, that's a maximum effort.
Yeah, that is a lot of effort's gone into that livery, and they've done it very nicely. The Yeet Esports car. So that is car 47, which is one of our pro teams. It's Marcel Thalman, Max Frank, and Michel Berendt. They are your three drivers in this one. We've now got a request for the 33 car, which is currently being driven by Simeon as well. So the 33 car is one of our qualifiers. That's the West Competition racing car. And there it is. Dragos Simeon in the car right now. Victor Nikolai and Sebastian Apostle are the two teammates. So great to see some other cars getting some love in the chat. Not that we don't like the hashtag 977, but great to see some other love out there as well.
Absolutely. Why not? Show love to all of them. Anybody that gets on a track and drives for 6 hours needs love. Let's be real. Because it's not something me and you could do. Because that's why we sit in the booth, right? You said earlier you get tired after 25. Give me a 45-minute stint and that's it. I'm asleep with my slippers on in the corner. I don't know about, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, I did an hour race around Donington last night, where the track temps had been set at like the mid to high 40s, and with no pit stops. That was hard work. It was really hard work.
Absolutely, mate. You know what I mean? Where you're sweating overall, where it's been hot and everything else. The last thing you want to be doing is driving for a long period of time. How these guys are doing it today, I don't know. Sweating out just thinking about it.
Yeah, exactly. We're watching Valentin Barrier, by the way, in the Virtual Drivers by TX3 car. Right behind them is Arnica in the 911 car. So another pair of Audis there. But also you've got Klinkmuller and just Klinkmuller Muller closing up on these two as well. Caracas is a little bit further down the road, so there is another back marker in there. I think, in fact, that's probably the 11 car in and amongst that as well. But Barrier just holding on against Arnica at this moment in time as they come up through the S's, and we'll just be looking to keep Arnica directly behind them for some period of time.
Yeah, we go back to that conversation of how long would you fight him for before you kind of thought, go past me. I don't know. I think the thing is, if you're in an endurance race, are you a fighter, Adam? Would you be in there fighting for every tooth and nail if you've got 4.5 hours remaining?
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Well, that's not true. You know
although I do like a good defend in a race, yeah, in an endurance, I've been taught by many that you let the battles go. You just focus on a rhythm and your own pace, and just keep going, and see where it all shakes out in the end. But sometimes you've got to defend it a little bit, because if it's somebody that you are in a direct fight with, and look, you know, these three cars are battling for the final 3 points paying positions as well. So, you know, it's a case of where do you draw that line between letting it go or battling?
Well, the thing is, I'd like to go back to something you said earlier. You said you're a lover, not a fighter. Well, that can't be true. Partly because you've got to fight for the one you love. But technically, you're both. You know, that's my philosophy. I'd like to point that out to you now. But I would personally let him go. Let him go. Because if he's faster, let him pull you along. And do the job that way. What do we reckon, chat? Are you a lover or are you a fighter? Obviously, there's... I think they're German going on in Twitch chat at the moment, which is great that you've joined us, but we can't read any of that. I don't know.
No, if you're having a conversation between the pair of you, then
Yep.
then that's great.
Yeah, that's great.
Still, it's better than the bot that's managed to squeeze into YouTube right now. So you know, yeah, if you're wanting us to read anything out on chat, we are British, which means that we speak what language? English and English only, because that's what us Brits are like. We don't learn anything at all, although our Scottish producer is somewhat disagreeing with that.
Well. Did they actually say they speak Scottish then?
Let's probably not go there, because we'll end up in some kind of Indy Ref 2 debate that we don't want to be in.
Can you imagine? I wonder, this whole debate could go ranging on for ages, couldn't it? You know what I mean?
It could. And not trying to just completely end this conversation, but did you see how squirrely Valentin Barrier got through the right-hander there? So I'm just thinking, 4 hours 20 left. It was about this time in the first hour that tyres really started to go off. So be interesting to see some more squirrely moments from cars out there in the next 20 minutes before we get to the next pit stops.
Yeah, the thing we don't want to see is them squirrely moments ending up in silly little incidents. I was going to say something, but you know when you sit back and you think you're going to tempt fate, Mr. Commentator, as soon as you say it.
Are you going to say the thing that I was about to say, but then backed out of it as well?
Well, it depends if you were going to say we haven't seen many stewards' penalties for the last 45 minutes.
No, I wasn't going to say that.
Oh, okay. Well, then.
But on a similar vein, do you remember before this race started, I said it was going to be decided by how many drive-through penalties the teams would get? Oh dear, there's one. You've sniped it. Well done. But I said it was going to be down to track limits drive-throughs.
Yeah.
And so far we haven't seen one. But 977 have just got a final warning for contact with another car. We have seen a drive-through pop up, so we'll see the messaging reason for which it is given in just a moment. And come save me, because I can't even construct a sentence anymore.
What are you doing? Right. Right. We've got a car 27. We need to give Adam a break. He needs to get his denture cream back out, and his teeth are falling out, bless him. So car 27 got a penalty there as well. That was a final warning for contact. So car 27 are going to have to be pretty careful. You see Barrier here, he's looking at making the move. Is that I'm going to say making a move, but I've got a funny feeling that is a back marker as well.
It was indeed.
Yeah, it was indeed. Oh, you're back.
Yes.
You're all stuck.
I'll tell you who else is back. The bots are back as well. I feel really sorry for whoever's adminning the chat in YouTube right now, because it's the same bot that just keeps coming back and back and back. So
that's so
they'll get it.
annoying.
They will get it dealt with, I'm sure.
I'm
but
sure there'll be somebody jumping all over that for us.
yeah, so I think, given that we haven't got a race control message about the drive-through for number 5, I'm pretty certain that that is going to be our first drive-through for track limits, because there was no pitting around that time as well, so it's not a speeding in the pit lane penalty. So my guess is that that is a drive-through for track limits. So speak and I shall be served with a drive-through for track limits.
Well, there you go. I'm doing my bit in YouTube chat currently. I'm not quite sure whether or not I'm actually going to do anything constructive, but I'm going to just do the whole, like, come on guys, let's report them, because that's generally what would happen. I don't want to find love, thank you. Now leave, says Raji.
Do you know what it is? I know why they've come in with all of their messages about finding love. It's because you asked chat to say whether they were a lover or a fighter.
Can we stop blaming us poor commentators? Don't you feel we have enough curses on us already? we got a commentator's curse that we have nothing to do with at all with a car, and yet the car spins or it breaks or something, and they blame us. But, you know,
we get blamed for everything, but that's fine. I'm just in the process of asking our dear race directors whether number 5 was for track limits. Which I'm pretty sure it was, but I just really want to see whether I managed to snipe somebody into a track limits penalty just by mentioning it. I Am Me said, I found love in a hopeless place.
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
It's a little sad, isn't it?
Really?
But at least they found it. Yes, so number 5 was for track limits because it didn't come from race control. So I'm really sorry to car number 5 because that's my fault.
Oh, okay. Well, send all DMs to Adam in the Discord or on Twitch chat, please. For once, I am free to not get involved with that. There you go.
Yes, I'm just looking. Very good.
You seem very distracted. Are you okay?
I was just looking at the message from UOL Salty then, because I was just checking that it was okay to read out before I did. But I now get it. So UOL Salty said, I found love in unicorns. And of course, they are part of the UOL Unicorns of Love team, who at this moment in time continue to lead the race. Fefa is 5.5 clear out front and still holds the fastest lap of the race as well. So the pace of that number 14 car out front has been absolutely superb. But we switch back to the battle between Pertile and Gross.
Now, these guys are still having a battle with car number 85. Is Patil. He's battling with Gross here in the other Audi. No, I don't know why I'm saying other Audi because it makes it seem like there's hardly any other. Do you get what I mean? I was going to say the other Audi, but then I said
all 39 of them. Yes.
Yeah, that's no point saying it with the other Audi. But look, at the end of the day, it is what it is. And Gross is still putting in the shift in 19th place all over the back of Patil at the moment. And the battle seems to be getting closer up front with Bischoff as well. The 10th, 9th and 8th battle with Fiala. You see it on the right-hand side of your screen. You see Patil going to be under attack very shortly. Gross pulls it out on the right-hand side. Does he send it out the inside? Gross trying to take the tighter line. Opens up his steering wheel. Patil is off the track. And it should be... No, Patil's come back.
Oh, I wonder what the stewards will think of that Whether they maintained the position by running off track or whether they were forced off track, I don't know. But the position remains unchanged then because Gross was up the inside at the end of the straight, but then side by side for the next section, and Patil managed to hang on to that one. Meanwhile, there are drivers chatting away in Twitch chat and suggesting that they need to send race director a bribe. Listen, all bribes start with commentators first. You should know that by now.
Do they?
Yeah, checks, please. Lots of them.
Yeah, where do I put my bank account?
Yeah, I wouldn't put your bank details.
Oh,
not with all these bots around.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. But if anybody wants to PayPal me any form of bribe, just hit me up at the DMs. I'm sure Adam PayPal's open as well.
Very much so. Very much so. Pertil or Pertil. So what do we reckon? Pertil, Pertil.
Patil.
85, David, is still holding this position against Gross. Or
do you know what? It might actually be Patillier, partly because his teammates are Matteo Petrocini and Mattia Sampedri. So it could actually be
Pertile.
Could be,
and it's probably also David as well, rather than David.
It could be David Patillier.
We have, forget your PayPal details. Titus in chat, straight on it. The commentators get some good German beer. Deal? Deal, sir. Very much deal. Yes, I shall send you my address later on.
No, that's not what he's talking about. That's not what he's talking about. That's talking about when we were on the plane over to the Expo.
Of course, yes, of course.
But with the tickets that we're getting sent free, and the hotel accommodation, and the open bar, and the free food, and the free limousine to the airport, that's going to drop us off and pick us up the other side.
Do you know what? I'd take a horse and cart to the airport. It's fine. It's not a big issue.
Hey, where I am, I'm not taking a horse and cart. It'll take me like 4 days to get up there.
Although actually the last place I want to be right now is anywhere near an airport.
Or near the back end of a horse, to be honest with you.
Yeah, there is that as well. How on earth we got onto not wanting to be at the back end of a horse, I don't know. But what we are at the back end of right now is Fiala, because Jardier here in the Veloce 66 car is getting closer and closer to Fiala. Just 4 tenths between the two of them.
Yes, they are very close indeed. The thing is with the Veloce car, it's kind of on a bit of a recovery, innit? It got caught up in some earlier stuff, and it got caught up in an incident that dropped it down the field. But you're finding they're not made as great a strides as what I was kind of expecting them to, as they battle away here with Fiala. I don't know. I thought the recovery drive would have been a lot more have gusto.
Well, that's one of the further problems with the cars being so close in pace. It becomes a lot harder to fix a delay that you've had as we switch to the battle between Barrier and Arnica. There is a couple of questions in chat as well. What kind of times are these guys running in race pace? And he bumped it as well, so we must have missed that one before. Sorry, I am me. And you are indeed. Well done, you. But lap times for the leaders are 2:05.6, 2:05.7s at the moment. At the fastest point, they were in the high 2:04s. So that's around the race pace of the front. Generally sort of midfield pace is mid to high 2:06s at this moment in time. The other question was, are they running Audi Evo or Evo 2? Do you know what? I haven't looked in any great detail at the rear wing, which is how you can tell the difference between the two. But my belief is that every single one of them is running the Evo 2. It would be significantly quicker than the Evo 1. So, yes, it's going to be the Evo 2 that's being run.
There you go. Hope that clears everything up for you. If you do have any more questions, guys, just type them in chat, and we will find out. Dennis, they're clearly not happy in YouTube chat about something. We won't go into that one.
It's the Audi thing. The Audi thing. Yes, yes, indeed.
Do you know?
By the way, when you guys were asking about lap times, the admin from ADAC SimRacing Expo in YouTube chat as well also threw up there the link to the pitwall.live timing. That will bring you live timing. So it gives you sector timings, lap times, gaps for each of the drivers, how many laps they've done, everything like that. It also gives you a rundown of incidents and things like that as they pop up, and timestamps against those, and whether it's a green flag or a yellow flag track, things like that. So if you want to keep an eye on the timings themselves, then feel free to open that link and you can see it all live.
There you go. And it gives it a good amount of information as well, guys. So make sure you have a look and you can see it all for yourself. We've got Arnica here chasing down Barrier for currently 13th and 12th and 13th position. Just over 4 hours remaining. Believe it or not, it's been 4 hours already. That's literally 4 hours already. Sorry, 2 hours.
Two.
Yeah, right. 2 hours already. Absolutely.
That's my kind of maths, that is.
Yeah. And I work in a school, mate. Yeah. Poor kids. But anyway, I haven't got my tens frame or anything like that to count it out. So we've got 2 hours, just over 2 hours remaining already, and there's been some absolutely incredible action so far. As we can see, Rosario in the pit in 15th place. So we're coming into that area of the second pit stop of this race, guys. So stay tuned, sit back, grab some pit popcorn, get a drink, fill it up, and enjoy the racing here.
Indeed. Arnica just having a little look there into, and I must refer back, that's turn 11. I still haven't quite counted all the turns yet. I still have to look at my little track map. But that was turn 11 that they came into. I so much prefer a track with corner names, because it's much easier to learn because they don't involve any numbers. But Arnica really looking to and gets alongside as they come into the twiddly bit, as I like to call it. But Barrier doing a good job of defending that one. It's now into the really tricky off-centre braking zone of the left-hander, but doing a fairly solid job there at keeping that position, and Arnica will have to try again next time around.
Yeah, he did manage to make it through that time, but he's going to have a good old go. And as they come around turn 20, going to be near the end of the lap before they go on to the start-finish straight.
Oh, up the inside!
Yeah,
up the inside!
Barrier didn't do much defending then. I do wonder if he let him through a little bit.
No, I think Barrier had run out wide onto the sausage curbs, and I wonder, because look, he's attacking again to try and retake that position. I think that gives us an indication of something very, very interesting there. That I think Barrier is probably sat on 3 track cut warnings and had to lift the throttle to avoid picking up another warning, which would have then given them a drive-through penalty. That big lift when they were wide of the track just tells me that they were being super careful there. So I don't know if there's any of the 72 Cars team in chat to confirm whether for once in my life I'm right about something or not. But that's what it looked like and felt like to me.
Okay. Or Barrier may have been taking the nice sensible action and allowing him through in front. What do we think?
Well, let's see. Let's see. We have got another drive-through has been picked up. So I'm assuming that one may be for track limits as well. So yeah, we've got a drive-through for 71. So we're now up to 2 track limits drive-throughs there. That's for Stubenrauch. How did I do on that one? Was that okay?
I think so. Stupid Roush.
Oh, yeah, it could be a Roush. You're right, yeah. I don't know. Car 71, anyway.
Oh, well, there you go. Do you know what, though? I think, to be fair, we do pretty well, right, with names. Considering we haven't seen these drivers before. I definitely have not seen these drivers before. So I think we do a pretty good job trying to get them right. Don't you think? I'm going to blow our own trumpet now, because, or I could just get the one out that's over my shoulder and play that. But anyway, yeah, I think we do a pretty fine job trying to get the best of names. As we can see, the bots are back in YouTube, so if we can get an admin jumping all over them, that would be ideal.
Klinkmuller is in the pits. I don't know why I got so excited about that, but Klinkmuller is in the pits for the pit stop. There we go. And it is Unicorns of Love. I think that's Unicorns of Love number 2 car, if I remember rightly, is in the pits there. 14 is the main Unicorns of Love car, which continues to lead this race. We are coming up to the 2-hour mark, which means that we have got just over 4 hours to go. We've now got Lito with a drive-through as well. I think that's the second time that Car 5 has picked up a drive-through. So, yeah, that's not working out so well. But Klinkmuller will now be leaving the pits, having dropped down a few places as a result.
Yeah. It looks like he's double stinting, doesn't he? Yeah, Klinkmuller. He's back. It looks like he's back in the car. The name hasn't changed as of yet. I don't know. I don't think the time on the left-hand side is updated, but it hasn't changed as of yet. So as we see the battle for 20th place here with Stuben Roush in 20th, and I believe that's Stapleford behind them in the BMW. It is. Oh!
Wow!
Whoa! Barrier there. That was a mass send.
Yeah, and Stapleford has got back up the inside with the old switcheroo on the exit. They go side by side down the straight, but look, the BMW has to tuck back in because it hasn't got the straight line speed of the Audi. But Stapleford might just go with a retaliatory send at the end of the straight. No, thinks better of it. And Favre continues on then to try and chase down Stuben Rouch in 20th. So these three working hard against each other at this moment in time, and doing a great job with it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. How they didn't unfortunately make contact there. It was just lucky the fact that they managed to get all through cleanly, which is great. But these are going to have this absolute epic three-way battle going on down in 22nd position. This is 22nd, 21st. Oh, Stuben Roush goes into the pits. So that releases Stapleford, who's going to go up a position there as well. And Stuben Roush drops down. So nice, straightforward. You'll have a good mood when they go into the pits for you and you pick up a freebie.
Indeed. Although you then start to think, well, if you've got some free space, you are going to have to put pedal to the metal. And try and ensure that Stuben Roush does not get the undercut through the pits. When you've got three of you so close together, that is easily done.
Absolutely. Do you know what the thing is? People don't understand driving side by side always sometimes, because they sit back and think you jump in the car, you drive around the track, nice and straightforward, not a problem. But it's not like that, because you've got other cars that are wanted in that position. And driving side by side cleanly is probably harder to try than driving around the track completely on your own. Yeah, you get the odd missed concentration levels, but I think at the end of the day, not many people can drive around the track all day on their own, but not many people can drive in traffic. And that's the difference between good drivers and great drivers.
It certainly is. I tell you what, when you do drive in traffic on the road, one of the things that can help keep you concentrated is listening to some great adverts. So why don't we do the same? Let's take a quick ad break. We'll be back soon.
Aktuelles Los hier 31,7.
Well, we've done 2 hours. That means we've got 4 of them left. And hour 2 was certainly action-packed. Moves plenty into turn 1. You saw the SMP car getting very squirrely out onto the straight, and then moves were made. There was some real side-by-side action through that last hour, as well as the first pit stops began to shake out and everyone started to settle in. Some drivers were a change of driver for their teams. Others took their second stint, and we won't see them again because at the moment, plenty of cars diving into the pits because the stint timers are 65 minutes. And each driver can only do 130 minutes total, so that's 2 stints. So what that means is that anyone who has double stinted, we will not be seeing again. But not everyone has taken to the pits quite yet. But there is plenty of time left in this race. The biggest place that we saw moves being made was into the corner at the end of the straight. We saw a couple of times the pace of the Audi in a straight line compared to the Porsche, but that Porsche there was super through the corners and managed to get the move done into the tricky left-hander before the triple right-hander here at the Circuit of Americas. Right towards the end of that hour as well, we saw Barrier just get out wide and lose the place to Arnica. And the debate rages on as to whether that was because of track limits or whether that was him letting him through or not. We have got some other cars, not just Audis, in this field. We've got BMWs, well, 1, and we've got 3 or 4 Porsches as well. But it is an Audi fest tonight. And as we move into the final 4 hours of this race, we will see plenty more action, that's for sure. So, back with the live action now. 3 hours 53 to go, and Pfeffer continues to lead. It is now Smith up to second as we start to see some of the other cars take their stops and take their driver swaps. The car 149 is now manned by George Boothby. So we will see some different names on that timing tower on the left. And what about you, James? What did you take from that second hour?
It was a lot more, well, we didn't want to tempt fate, did we? But the races seemed to be a lot more cleaner. You know, with the first hour, we got a lot of penalties going on, as we see Pfeffer and Smith come up as they're in the pits there. So we saw a lot more racing, clean racing going on. So I think that initial, let's get as far up as the grid as we can in the first hour kind of went out the window for hour 2. We saw good, clean battles, which was always important as well. As we can see, look, the only Porsche, well, not the only Porsche in the top 10 now, because Vermont is in 9th place there for car number 100. So they've done a stellar job. For ADAC Competizione is up into 9th place. So I think if we can keep the same standards of driving for a race for hour 3, I think we should be good. I think we're going to have some nice, good, clean racing.
I totally agree. As our race leader comes out of the pits then, car 14 has done a good stint there, done 60 laps already in this race. So plenty more to come, and it is Schoeniger back in the car then, taking over from Pfeffer. So those two taking the first 3 stints between them. as you start to see the sun just beginning to get a bit lower in the sky now. So some of those drivers will be starting to get the sun in their eyes through certain parts of this track. As we head into the evening in game time, you'll see it's 7:21 p.m. And I only refer to that as in game time because here in the UK it's 6:21. But there you go.
Too far off game time then?
No, but of course, considering this is being held in German time zone, it's bang on the right time.
Oh, well, there you go. Absolutely incredible. It's been some good racing though. We've got Schoeniger's back in for his second and last stint. He's taken over from Pfeffer. Boothby's still on the, he's still behind the wheel on that one.
No, it's a new driver.
Boothby is a new driver, 149. Yes, he is, isn't he? It's the William Esports team. No, it's not the William Esports.
No, it's Yaz Heat. He's taken over from Malinowski.
Yeah, sorry, took over from Malinowski. So that's the end of Malinowski because he's done 2 stints now, hasn't he?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So Malinowski is gone this time. He won't be back, unfortunately. So well done. Great driving from you. Balzer has taken over there for car 977. Sorry, I was waiting for the flash of hashtags in YouTube.
Oh, it'll be there. It'll be there. Hashtag 977 is going to go nuts again.
Yeah, that's why the suspense. You see.
No! Oh no, it's a drive-through for 977. Now I know from looking at chat earlier that they were playing fast and loose with some of their track warnings. So I fear that 977 will have picked one up for track limits. So absolute disaster for Bowser. I mean, there's nothing worse than being in a team event and you jump in the car and the last thing you say before you pull out the pits is, "Okay, mate, how many track cut limits have you left me with?" "Oh yeah, sorry about that. You're on final warning." And very quickly, you then become the person to go pick up the drive-throughs. Nothing worse, but Bowser does that and dives into the pits straight away.
Okay. Now, for anybody at home who's just watching the broadcast for the first time, do they have a track limit point? Do you think? Can we explain the track limit points? Do they have the track limit point? Or how does their track limit work before they get a drive-through?
So the track limits are.
Why did you laugh? Oh, okay, it's like that, is it?
Track limits are a bone of contention at many tracks. So you take Paul Ricard, for example, and there's these little marker boards that are way off the track, but as long as you don't go out past those marker boards, you're absolutely fine. There are some tracks where it seems like if you even look at a curb, you've got a track cut warning. And then there's some that are sort of slap bang in between. I know there has been a bit of criticism of CotA since it launched in ACC for its track limits. Yeah, essentially what you get is you get 3 track limit warnings before you actually get a drive-through on the 4th one. But in terms of knowing where the track limits are, you have to do it through experience, I'm afraid.
Oh. Okay. So I hope that helps anybody at home who is just watching, wondering what is happening with the track limits and how they work it out. Adam has so expertly done it for us. Amazingly.
So it's only because I'm such an expert at getting the penalties, unfortunately.
Yeah. That's always good though. If you know where the track limits are yourself, it brings that experience into the booth for us to be able to talk about this specific track, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. And do you know what I did? Like I said to you earlier, I gave CotA a go earlier on this morning just to spend some time on the track and get a feel for what these drivers were going to experience for themselves as we see the 919 coming under pressure from Hassini. It is tricky on track limits, especially that first sector where you want to try and push as hard as possible to make up as much time as possible, but the track limits through sector 1 are really, really tight. So you've got to be super careful through there. I think we, in a moment, are going to get to speak to one of the drivers from the Unicorns of Love team, Michael Tauscher. So we're going to bring him in just a moment. So he's driver number 3 for the Unicorns of Love car, which is currently leading. At the moment, we are looking at the battle between Oleg Kamenev for the 919 SMP car, and directly behind, Orsini is in the 21, which this has been a battle that's rumbled on for a while, up and down the order as they have gone through. But yes, we will bring you in Michael Tauscher in just a second, as soon as our producer whispers in our ear to say, yes, he's here for you, he's ready.
We've been told he's ready.
So here comes
Bringing him in now.
Tauscher. He is coming in, and there we go. So, Michael, thanks for joining us live on the stream. You must be pretty pleased with how that car 14 is going so far.
Yeah, I'm super happy. Toby and Dennis doing a great job as always. And currently, I'm just watching and enjoying. And in about 10 minutes or 15 minutes, I'm gonna do some practices and jump in the car for the next stint.
How does it feel as being the third driver when your teammates have been doing such a good job? Does it actually take some of the pressure off you to think, okay, they've put me in a really good position here? Or does it actually put pressure on to say, they've done a really good job, I can't screw this up now?
Well, not really. We're used to this and we're pretty much on the same level in about every race. We're getting along pretty well with each other, and if anyone does a mistake, it happens, but we need to move forward. And yeah, I'm looking forward to do the stint, and we're gonna see how it works out.
Well, hopefully that doesn't happen. I mean,
yeah.
You guys have obviously chosen the Audi as per almost the rest of the field. Why is the Audi so strong here?
I don't know really. Gotta be BOP. We thought about going with a Porsche because it's pretty decent around here. It's super quick, but it seems like Audi has the edge. Yeah, so we picked it, and yeah, I mean, I don't know how many Audis are in the split, but it's many Audis.
44. Yeah, 39 out of 44 are Audis. So, yeah, really, really super Audi heavy in this field. Is this the car that you guys would normally choose, or what do you normally drive?
We're normally driving AMG because we're AMG Esports team, but I'm also driving Porsche because I'm doing SRO Sprint with the Porsche, and then I swapped to the AMG for the Endurance series. And now we're in the Audi, but seems like the car suits us pretty well.
So you guys have been getting a lot of support in the chat as well. Tell us a little bit about Unicorns of Love, and well, number one, where does that name come from? But also, just tell us a little bit about the team as well.
I don't know where the name comes from. I'm pretty new to the team as well. I think I joined them about 1 year ago, but yeah, it's the sim racing category is more like a family. We're just enjoying driving at the highest level, and yeah, we just have fun, and that's it. We're not that huge of a team like Veloce or Yacide or Redline, but we're fighting them, and it's working pretty well.
It certainly is. Well, fingers crossed it carries on. Michael, we'll let you go and get some practice in, and get yourself ready for your stint, and we'll be watching you fairly soon out on track. But thanks a lot for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
So So there we go. That's Michael Tauscher from the Unicorns of Love #1 team, which is currently leading the race. I say currently, they've been leading it right from the start. And James, I don't know about you, but lovely moment when he said sim racing is like a family.
Absolutely. It can't be wrong though, Kenny, because at the end of the day, that's how we see everything. When you're in such a community, whether, and I may be controversial here, but I'm going to go ahead and say what I was going to say, because my brain generally thinks before my mouth does anyway. So, whether or not you're in ACC or iRacing or any of the other sims, if you're a part of something great, and I think that's the difference. You're a part of something great, whether you're in a Discord for iRacing, ACC, Race Room, or F122, you are great, and that's the thing.
Everyone's great. Everyone here is great. I love it.
Well,
I absolutely love it. Sim racing is fantastic. It really is, and you know, I think more and more people should do sim racing, as long as they're not faster than me, because there's enough of those out there already.
Well, yeah, they're probably faster than me as well, to be fair, mate. Because at the end of the day, like, you know, we're in the booth, aren't we? We're not, you know, we're not being pulled forward to Veloce or, you know, Unicorns of Love and saying, hey, you know, you sound great, you drive great, come and get in the car. Clearly, our talking skills are a lot better than our driving skills.
Yeah.
Me, personally.
I think, I mean, there's plenty of people in the Twitch chat, seemingly from the Onid racing community, and I'm sure every single one of them would agree with your sentiments there, because they will have experienced my driving many times before. Anyway, we've got 3 hours 39 minutes left of this 6-hour race. Right now, Schoeniger continues to lead for the Unicorns of Unicorn of, is it no, it is Unicorns. There's more than one unicorn for the Unicorns of Love team out there, and they have led right from the start. But we have seen another 15-second penalty pop up this time for car number 8. It's Grid Finder Racing. It's plus 15 seconds for contact with 88. That's the Absolute Motorsport Acelith Sim Racing team. So, yeah, there's still more penalties being handed out. And in fact, a final warning there for 96. That's the Wild Things Racing car. And unfortunately, they have already been through with a drive-through once before, so any more indiscretions and they will face another penalty. So yeah, interesting.
Got to be careful. Got to be careful. So there you go. 3 hours 38 minutes still focusing on this battle between coming up here in the number 919 car and 21 who's behind him, closing up now. Now, would you say that this is
So yeah, apologies for the audio issues that we're having there with James. So I know our broadcast team are just going to go and work in the background to try and fix that one. So that means I've got a second apology for you, and that is that you've got to listen to my voice and my voice only for a little while whilst they get that one sorted. But this race brewing very nicely. We have got another commentator joining us a little bit later on, and that is Alex Goldschmidt, who many of you will be familiar with Alex, and he will be with us. But right now we are looking at the SMP car defending heavily from Hassini. So this battle has been going on almost all race long, and the SMP car ran very wide out onto the sausage curbs a moment ago, and almost found himself letting Hassini through, but managed to scoop it all up and get going again. But as Elvinko in chat says, oh damn, this will be interesting. Yes, it will, because look at these cars all together. I've got Miato right behind them as well in another Audi, and Jardier is not too far behind the pack as well. So, these four starting to collect together on track as they start another lap. 67 down for the race leader. Schoniger from Boothby, then Tiskievs. No, I've screwed that one up, but it's car 10 anyway. And then it's Burke, Moreira, Kamenev, Hassini, Miato, Honzik, and Favre. So that is your top 10, with huge apologies for my mispronunciation of car number 10. Tiskevich. There you go, Tiskevich. Sometimes I give myself an extra moment, and I get it.
Well,
James, you with us again?
I think so. I'm not quite sure what's all of a sudden changed from last time. So
I don't know, but I can hear you perfectly now. This is
I
great.
I don't understand. I've not touched anything. I've been sat in the chair and it's still the same. And I don't know. I give up, dude. Completely. It's all good now. So I'm not touching a single thing. I'm going to sit here with my hands in the air and just do nothing, because apparently I didn't do anything anyway, and it turned it all down and stuff. So
that's what I've been doing since the start, just hands in the air doing nothing. So yeah, do it. We are looking at a fantastic battle. I don't know whether you saw much of this whilst you were having to fiddle with mic settings, but this is turning into a really good four-way battle as we come towards the end of another lap. And look how close the 21 of Hassini is now to Kamenev. You also missed my horrendous pronunciation of Tiskevich first attempt round, but I got there second time around.
Well, there you go. That's well done for you, young sir, for getting it right the second time. I think I did hear it briefly, but that was in the middle of trying to press a load of buttons and work on sound volume. So yeah, but there you go.
See Jardier looking much closer to Miato in the background. So we're seeing Kamenev and Hassini, then Miato and Honzik all together. So these have now split, rather than into a four-way, they've split into 2-2s right now. So like you said earlier, you could say it's the Noah's Ark, or in my world, I would say a 2-2. That's probably a Desmond.
A Desmond 2-2.
There you go.
Oh, check you out. Who was he?
He was an Archbishop.
He was, yeah. Archbishop of where?
Back on track now. We've got... I have no idea.
Sorry, James, I can't hear you again. What was that? Yeah, anyway, back on track.
Yeah, never mind. It is back to a solid four-way, though. Look, these Desmonds have now become a four.
Absolutely, and I think that's what we want to see. We're coming into the last 3.5 hours. We've had that little bit of lull. We've had a pit stop where they've all started coming back out together again, and I think this is just going to be one of them things that in the background you can see as well. They're having an absolute epic scrap. So
they are having what I would call a ding-dong of a battle.
Ding-dong of a battle. There you go. Going at it tooth and nail.
Oh no, not another one. All right then, let's see whether our producer David can figure out going at it tooth and nail. We'll give him some time to give us an answer on that one. He said he's not touching that one with a barge pole though, so never mind. Never mind. I
don't know. Let me just check on my wonderful world of Google.
You do that. Meanwhile, I shall keep my eye on what has now become a Desmond again. We are back to 2-2. Alex Goldschmidt, he's not even started commentating yet, and he's already throwing them in. He's saying it came from left field, so we're throwing them all in here. But there we go. And these guys battling really hard out on track. You can see how low that sun's getting now, James, as well. It's going to be tricky in parts of the track.
Yeah, absolutely. But I've got a Google description of that if you want.
Oh, yeah, go on then.
Right, so the idiom dates back to the 1500s and comes from the idea of fighting like a wild beast. Animals don't have weapons, so they fight with everything they got, their teeth and nails. Charles Dickens famously used the phrase in David Copperfield 1850. I got at it tooth and nail. So it comes from animals fighting with tooth and nail. So
Now,
there you go.
Now, not that I would want to question Charles Dickens, but surely animals have claws rather than nails.
Well, they do, but they've got nails on the front, haven't they?
I suppose it depends what animal.
I don't know.
I don't know. Let's not question Dickens. He must be right.
Oh, it's just Charles Dickens. He must be right. Not quite sure what's going on. Charles Dickens, the ever master of the book writer. But there you go. So there's some useful knowledge for you guys here in chats as well. So thank you so much for that one.
Absolutely. 3.5 hours left to go. That Miato Audi looks like it's been driving through a farmer's field. Look at all the dirt up the side of it. It's obviously a little dusty out there in Texas. So these guys picking up plenty of dirt and dust as they go along. You can see the haze from the sun just as it gets lower and lower in the sky. We will end up in the dark towards the end of this race. But Miato in the 38 car looking to close in on that battle in front, because Hassini and Kamenev really, really close together as they come across the line to start another lap now even. And this will be interesting up into turn one. Unfortunately, we're looking at Miato directly behind, but now we can see the battle. And in fact, that looks to me like Hassini has got the move done. And now here comes Miato trying to come around the SMP car as well. Hasn't quite got that done. Tucks back inside and will look for a way past later on in the lap. But a change of position up into T1 there, James.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. We knew it was going to come, didn't we? We had a funny feeling that this battle was going to come. And it definitely did come there with these guys, Kamenev, Husseini, making an absolute stellar job over past Miato. And it was a very forceful move, wasn't it? He got past him.
Oh, he certainly made his intentions clear. And at that point, you got a choice, really, haven't you? Do you block defend it, or do you kind of let it happen? And he kind of let it happen. But you can see Jardier on the back of that pack there in 9th, just trying to go along with these guys and look for a way past in that Veloce Esports cars. And these guys will continue this battle for some time to come.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going to keep going for about probably another 3 hours, 29 minutes there. As we can see, Kamenev and Miato having this absolutely epic scrap for 7th, 8th, 9th. And Husseini in 6th is also not afraid with getting involved. And these cars could end up dragging each other further down. So they're going to be getting into this battle now, as you can see there. Bowser is down in 13th, the only remaining Porsche in the top 20. So that's a shame after some excellent driving there as well from his teammate at car number 977. So yeah, it's a little bit of a shame that they're down that far.
Look how close these guys are coming into turn one, and you see that is Miato now making a move on Husseini and Jardier into the back of both of them. So there is contact, and in fact Jardier then took to the other side of the curb to avoid the corner, and in fairness has let them both back through. So there we go. It all kicked off for a moment.
Right, so Mr. Adams, sir, we have got Alex in the booth waiting for us. He's going to come and join us in chat. You're going to go and have a break for 10 minutes and go and get a cup of tea and a nice bacon sandwich.
Oh, I wish. I wish. I've got a chicken and stuffing sandwich from Morrison's. There we go.
Oh, wow. That's better than nothing here. We're just waiting for Alex Goldschmidt to get set up in voice. So there you go. And then you'll be good to take a break. But if you want to nip off, I'm sure I can chat for 5 minutes. Go and get yourself some food.
I couldn't. I'm not allowed to leave you on your own because, you know, just all kinds of things could kick off.
Is that what my mum says? Is that what you're coming babysat me?
Well, I've been told that if I leave you on your own, you might start playing the piano.
Well, No, because I can't get my sound settings right as it is, because apparently it's going off on its own. And do you know what's worse is my hands are not even nowhere near my keyboard. I've not touched a single thing.
Yeah.
We got 977 going back off in YouTube chat again. Thank you so much for that as well. So there you go. Guess somebody.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. I'm not going there. I was going to read that last message, but I'm not. I'm just not going to get involved.
I just love the way that you said, guess somebody. No, I'm not going to do it.
No, I'm not. It's not happening. And sometimes there's just no point getting involved in conversations that you feel that could end up just going completely wrong.
Yeah.
So there you go. Alex is coming in to join us in the booth. Adam, you're going to go and get some food for 10 minutes. And I'll see you when you get back in 10 minutes, young sir.
Yep, and I shall be back to join Alex for the rest of it. So back shortly.
Alex, how are you?
Very good evening, James. Good evening, everybody. I'm absolutely speechless with what's been going on for the past 2 hours and 34 minutes. But yeah, the sunshine coming down. It's really going to test all the drivers. You know, the reference points are going to very much be a case of you've got to sort of compensate for them, especially when we go into the deep of night, depending on how soon that nightfall is going to come, James.
Yeah, let's give him a rough idea, Alex. How difficult is it from going from a day stint to a night stint? Because some of these drivers haven't double stinted. They've done one stint and they're going to be due back in later on after the other two have gone in front. So how difficult is it for them to adapt to the night? Because everything's kind of, it's not like a simple flow into the night, is it?
No, because you've got that progression of the sundown happening, sun setting, and then all of a sudden floodlights come on the circuit. You know, sometimes there'll be quite very much an assist, depending on the circuit that you're on. I mean, Circuit of the Americas, you know, one of the newer additions to the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform. It's it's going to be difficult. I mean, if these drivers stay out for another stint, then they can relay to, you know, the other drivers on the team just to give them that little bit of information, as we just had another penalty come through. That's 15 seconds for contact. That's the number 47 of Yeet Esports. That was a team name that myself and David Christie had a little bit of a giggle over, because that's normally a term that we normally use when someone sends it and goes a bit horribly wrong.
Yeah, that's quite a few. We've had some of them, you know, in the race, which was, I think we were talking about it earlier with Adam. It was kind of expected that there was going to be some incidents that could have been avoidable, should we say?
Yeah, very, very true. I mean, like, if there's coming back to the point that we were discussing about going from sunset to night time, it's about who can manage it, because obviously the temperatures are going to drop down. I've seen quite a lot of chat about the amount of Audis that are on the grid. I mean, to be honest with you, with the format for the SimRacing Expo, Simracing.GP professional trophy, is the fact that they can actually swap cars between the rounds. So when we head to round 2 on the 20th of August for Mount Panorama, you know, there's going to be an opportunity for the teams to find out what car works for them best. And when I've looked and seeing, you know, regular teams that would normally use another vehicle, like say, for example, Unicorns of Love, they normally, like I've seen them on previous competitions when I've commentated on them, it's always been a case of normally the Mercedes, but then, you know, looking at the fact that the top 12 are all rounded out by Audis. And then you've got the Porsche of the 977 Kramer Racing Esports with Mark Balzer behind the wheel at the moment in 13th position. You know, there is very much a meritocracy. All bar one car is rounded out by Audis, as Honzik up the inside of Kamenov. That's very, very close indeed. Very nice. Very good. Spatial awareness. Spatial awareness between them is really, really good at the moment. I mean, Jardier's pulling it to the inside. Kamenov keeping it around the outside into the next left-hander. Jardier gets the racing line and neatly goes through to take 8th position. Yeah, absolutely. That is a job done there for Honzik in the Veloce car, overtaking Barrier, and that is them up into 9th position. But that was kind of brewing for the last couple of laps. We've been keeping an eye on it. It's been going along quite nicely. This is Carbon Sim Sports car there, car number 90. Currently down in 15th place
With Ant behind him in car number 27, two Audis having a battle, which is what we've come to see as these guys are approaching the squiggly bit, as our very own Adam Cake says it.
Yeah, so that's actually Maximilian Vidi, I believe, from Virtual Races by TX3. Commentated on that chat before as well, but Lukaszek is doing a pretty good job in the number 90 Audi for Carbon Sim Sport. So whether there's going to be an opportunity, whether Lukaszek can close that gap on Balzer is another fact that we'll see unfold over the next 3 hours and 20 minutes. But we have got a yellow flag out on the circuit. Not too sure who that might be for. But yeah, Lukaszek coming across the line into the first corner. You know, significant elevation change. As we've seen in years go by through Formula One and also sports car racing, especially with the Americans, SRO America, having used this track on a multiple of occasions. But it's just really good to see that, you know, we're going to have that point now. Now you can see that there's shadows starting to emerge on the track. The headlights are blazing on a lot of the cars, but also the sun is quite low. And you can see here on board with Kramer from SMP Racing Esports in the 919, who were fourth in the first qualifier race at Monza. You can just see that sometimes that glint might, even though it's going to look artificial in terms of what people might say, well, the thing is, you still got to compensate that through your peripheral vision. You've got to sort of anticipate that.
I think that's the thing as well. I've driven in races before where the sunlight has come down, and it may, as you say, feel artificial, but it is still there, and it is still, if you're in the car, the glare is still in your eye line. So they're going to have to try and make sure that they can pin their braking point down from their earlier stints to be able to keep going up into the early night time.
Yeah, and that could make the difference between scoring points and not scoring points, you know, with the top 15 teams scoring in the race. And obviously, as Adam said earlier on in the broadcast, you know, the top 5 scoring points from 1st to 5th in qualification earlier on this afternoon. It can, you know, you make one wrong move, like you make a mistake, you take a curve a bit too heftily. Sausage curbs have been mentioned as well earlier on in the broadcast. I think it was Adam that did that. And, you know, you make that one mistake, you know, these drivers put themselves through the ringer every single time they go through on a sim. And it's no different here, but this is where, you know, €10,000 a share, a total prize fund for the professional trophy is up for grabs, and these teams want to get on the right foot on the first round of the championship, and then we're going to see how things evolve into round 2 on the 20th of August at Mount Panorama, and that's going to be a completely different race altogether with a tight technical circuit, whereas this is a bit more fast flowing. I mean, Mount Panorama, known for its long straightaways, nearly half the circuit is pretty much a straight line. But here at CotA, you've got these long straightaways followed by these momentum carrying corners. I mean, like coming out of, I think we've got a yellow flag out again. So there are some drivers having a little bit of difficulty. It's it's going to be a case of just who measures up and who best copes with the situation come the checkered flag.
Absolutely, and Mount Panorama, as you say, is a majority of straights on it, but there is a tricky section in the middle. That's the part of the track that kind of causes the problem, isn't it, for drivers? Yeah,
especially Skyline, the Dipper, amongst others. Salmon Park, you know, you whack that wall on the right hand side, you're into the other. You're going to pinball wizard like the Who into the other side of the circuit and hit the kitty litter going through Skyline. It's difficult, but even though we've got a long way before that round happens, this one here has really sort of provided us with a lot of excitement over the last 2 hours and 42 minutes here, James.
Absolutely. So, guys, as we say, 3 hours 17 minutes remaining here. And we got Nick Bowser there down in 29th position. That's car number 222. Currently with Hoop behind him in... No, Bowser's up in 28th. So my bad. So that's Reuters behind him in 29th. He looks like trying to come up the inside, going into turn 1. And he makes it job done. Is he going to hold it around the outside? Oh, a slight little contact as these guys drop down through the S's now. Bowser behind. Root is currently in 29th place. And it looks like Rooters has got the job done over Bowser and is up into 28th. That could have been a lot different there. If it could have gone a lot more wrong, couldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the lightest amount of contact between Rotters from Vipperman Racing and also the car behind Balsa, it could have been so much more different. You could have seen one of those cars either exiting stage left or exiting stage right. We now go to mixed wheels and the 85 Audi of Matteo Petracini, who's got Cheddar Pennin. That is in, well, hang on a second. These are two of the first qualifiers from Monza. So Petracini in the mixed wheels car, they actually qualified P5 at Monza, and then you've got Cheddar Pennin. That is in the number 41 Bentley Simware Pro by VDES. Danila Cheddar Pennin behind the wheel, and there's a final warning now being given out to Corvana Gaming in the number 7 car. Final warning for ignoring blue flags. So a few final warnings coming through, and we're not even at the halfway point of the race.
Yeah, they're down in 25th position. As we can see, the Bentley. Nope, they're going side by side now. Running down a straightaway, Bentley on your left, the Audi on your right of Petracini, as these guys are going to be going side by side into tight corner at the end. They swap places. Bentley's going to be looking at sending it up the inside. Can he hold it? He can't. He just went in too deep there, and that's allowed Petracini back through. That Bentley has been in a good few battles this afternoon, Alex, and it's no surprise that it's involved with another one.
Exactly. I mean, that's one of the things. I mean, the Bentley Continental GT3, you know, when I first started commentating on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform through a variety of different championships, you know, the Bentley got a lot of love, and it's great to see the Simware .Pro by VDES crew using that car. They have used it before. I've seen Triton Racing when they ran in the Sim Grid VCO World Cup not too long ago. They've had a really good run with that particular car. At one point, it was actually leading Season 2 of the Sim Grid VCO World Cup at one point, with Triton Racing taking the opening round of the championship. Looks like Hendrickson in the 888 from SMP Racing Esports 2 has just jumped into the pits. So yeah, I mean, this battle is really heating up, as this is actually the battle for 19th because of Hendrickson going into pit lane. Yeah, absolutely there. This battle is going to get tighter and tighter and tighter. Right, I believe our very own Mr. Adam D is back in the booth with us. Adam, how are you?
Refreshed. Absolutely. Do you know what I did? I thought, oh, it's been a bit warm and sweaty in the shed. I'll go and sit and have my sandwich outside. It's amazing what headphones block out, because it was absolutely chucking it down, so I didn't.
Oh, okay.
But I did manage to get myself a coffee at the same time, so I'm feeling fully refreshed.
Right, well, I am going to bow out now. I'm going to go and get some food and a drink. Hope you enjoy the rest of the broadcast, gentlemen. Thank you so much for having me in the booth. Today, I've really loved this, Adam. I think it's been great. You know, the race has been class, and the company's been class, and the producers have been class. What more can we ask for?
You can't ask for anything else apart from those tickets to Germany, of course.
Well, yeah, we're still working on that one. We got a few weeks. It's fine. We'll see what we can do. But guys, I am going to love you and leave you. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your broadcast. Take care and have fun.
So thank you very much to James Parfitt for all of his excellent work over the last, almost 5 hours? Is that right? No, I can't do maths. Oh, Alex, you're going to have to save me. My maths is terrible. It's been a bit of a long day.
It's been a bit of a long day. I think it's probably the best part of just over, let me have a look, well over
just
3.5
under 3
hours.
hours.
Yeah. It's been a long old time, but yeah. Finally, good to now join you in the commentary box with 3 hours and 12 minutes remaining. I mean, this battle between Simware Pro by VDES and Mixed Wheels, two of the qualifiers from the two qualifier races we actually had. We brought out the remit to 40 pro teams, and 10 managed to get through the 2 qualifiers at Monza and Donington Park. And these are 2 teams who might be thinking, well, let's see how the strategy plays out. They're battling way over 19th position. It's been pretty good. Audi versus Bentley. Haven't seen a battle like that in quite a while.
No, and I mean, obviously you're coming now with some fresh eyes on this race. I know you've been closely watching what's been going on anyway, but as we see the Bentley getting super close to the Audi, he's going to have to go for it into this corner if he wants a chance, because that Audi will zip away along the straight. I think that's exactly what we're going to see now. Yep, indeed we do. But Alex, I was just going to ask you, what's your thoughts on where things stand at the moment, and the fact that we've got so many Audis out there?
To be honest with you, I think with the way that the ADAC SimRacing Expo Simracing.GP Professional Trophy has been done, it's a very different format. We're going to go to a replay here, and this is where Cheddar Pennin was just trying to send it up the inside of Petrocini and looked to get the tighter line, but Petrocini just had that sheer grunt in that 5.2 litre V10 just to pull past and go, right, I'm going to have to leave you standing, unfortunately. But yeah, I think with that kind of thing, the Audi has been a mid-engine rear-wheel drive. You're always going to have a good combination of grunt from that naturally aspirated V10, but also a good handling package. When you look at it in real life terms, the Audi R8 has been one of the most successful sports cars in GT3 history since its inception under the Audi Sport Customer Racing program.
Indeed, and ever since the Evo 2 was launched in ACC, the Audi has become more and more popular. I personally was expecting to see a bunch of McLarens here tonight, but maybe that's just what I'm seeing in my own community racing. But yeah, the Audi is super strong here at CotA, and the traction it's got out the slow corners is absolutely superb out onto the longer straights here at CotA.
It definitely is. I'm just keeping an eye on what's happening behind the likes of Petrocini and Cheddar Pennin. I mean, we saw that wonderful send from BMW G2 Esports, Robbie Stapleford, a little bit earlier on in the race. I think, what was it, the terminology that was used? It's like he sent it using DHL or something like that, according to the social media feed. And liking the Desmond Tutu reference as well. For those wondering, he was the Archbishop of Cape Town between 86 and 96, so a long old time ago.
Right, now I would like to know, did you know that or did you Google that?
I did have to Google it because I forgot. And at least at the end of the day, I'd rather be open and upfront and honest about it. But I mean,
definitely.
One of the things I'm not surprised about is the fact of how Unicorns of Love, known for their prowess within ACC, have got a whopping lead at the moment. It's nearly 19.5 seconds over the 149 car. That's currently that's the Yaz Heat car, currently piloted by the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. George Boothby.
Well, indeed, but I would like to know what happened whilst I went to get a sandwich, because when I left, the gap was about 5 or 6 seconds. It's now 19.5 seconds. I wasn't away that long, was I?
No, not at all. I mean, the thing is that on the previous lap, Dennis Schoeninger set a 2-minute 5.4. George Boothby was 1.6 seconds adrift. So it seems like Unicorns of Love in the first car, I mean the number 4 car, the sister car, has had a few dramas beside the point. But it's just the way that Schoeninger, the combination of Schoeninger in that crew, along with Michi Tauscher, who you guys spoke to just a few moments ago, and Tobias Pfeffer, they've done a great job. I mean, ACC, it's when you look at it. I mean, especially when we've got the odd occasional Porsche 911. Porsche's great on a handling track, but at a circuit like this, they're at a disadvantage because the straight line speed of other cars, especially the Audi, has really been paying dividends here tonight.
Yeah, I think the only other car that could really live with it in a straight line is probably the Lexus, but as I know from my own experience just recently, that Lexus is a bit of a handful through the windy first sector. So Yeah, it's interesting to see the Audis here putting on such a great show. But this 977 car is putting in a great effort considering they're driving a Porsche. They have been up in the top 10 at times. Bowser back in the car right now. And by the way, it is lovely to now be able to pass over to you for any complicated names, because it sounds like you've got them off pat.
Like Tiskovich, like you had a bit earlier on before I joined the broadcast. Yeah, I mean, I'll be completely honest with you, even though I do speak multiple languages, even I have difficulties. Take, for instance, Igor Ogorodnikov. I used to struggle with that the first time I commentated on that guy, but now that's a bit more down pat. There are some ones that might even trip myself up tonight this evening, so don't worry. I can only apologise in advance.
Well, I think the one that you really missed earlier, I'm just trying to find it on my list so I can actually get it, but it came out as vola.
I thought you were going to start singing La 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 all of a sudden.
No, it kind of went in that direction, so yes, it was, yeah. But we got there eventually. So the sun is, well, beginning to disappear now. It's becoming a bit more dusky. We've lost that orange glow across the track. The temps are also beginning to drop as well. So what do you think that's going to make a difference to the running order somewhat? Are any teams going to come back forwards, do we think? Or is it going to favour any of the non-Audis?
I think it's also dependent on, you know, if depending on stint time when a driver pits in, are they going to stick a fresh new set of boots? That's going to lose them 30 seconds in the pits straight away. But with the colder temperatures, it's going to take them longer to get those tyres up to temp and be in the optimum window. I mean, I think when I saw when the start happened, it was around about 28 degrees track temperature. We've now lost 8 degrees on the best part of nearly 3 hours. So the drivers, I mean, it's going to be a little bit kinder to the tyres, but it's also when drivers have been in for a certain amount of time, if they've been in for one stint and they've come in, they've decided to go out for another stint within the regulated stint time as per the sporting regulations, you know, tiredness, mental and physical fatigue will sometimes come into play, despite the fact that the amount of hours, the amount of the thousands of laps that these drivers might have been training before this opening round of the championship is anyone's guess, because you just don't know how that unpredictability set of dice is going to be rolled and how that's going to go on.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's interesting as well. You start to play that balance as the temps come down as well between in a sim that is so sensitive on tyre pressures, you're going to want to increase the pressures as the temperature drops. But at the same time, then that can create additional wear and, you know, generate more heat in the tyres, especially on a track where you've got long sweeping corners like the one that these guys are just going through. So it's going to be a real fine balancing act for these teams as they go through the pit stops in the final 3 hours.
Yeah, and for those watching on YouTube, don't forget there is just a poll going out. Who's going for the win? Unicorns of Love, Yaz Heat, Triton Racing, or GTWR? Cast your votes now, because I have got both YouTube and Twitch chats open at the moment as we speak, Adam. So I'll keep a keen eye on them over the next 3 hours.
Yeah, me too. Twitch chat seems to have been a little bit fun over the last hour or so. But, everything seems to have settled back down now, and everyone's playing nicely. But it is still pumped full of owned regulars as well, I'm afraid. So there's still some people in there that are likely to be troublemakers. I'm looking at you, Willie Blackhammer. YouTube is still full of bots, but the guy's doing a great job at keeping that one nice and clear as well. But please feel free to, number one, vote in that poll, but also interact with us as the stream goes on as well. We love to hear from you guys, and cheer on your favourite team and car as well.
Yeah, good onboard we've got here with Danila Sherepenin from Simware Pro by VDES, still battling away, I think, with the Audi in front, which is Petracini from Mixed Wheels. I mean, it's really good that with the, I mean, I remember doing the qualifier rounds for the professional trophy last year that was won by James Baldwin when the SimRacing Expo headed to the Nurburgring Ring Boulevard. Obviously, yeah, there's big change for this year. 15,000 square metres of pure sim racing cornucopia due in early December.
That's a cracking word.
Yeah, I could come out with quite a few, maybe smorgasbord, but I'm not going to run out of them just yet. We've still got plenty of time for those to come through, those superlatives.
We love to hear it. We love to hear it. Now, here's a camera angle I have never seen before in ACC. That's absolutely fantastic to see the old foot cam. Although it appears that this guy's wearing snow boots rather than racing shoes. They're massive.
I know. I wonder what the thinness of the treads are on that pair of shoes. But Shadow Pennin now in the number 41 Bentley pulls into pit lane. That's going to allow Charlie Crossland from BMW G2 Esports to go ahead in the 62 BMW M4. And also spotted, that's the number 35 in the pit lane as well. That's Geeks Energy Sim Racing Blue.
Indeed, so I'm just chuckling because our producer just whispered in our ear that we obviously don't know fashion. So obviously snow boots and
he's
and
a
things.
one to talk. Our producer is
snow boots are all the rage in Scotland by the sounds of it.
Definitely. But moving swiftly on, I mean, we've also got the number 68 car here, getting very much up close and personal. I think that I'm not too sure if that's not going to be the 27 up in front of them. Felix Arndt is quite a considerable way up the road in the number 27 Get Closer Racing Pro, one of the 5 qualifiers from the Monza qualifier earlier on this year. So Adam, this one, you like this. Willie Blackhammer's just put in the Twitch chat. We just want to say it's proper bucketing down over here, so loud I'm going to have to switch to headset.
Yeah, that's Ireland for you, isn't it, Willie? Always chucking it down that hard. But I'm surprised you're still with us, Willie. Normally by this time on a Saturday, you're passed out. Let's put it that way. I'm also very disappointed. I'm disappointed at the moment, though, by the fact that, I mean, obviously I'm not, because it's a great name, but car 68 that we're looking at right now, so we're looking at Mantas Povilaitis with the Slava Ukraini car by BGR. The only thing I'm disappointed about is that it doesn't give us what BGR stands for. Do you know who BGR are and what it stands for?
Yes, I do, because I did some research before jumping on the broadcast. It's I think it's the Lithuanian crew, Beaver Grease Racing, that were P3 at Donington Park in the second qualifier. So that's what.
And do you know what I accidentally called them earlier?
No, I probably missed that one.
That would be Badger Juice Racing.
Oh my goodness me! Oh,
Yes,
that's brilliant.
but,
That's brilliant. Hey, look, even we know you're all having a lot of fun in the chat. Good to see Robbie Staplefoot now jumping into YouTube saying hashtag G2 Army flying. Yep, he's hopefully Charlie's got some DHL parcels he needs to send very, very soon indeed.
Let's hope they're not Hermes parcels.
Or UPS. Or we could go there on that one, but we're not going to.
Indeed. Well, like you said, we've got a mixture of cars that are all-out pros and qualifiers as well. So it's interesting to see some of the qualifiers are doing a great job up and down the field. But you know, with the exception of the leading team who have just been there right from the beginning, who really stands out as doing a great job for you at this moment in time?
Well, I mean, out of the qualifiers, I mean, with 10 of them to decide through, you know, I've seen, I mean, I've commentated a lot on Mikhail Baikov and Igor Ogorodnikov in the Simware crew for quite a number of times. I mean, they, you know, it's always difficult that when you qualify somewhere for a 6-hour race and then you have to start making your way through. It's always dependent on how that team performs and comes back from a situation where they've got a setback, like a penalty, for instance. Coming through the qualifiers, I think, just having a look, Ivan Shermatinsky for SMP Racing Esports 2, that's a name that sticks out to me, partnered with Oleg Zolovov and William Hendrickson. So
You're just showing off now, aren't you?
No, and Willie Blackhammer's just saying, don't get Alex started on the parcels. Sorry, Willie, I had to jump in there and throw my 2 cents in. You know what it's like, it's all about the bants. Yeah, I mean, it's the thing is that there's so much talent that come through here. I mean, Mixed Wheel's doing a great job of actually battling away with Simware Pro by VDES. So I think the jury's out on it. Not yet. We've still got another 4 rounds of the championship still to go. So from my perspective, Ogorodnikov and his team stands out. But I think everyone's just as got an equal opportunity as anybody else.
Indeed. Well, we are just at the end of that hour, so I think it's a great opportunity for us to take a short break, bring you some messages from some of the key sponsors behind this stream, and of course the ADAC SimRacing Expo, and then we'll be back, and we are going to talk to somebody very interesting.
Aktuelles Genau hier 31,7.
Well, it's been action-packed. We have passed the 3-hour mark now in what some of you have coined the Audi Cup tonight, but we have got some other cars there as well. We're just seeing some highlights from the last hour. You just saw there the car of Jardier getting up the inside and into a couple of cars in turn 1, then being very sporting and letting them go. We've seen that kind of action all the way through the hour, as well as this Bentley fighting hard and trying to make up positions. But the Audi just staying so strong in a straight line and particularly getting out the corners. It's been very, very difficult to make up the positions. So we are back live, 2 hours 53 minutes to go. A few more cars into the pits now. We see Pinches with a drive-through that's popped up as well. We see Mackinnon and Crossland into the pits, as well as Hack and Hop as well. So plenty going on down pit road at this moment in time. We will have a very, very special guest shortly. But right now, Alex, we have plenty of stuff going on track.
Yeah, currently focusing on the 19th placed Audi. It's the number 27 of Get Closer Racing Pro, with Marcus Walter behind the wheel. Currently about just over 0.2 of a second ahead of the 919 SMP Racing Esports car. with Oleg Kamenev behind the wheel of that one. And that gap has started to expand a little bit, but not too far behind is the 888. That's SMP Racing Esports 2 with Ivan Shamatinsky behind the wheel, as a few of the cars that have just taken a trip down pit lane have decided to make their way through to the crest of the hill through turn number 1, and there is that glorious start-finish straight here at this fantastic circuit, just over 5.5 kilometres in length, as Mikhail Baikov now is behind the wheel of the number 41 Bentley Simware Pro by VDES. Yeah, Felix Ruppert has now gone into the pit lane as well. That's for Renveld, so one of the multiple pro teams. But yeah, it's looking very, very close out on track. There was an Audi just behind Marcus Walter that just had a bit of a tank slapper, I think, trying to get through the corner and lost a bag full of momentum, but that was not a battle for position.
It wasn't, and we've been confused by a few of those all the way through the race. It could be the race leader, I think. In fact, just coming through, I think that was 2 Unicorns of Love cars there. We're picking up, and obviously when I say race leader, I mean the de facto race leader, because this is the current race leader. It's Luca Burke in the 22, and there we go. It's Michael Tauscher, who we spoke to earlier, has now got into the 14 Unicorns of Love car, and so you've some experience of commentating on Mr. Tauscher then.
Yeah, very, very good young talent behind the wheel. I mean, also one of the other things that Unicorns of Love are famed for their bright liveries, and here on the Audi R8 V10 Plus's Evo 2 is no exception. They just have a really, really good crew behind them, and they're very, very competitive. So to see Michi Tauscher doing such a good job, I mean, I've seen him in some high-pressure situations. I mean, you know, a lot of people would have been keeping their eyes on, like, say, the VCO ERL Spring and Summer Cups that have recently taken place. I mean, the Spring Cup Masters, I think, is taking place in the second week of August. Yeah, just to see drivers like Michi Tauscher with the crew that he's partnered with, Dennis Schoeninger and Tobias Pfeffer, you know, really, really good crew. And at the moment, they're just sort of showing everyone what is on the cards. What could they wait for? As in, guys, you've got to try and catch us first if you want to beat us in this thing, and that's exactly the point they're proving so far here at CotA.
It'll be interesting when we move to different tracks and probably, very likely, different car choices for the teams as we go through the season. Do you think these guys are going to be at the front all the way through the season, or is this going to be somewhat track specific?
I would probably say, judging by previous performances from Unicorns of Love, they're going to be one of the teams really to beat. I think they're the ones that are, you know, have been hand on heart, been very, very competitive. They have, in their own right, at certain competitions, they've had their own dramas. So with the 5-round championship concluding in Nuremberg in early December, you know, we're just at that first infantile stage of this championship here, Adam. And when we get to rounds 3, rounds 4, that's when you're going to see the pecking order really sort of come to fruition, as the 977 of Kramer Racing Esports, Mark Balzer, has now ended up in the pits, and that's actually the highest I think I've seen since I've come on the broadcast that a Porsche has been so far, ahead of the number 21 GTWR Go setups, Andrea Capoccia from Italy.
Yeah, we saw them up in, I think, 9th before they made their last pit stop. So they seem to be just getting closer and closer and closer as the pit stops cycle through. So that 977 performing very well, and we know that we've got an absolute army of 977 fans in the chat, and they've been very vocal with their support. Thank you for that. But Tauscher now retakes the lead, I believe, as yes, Burke has taken to the pits.
I think it was only going to be a matter of time before that started cycling around. I mean, when you get alternative strategies used by respective teams, even though they're in the same car, it's always about who can manage it. And this was a point I was talking with James about earlier on, where we were talking on the transition from sunset to nightfall. And again, the air and the track temperature have further decreased by a single degree. The wind speed hasn't picked up, but there's still a lot of cloud cover overhead. So it depends on how quickly that nighttime comes in. I mean, the server's at nearly 8:25 p.m. server time, so it's dependent whether we get that within the next hour or so and how that's going to change things for the final stages of the opening round of the professional trophy.
It certainly will, and I think that temperature will drop even further as we get darker and darker. But it's not making a huge difference to the running order right now, only to say that Tauscher and car 14, just that lead is extending further out. I mean, best part of 30 seconds to the good right now. I mean, what would you be saying to these guys? Is it a case of start to take it easy now, or do you actually find that you want them to keep pushing on? Because if they take the eye off the gas, well, not the eye off the gas, the foot off the gas a little bit, then it can actually cause more issues than it can solve.
I mean, sometimes some drivers want to go flat out from the word go. And when they're in the comfort zone, the best thing to do is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let them run the race how they see fit. They'll get, you know, Mitchy's probably going to get some feedback from Tobias and Dennis whilst he's driving there, saying, okay, right, second place is X amount of seconds behind you, as we see behind Kamenev. That was Shermatinsky possibly on Valter, I think, for 16th position, and that was coming through the final corner.
Yeah, Kamenev was also very wide out past the track limits, and now Shermatinsky is going to be having a look up into turn one, getting very, very close to that SMP racing car that then gets a bit squirrely on exit and may well lose 2 places. Shermatinsky definitely through. Volta hasn't quite squeezed through though, but Shermatinsky up 2 places in 2 corners.
Yeah, Shermatinsky running with the SMP Racing Esports 2 car. I mean, when you think about it, both SMP Racing Esports cars actually qualified from both respective qualifiers. We're going to see a look, and this is the dive from Shermatinsky. Sort of tees it up a little bit here through T1, goes to the outside, and then, yeah, as you said, Kamenev just ran completely wide, possibly outbraked himself going through into turn 1, but then managed to put the brakes on, shut the door so Marcus Valter could not get through.
That is what we like to call the mind punt. The you don't actually make any contact, but you send it a little bit and make them question themselves, and before you know it, they've run a touch wide. And that's exactly what we saw up into turn 1. But Shermatinsky now up into 15th, and Ivan, a very, very quick driver.
Yeah, I still remember, I think, what was it? Probably it was late 2020 or 2021 at some point. I think he's the first person that has ever tried to blind respective commentators on stream, because when ACC brought GT4 into the fold, Ivan decided to use what myself and Lewis McGlade decided to call the highlighter variation of a Chevrolet Camaro GT4. It was bright, and I thought my retinas were going to be scarred for life.
I love a bit of GT4 action in ACC, and it's fantastic to commentate on as well, because the battling you get with GT4s is just absolutely fantastic. But we've seen plenty of it in the GT3s tonight as well, and I say tonight, but it's been going from this afternoon as we head into the evening. It gets darker and darker, so almost 8:30 p.m. now. 19 degrees track and air temperature, as Alex was pointing out a little bit earlier on. But things do seem to have calmed down a touch in terms of people picking up penalties. There is one floating out there for Pashka, but earlier on we did have a flurry of penalties, so hopefully there's not too much more of that coming at the moment.
Yeah, I think everyone's just gotten into a little bit of a groove just to sort of calm down, cool the temperatures down. I mean, these drivers are racing like crazy out there. You know, the mental and physical exertion that these drivers go through. We now concentrate on Fidel Moreira in the 124 Williams Esports car, currently running a genuine P5. That car qualified P2, and with Igor Rodriguez and Tinko van der Velde, 2 very, very capable drivers. I mean, Tinko actually joined Williams Esports at the beginning of this year. And this is actually a battle with Luca Burke from Rocket Sim Sports. So here we go. This is a nice little battle emerging for P4 on the road.
It should be a tricky one for Mr. Button to support, because obviously as the man behind Rocket team, but also as an employee of Williams Racing as well. Which one will he support right now? But we have got Rocket versus Williams, fourth and fifth on track right now.
I think he's probably going to say, I'm going to plead the fifth. I'm going to sit on the fence on that one and see who comes out on top. That's probably the best thing he would probably say right about now. I'm not trying to put words in Jensen's mouth, of course, but you know, two very, very accomplished teams. You know, a few of these teams are actually doing double duty this weekend as well, because there's a very big iRacing 24 Hours of Spa going on at the minute. But we're here. The focus is on the opening round of the ADAC 2022 SimRacing Expo Simracing.GP Professional Trophy. But yeah, I mean, Fidel Moreira, one of two Brazilians in this squad, so you've got two Brazilians and a Dutchman. And they're all doing really, really well. One of the drivers that I know for a fact who's a bit of a dab hand behind the wheel of a car on Assetto Corsa Competizione, one of Williams Esports crew, Dara McCormack, currently not racing at the moment. He's currently enjoying the sights and sounds of the French Grand Prix at Paul Ricard, courtesy of the sister team Williams Racing. Which is fantastic, but nobody talk about what happened in qualifying, because I'm going to watch that once I've finished streaming this one. Yes, that's next on my list of things to do. That and a beer in front of the TV. I think that's the way the rest of this evening is going to pan out. But we've still got 2 hours and 40 minutes of hard but fair racing around CotA to take us through the night. So we are looking at this battle for 4th place. There's also a bit of a ding-dong going on for 7th as well, between CotA and Inostroza. They're just 3/10 apart the last time they crossed the line. Just to also pull back onto the poll that was running in YouTube as well. The results are in, Alex. So GTWR, 5% of the vote. Triton Racing also equal on 5% of the vote. Then we go to Yaz Heat. Sorry to interrupt you, but just CotA has just picked up a drive-through for track limits. And that's the 7th place car. A drive-through for track limits then for the 7th place car, 21. Sorry, carry on. But the clear winners, voted by you, the public out there watching at the moment, Unicorns of Love with a massive, like their lead at the moment in the race, 64% of the vote. Wow. Well, let's see whether it's right. I mean, at the moment, you would look at the gap that they've got, the pace that they've got, and you'd say, well, that makes sense. Although Statsenko is very, very close on pace right now, but with a 29-second gap between the two of them, he ain't going to close it down anytime soon. We're just seeing a penalty pop up for car 563. That's a 15-second penalty for contact with multiple cars, which is always a bad sign. But that's the Team Ballas Esport A team. And car 7 as well, contact with car 47. That's the Koana Gaming team. They have picked up a penalty as well. So there we go, a couple more penalties popping up, and there is a final warning for car 163. That's Team Ballas Esport B. So not a good 30 seconds for Team Ballas. And that final warning is for forcing another car off the track. So Stuart's busy, but doing a great job so far. And keeping us regularly updated with what slight issues have occurred between drivers out on track battling door to door, effectively, or a 2-2, as you like to say, Adam, as we picked up with nicely a little bit earlier on. But we've got one of the cars in the pit lane. That is as CotA exiting out of pit lane, having served that drive-through penalty. And there's one car very close behind. There might be, I'm not too sure. That's not the number 4 car of Leon Otoki that's Unicorns of Love 2 car. That might be a Carbon Sim Sport car just behind, I think. That is Lukaszek, because Otoki now up into P10.
It is indeed. So, yeah, just 3/10 between them as they come through the end of the first sector. And they cut the first timing beam following the drive-through. But you would expect the 21 car to now pull away from the 90, although Lukaszek may just be getting a sniff of a car in front and thinking, gee, maybe I can do something about them.
Yeah, it just depends on how Lukaszek actually tees it up on Capoccia now, because they're going to go down this long back straight from turn 11 to turn 12, and if Lukaszek gets a good run, but Capoccia seems to have the legs on the Carbon Sim Sport car coming down this long straightaway, and it's quite fearsome when you look at it from a long, you know, a far back angle track pan. So you can just see they're closing to within a car length going through T12, and then it's the next double right at 13 and 14, and Lukaszek again looking rather close on the back bumper of Capoccia, but Capoccia just within his rights to park the car on the racing line, but not do any unnecessary weaving or blocking to facilitate an opportunity for him to get a penalty from race control. That can sometimes happen.
We've had a message in chat from Nostradamus.
Nostradamus?
Yes, the man who predicted many things in the past. This time it's Willie Blackhammer dressed up as Nostradamus. A long time ago, he suggested that at the 3.5 hour mark, so in 6 minutes' time, we would see a raft of drive-through penalties for track limits. And he's still predicting it. He said, wait till you see. Predicted it earlier. Penalties inbound with 2.5 hours remaining. So if Nostradamus is correct, I will eat my hat.
Are you wearing one at the moment?
No. Well, apart from my baldy swimming cap.
Well, I mean, the thing is at the end of the day, you haven't got a hat to eat. So there we go. It'll be a figurative hat to eat, not a literal hat to eat. There we go.
If he gets it right, I'll eat the rest of my brownie. And that's a promise, I tell you. That is an absolute promise. Listen, would you like to hear from a bit of sim racing royalty, Alex?
Oh, of course. This man's an absolute legend, isn't he?
He is.
Bringing him in now?
Yeah, we're going to bring him in and speak to him live. I'm pleased to say that joining us in the comms booth at this moment in time is none other than Jarier.
Hello guys, hello.
Hello, and I like the way that you are speaking to us from behind yourself. That's
I'm sorry. That was the only option today. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's nice to see the setup as well. Of course, many people will know that setup from all of your videos anyway. But look, tell us a little bit about your battle with the 38 and the 919. It's been tough out there.
Oh my god, yeah, it's tough race, honestly. Like we are struggling since lap 1 finding like a proper grip with the car. Like we had like a nightmare in the first stint that the car was like sliding everywhere and we just didn't know why. Like because in the practice it didn't happen, you know. So we were like a bit like, well, not happy. And my first stint when I jumped in the car, I had like FPS issues for some reason, and the car was sliding as well. So yeah, it was hard. It was very emotional roller coaster stint for me. Yeah, and the battle was on and off. And I just would like to apologize for one big error with the guys going into the first corner. I don't even know what happened there, but luckily nobody died. So yeah.
No, and it looked like you then slowed down to let everyone else go as well. And
yeah, of course.
I think there was. I think what we said on stream at the time was no harm, no foul, so all good. There has been some good racing out there, though.
Oh, yeah.
What's it been like to be in and amongst the action?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, this track is really difficult for racing in a way that, like, it's very easy to send it, but it's very hard to keep the position at the same time. And it's very wide, the track, obviously. And the hardest point, obviously, everyone has the same car. They have, like, the same brakes. I would say maybe very similar setups. So then it's even harder, you know, in a certain situations. When we become that 4-car group, that was like no one could have done anything, but we were losing like 1.5 seconds per lap, and nobody was able to do anything with that. So yeah, that was I enjoyed it, but it was a bit a bit hard.
Well, we recognise Eamon and himself, but with Angel joining the team, this will be the first time the ACC crowd has seen their talent on track. What can we look forward to from those guys?
Yeah, I mean, Eamon obviously is an old school driver, so he knows what he's doing. He was just struggling in the first stint with the car, but otherwise his pace was really well, very good. And Angel, he's a machine, you know. He's a GT Gran Turismo world champion, you know. He's someone who knows what he's doing, and as you can see on his pace, he's doing really well. This is actually his first ever endurance driver swap race. We actually just during our second stint, we had to explain to him how to do the driver swap. Because we kind of forgot about it. Because yesterday Angel said in a practice, he said, yeah, I know how to do driver swap. It's all good. And today in the first stint, he said, I know it theoretically. And we got like, okay, what does that mean? And he's like, I saw your videos and streams. And I was like, oh God. And then he was having issues getting his Zoom work. So I had to do the double stint. And now is everything fine? So everything all good, I would say. Yeah.
Very good. I'm going to ask a question that I'm not sure whether I should, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Dare I ask how many track limit warnings you are on as a team?
We have one.
Oh, that's not bad. I thought we were going to get a lot more drive-throughs for track limits.
Yeah, I mean, we were really, really careful. Like, I got first warning in the first lap of my second stint, where I literally just flew over the sausage curb and lost like half a second. So it was a bit unfortunate warning, but yeah, it's how it is. But otherwise, we were really, really careful. So yeah.
Great.
Hopefully we'll keep going, you know. It can go really south really fast on this track if you get a lot of warnings, like as we saw for the Mavic team behind us.
Yeah. We'll let you get back to your team in just a second. I did just want to ask, what's your aim for finishing place in this race? What do you think you can achieve from here?
So we are only 16 seconds from P4, so obviously it's 2.5 hours to go. The pace is okay-ish. We can see also different drops in the pace, like between the drivers, between the teams and so on. So I would love to get top 5. That's like target I would love to. But I think we can look at the times and such. I think we can maybe even, if we are lucky, we can get close to P4, hopefully. But yeah, that would be the target for sure.
Fantastic. Well, we'll let you get back to the team now. Thank you so much for your time, and enjoy the rest of the race. No doubt we'll speak to you through the season as well. So there we go. That was Jardier joining us
thank you guys.
in the comms box. Like I said, Alex, real sim racing royalty right there.
I mean, the guy is the embodiment of a positive mental attitude when it comes to sim racing. This guy, whenever I've seen him on his streams, and he is streaming live, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, so the guy is an absolute machine. You know, I've seen him progress through like virtual GP. You have to give a shout out to my good friend from the Czech Republic, Lukas Redl, who actually produces that. You know, Jardier's been racing for so long, but his streams are just absolutely golden. And you know, you can't have probably a better ambassador for sim racing, even if you tried. No one at the moment, in my mind, tops Jardier for just fantastic content. And as I said, the guy's a machine.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we are back with the live action, and Nostradamus has failed us because look, we've gone past the mark when he said all the drive-throughs would tumble in, and they haven't. So maybe the end of the world is spared for one further day.
Yeah. At least you can still enjoy eating your brownie a bit later on, Adam, when you get the chance, mate. So, you know, everything's all right. It hasn't gone Pete Tong yet. We've still got 2 hours and 28 minutes to go. But we're still with Fidel Moreira from Williams Esports, who is about 9/10 of a second behind Luca Burke. So, yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of battles as Shermatinsky still sitting in 15th position, but he's got, that is the number 28 car behind. That's WPS Racing Team, with Maximilian Shea just behind. And that is a genuine battle for the last points-paying position in this race.
Yeah, and also if you keep your beady little eyes out on the background as well, there is Another battle going on there as we see Shea dive to the inside of Sherman-Tinsky. Sherman-Tinsky not fighting it too hard, letting that one go. So a change of position there. Now, next up behind them, Kamenev and Walter are pretty close together as well, with Povelatis not too far behind as well. So we've got a three-way brewing in the background. But right now, Sherman-Tinsky just letting Shea go there. There was no real big fight with that one.
No, I think at the end of the day, they could be on completely different strategies anyway. So Sherman-Tinsky was probably using discretion as the better part of valor. Just thought, right, I'm going to let Shea go past, and I'm going to run our own race. That's what we've got to do. We've got to try and see if we can get a bit further up the order, because we're just under... And now, very soon, I would imagine that some floodlights are going to appear at the Circuit of the Americas, thanks to this wonderful helicam shot showing us the main technical parts of the circuit from around about turn 12 right the way through to turn number 18 and 19 before they go on to turn 20. That brings them onto the start-finish straight back over another 5.5 kilometers. I've just noticed, yeah, there's a couple of penalties showing on the timing tower. But I mean, Sherman-Tinsky, yeah, just keeping it nice, cool, calm and collected. I mean, they're probably perspiring like crazy at the moment. I think Jardier is probably getting some welcome hydration at the moment after his mammoth stint behind the wheel.
Walter has got past Kamenev, by the way, but Walter, Kamenev and Povelatis are still all together, separated by around half a second. The three of them battling over 17th place. Here it is. Marcus Walter has made that position up. It looks like Kamenev now under a lot of pressure from Povelatis in the 68 car. That is, of course, the Badger Juice racing car, as I happily named it earlier. And it will forever be named, well, forever.
Yeah, just noticed that there has been a 15-second time penalty issued to the number 90 car with Wojciech Lukaszek behind the wheel. That's the number 90 for Carbon Sim Sport. 15-second time penalty for collision with another vehicle. That was actually with the 21 car. That would have been GTWR Go Setups. There's a bit of a side-by-side here. I think it was behind, either in front of, no, that's behind Walter. So that's Kamenev and Povelatis battling away tooth and nail over 18th position. And they are losing time to Walter, who's scarpered away slightly into the distance.
Yeah, so Kamenev and Povelatis getting side by side for a moment. No change of position yet, but they are battling hard. Just behind this car of Walter, you can see them there in the background, and the next two cars up on the track, separated by just a couple of tenths of a second. But there are battles up and down the field, but this is the one we're going to stick with at the moment. So it's the second and third car in this run of four that are battling hard at this moment in time. So it's the two behind Walter that we're looking at the moment that are fighting hard over 18th place. And let's not forget, these guys will want to push on and try and get themselves into the top 15. Because it's the top 15 that get themselves into the points.
Yeah, with, if memory serves me correctly, 20 points for a victory. And this is, I mean, hang on. Someone's decided to bring out the mosh pit just by the main tower, haven't they? Oh, my goodness me. Never ceases to amaze that they get up to anything in the state of Texas, the Lone Star State itself, especially the night balls.
I don't know if you noticed from the helicam shot earlier, but there was a couple of strobe lights pointing up into the sky as well. Yeah, all kinds of stuff going on there, and you got my my terrible beatboxing in the background. What you thankfully didn't see was me dancing to my own beatboxing, which is not good.
I have no comment.
And that's probably best. That is probably best. But we are continuing to watch Walter here in the GCR team, number 27 Audi. Kamenev next up with Povelatis still right behind him, but we've now switched to Lukaszek, who's got Kapocia directly behind him. So Kapocia now recovering from that earlier penalty, but Lukaszek did manage to get past earlier on, but Kapocia now trying to reclaim that position. and try and repair some of the damage for that drive-through.
Yeah, coming down through turns 2, 3, 4 and 5. Echoes of Silverstone right here through this particular part of the circuit itself. But you've got a... Oh! Massive tank slapper for Capoccia, but he holds on to it. Clean up on aisle 3, anyone, I think.
Oh, would anyone like to deliver to Capoccia a new pair of trousers, please? Because those are ruined.
Severely, I might add. But yeah, I mean, the way that he just... we're going to actually have a look at a replay. Now, we're going to start coming through, and we're just going to concentrate on Capoccia for a minute. You know, nice and neat and tidy, but then the back end steps out to the right and he catches it. So, minimal amounts of correction required, but definitely a heart-in-the-mouth moment for Capoccia in the number 21 GTWR Go Setups Audi there.
So what's interesting is every single hour through this race, when we have got to the last 20 minutes of the hour, we have started to see cars getting sideways, getting a tank slapper on. So it's obviously at this point that the tyres are really starting to go off. It's just amusing that it's literally been at exactly the same point of each hour we have seen somebody do a slide or a big save or have an off-track moment. So these guys working the tyres hard. As you see the strobes in the background, did you see them?
I did indeed, adding a little bit of additional light. But yeah, Povilaitis again closing in this time on Kamenev. Still battling away over 18th position as they go into the next right-hander. So it's going to be close. I mean, Walter in front of Kamenev by nearly 3.5 seconds. So Walter has clearly bolted and has decided to look forward using the older racing horse blinkers and just deciding, right, I'm going to carry on. Briefly saw, and as we now see Tauscher go up the inside of Capoccia through T1. So the blue flags were being waved, as we just saw briefly, going down the start-finish straight. So Michi Tauscher making his way through past Capoccia, who goes down another lap. And, oh, Leon Otaki in the sister car has just got a drive-through for track limits.
Yeah, so there are still plenty of stories to play out in this one, because I wonder just how many cars are sat out there on final warnings for track limits. This is probably the worst track in ACC for track limits, maybe with the exception of Paul Ricard. But there we go, we found the strobe light. So yeah, I mean, they're not doing much moving, so the music can't be that great. But who's on stage? Nobody.
Well, no idea. Nobody cares. Nobody cares at this moment because we're enjoying the on-track action.
That strobe light does look great, though. It looks absolutely fantastic in the background. Kudos to Kunos.
Yep, a bit of colour variation for us all out there. But yeah, headlights very much ablaze. We're really getting into night time now as the server time hits 8:52 p.m. But Tauscher just calmly getting on with business. And looking at the last lap times, Michi Tauscher's last lap was 2-minute 5.882, over 0.3 quicker than Yaz Heat's Mikhail Statsenko, who's currently sitting in second position in the 149 car.
Yeah, and then Vojtina in third, a further 0.7 further back from that as well. So there's a full second difference between first and third in terms of pace at the minute. 103 laps down. With 2 hours 20-ish left to go. So these guys absolutely pumping in the laps and getting them through as Tauscher heads through after lap 104.
Yeah, as we're now focusing on Wojciech Lukaszek for Carbon Sim Sport. The old Polish crew, and that looks to be the race leader behind them. So Michi Tauscher will have to look to get past there safely. It's always down to the car behind that has to safely make the move past, but it's also down to the car in front to also just pay a bit of common sense and a bit of due diligence as they're going through this very tight right-hander. And now they're going to go through the left-hand kink. So I would say that the next straightaway they get, that Tauscher will probably get through once Lukaszek pays attention to the blue flags.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because you know you tend to find that audiences and fans and even drivers have been so spoilt by the way that blue flags work in Formula One that they don't realise that in GT racing, it's like you say, it's not a case of just jumping out of the way and facilitating the move. It's a case of just working together to not lose too much time and to get the move done safely. And that was perfectly done at the end of the straight. Neither of them lost a huge amount of time. And that's exactly what you want to see with the blue flags.
Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, like you say, and there we go. Oh, they changed from yellow to... Oh, hang on, hang on, has someone decided to change the strobe lights the colours of Unicorns of Love as they're currently leading, I think?
Yes, they have. Do you know what? Look at that detail to actually have a set of DJ decks there. I mean, there is a guy dancing.
Yeah.
Look, there he goes, just one on his own. Oh, bless him.
Fifth
Bless him,
row
we're
deep.
going to go find him. What's his name?
There we go. His name's probably Dave.
Is it a bird? Brilliant. Is it a plane? No, it's Dave who's on the train.
He forgot his cape.
If anyone in chat can name that song, then ladies and gents, we have somebody as sad as me in the chat.
Yeah, and Dan Terry just goes proper raver in the YouTube chat as we see that.
He was raving, misbehaving. That's what he was doing. I was quite disappointed that he was not throwing a big fish, little fish in there.
Or cardboard box.
Yeah, indeed. Dan seems to be suggesting it might have been Steve Burrell, but you know.
Yeah, that's what he's done. He's just put it in the chat as well in NPC form. Brilliant stuff there.
Oh dear. The sights and sounds of CotA, ladies and gents.
Also, just to bring your attention to more track limits, Maximilian Verdi's just picked one up as well. Another drive-through has gone the way of the number 72 car, and that's Virtual Drivers by TX3.
Nostradamus was 15 minutes out. We've got more ravers. We found more. Life is getting better in the mid. Oh, that guy looks like he's ready for a fight, to be honest.
Oh, dear.
There are many Steve Worrells actually, all wearing the same outfit. There are some with their there's some with their arms crossed. They are not enjoying the music. This guy's loving it a little bit too much, I think. It gets a bit sparse down the back here, doesn't it? This is where the naughty kids hang out, right at the back, just chatting away. We can't help but bring you some of the raving that is going on there.
Yeah, I think we've had our fair share of fill on that one, and Dan's had a laugh at Steve's expense. So there we go. Altoki's now coming to serve the drive-through penalty. It looks like so. Lukashek in the number 90 car, which still has to serve a 15-second penalty for an incident earlier on, will now head up into the top 10.
Indeed. So lots of things yet to shake out. I'm just trying to figure out whether there's any drivers that we haven't seen in cars yet. There probably is. So anyone who's going double stint, we've still got some new drivers to introduce into this race in the last 2 hours. We were discussing earlier, before you were with us, the pros and cons of going double stint versus single stint. What's your thoughts on it?
I think it alludes back to what I was saying earlier on when we were talking about, how hard drivers are pushing. For instance, Unicorns of Love. It will depend on the strategy, but they've got to pit within that stint time window. If they don't, then they can be investigated for it. So it's always about, this is a 3-team driver affair in terms of the format of this year's professional trophy. So stint times will be policed, and it's down within the discretion of the race stewards to look into that. But I think if drivers are comfortable doing a double stint, some drivers might be comfortable saying, you know what, I'll do one stint now, I'll do one a little bit later on, as Fidel Madeira coming up close to Luca Burke, one of the back marker Audi gets out of the way. That's through turn 3. So Moreira closing in on Luca Burke from Rocket Simsport. They've been at it quite a bit with regards to this battle for 4th and 5th, but it's been very strategic. No one's either closed in or no one's scarpered away into the distance. So it's a bit of an equal pendulum between these two cars.
Yeah, it's interesting. Burke hasn't gone full lights yet. You can tell because that centre light on the front grille of the Audi of Burke isn't on yet. So obviously feeling that he's got enough light out there at the moment without going full beam. Whereas all of the other cars I've seen have got that centre beam lit up nice and bright. I was told the other day that apparently the new Lamborghini GT3 has got like a massive spotlight centre in front of the grille. So almost Lexus style, lighting up the cars in front. You'll certainly know that that one's coming.
Yeah, and I think anyone that has got all the lights ablaze on the front of the car, like with the Williams Esports one, the lower fog lights are also... oh, and we've just had, oh, dearie me, Carbon SimSport have got now a final warning as well, according to race control. So, oh, dearie me, these final warnings seem to be creeping in at quite a substantial rate. It seems to be sort of like every so often, but there are more final warnings coming through, and I don't think a team like Carbon SimSport will want to have another issue, because they've already got to serve a 15-second penalty for a collision earlier on.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love number 2 have actually picked up a drive-through for contact with car 90, which is the Carbon SimSport car. So it makes you wonder whether there was a bit of to and fro there and a little bit of afters maybe. So one of them's picked up a final warning, the other one's picked up a drive-through for contact with the other. So obviously something going on there, but Lukaszek already sat on a 15-second penalty, now on that final warning as well, that could then be turned into a more serious penalty should there be any more indiscretions. As we join Lukaszek on track now with Capoccia less than a second behind now, so closing that gap. Yeah, Lukaszek definitely having to walk that tightrope now.
Yeah, and it's just minding, crossing the T's, dotting the I's, just making sure that everything's in order. And with Capoccia trying to close on in, I mean, Capoccia in his own right is a well-known quantifiable entity within sim racing. So I think Lukaszek has just got to be, got to teeter on that limit of adhesion here, Adam. And the main thing is that Capoccia, with a team that is, took the actual victory in the opening season of the SimGrid World Cup with with names associated with that team, such as Giorgio Simonini, for instance. Yeah, I'm thinking that Capoccia, starting to reel in that gap little by little, but not pushing too much, because he doesn't want to have a Code Brown moment like he had a few laps ago through this complex they've just gone through.
Indeed, he's only just changed into a fresh pair of pants. Didn't need another one straight away, that's for sure. Elvinko has been gone for a while and has just rocked up back in Twitch chat and said, I'm at home now. What did I miss, guys? The summary was rain, but very short. I think that was a misnomer, that one. And then actually just good fights. And then Willie summarised it with ravers out the back and Adam beatboxing. So that's basically what's happened whilst you've not been with us, Elvinko. But we are seeing some great battles up and down the field.
Yeah, we are indeed. It's it's great just to see the amount of solidarity. But Capoccia, look how close he is now to the back of Lukaszek.
Lukaszek's 15-second penalties just disappeared as well.
Oh, right. That's interesting.
So yeah, that is interesting. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But right now, this is a full-on battle between Lukaszek and Capoccia. Capoccia getting closer lap by lap by lap. We are getting close, very close to the next pit stops, though. So you wonder whether one car might even bring theirs forward to avoid losing time in a battle and just get it done and out of the way first. But I suppose when you got a 65-minute stint timer, you're going to want to run as close to that 65 minutes as possible so that you're not losing time later down the line.
Yeah, you're probably looking to maybe bring that car into the pits with about 60. I'd say at the absolute latest, you could probably push the boat out to maybe, if you're crossing the line with about 62 minutes to go, you know, these cars are running, you know, at the top end of the grid, 2-minute 5.9s, 2-minute 6s on average. So you could probably factor in one more lap before you go, right, okay, I've got to dive into the pits now. And sometimes I've seen it before where stint times have been exceeded, and it has cost teams dearly as a direct result. So I'm sure that in the opening stage, you know, as I said earlier, Adam, everyone wants to get onto the best foot forward. You want to make sure that you iron out, you know, this is the first opportunity these drivers have battled in this format, in this championship, which is going to go right the way through to early December in Nuremberg. They want to make sure that they iron out the bugs in the first race, and then race 2, we could see a completely different kettle of fish altogether. But then the circuit's changing and the car's changing, anything is possible.
Certainly is. As for Capoccia, you might have just heard in the background whilst Alex was talking there, a little intake of breath from Adam, because Capoccia got very close to the back of Lukaszek into the turn before the back straight, and they are super close as they come through the twiddly section, as I like to call it, through here. And we get a bit of a tank slapper from Lukaszek, actually, as he tries to... Oh, and we see Capoccia sideways! Well held, that man, but that, Alex, could have gone all very, very wrong.
That could have been Andrea Capoccia exit stage right into the barriers if he hadn't have hit the brakes like he did, because that car was sideways and then some. I think he was trying to do a bit of Ingolstadt drift. We're going to have a look at a replay now as they go, you know, Capoccia to the outside, swings to the inside, and then into the next corner. Lukaszek has a moment, into the next right-hander, and Capoccia, yeah, puts the throttle down, I think a little bit too early. Back end of the Audi steps out, but he manages to catch it nicely indeed. Right,
so car 90's penalty was cleared after a protest. So, yeah, Lukaszek now into the pits as we switch back to Mikhail Bykov in the Simware Pro by VDES team. That Bentley's still going pretty strong.
Yeah, Povilaitis from the number 68 car. The Slava Ukraini by BGP, or Beaver Juice Racing, as you like to call it.
No, it's Badger Juice. Badger Juice.
Well, I extended on the amount of different things we can call it now.
Oh, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me.
Oh, no. I'll just go with the standard Beaver Grease Racing. That's how, when I looked and I was like thinking, hang on a second, this is just... Like, I've seen some really, because for those that do know of me and do know of my karting commentary, I have seen some very, very dodgy team names, and not just in karting, but I've also, when it's arrive and drive and it's endurance racing, I've also seen it in Citroen C1s running around Silverstone for twice around the clock, and I've seen some perlers of team names right there.
Oh, I can imagine. I really can. I mean, I think my favourite just recently was in one of the community races that I'm involved in, where somebody rocked up and their team name was Race Car.
I can add one to that, because there was a team in one particular championship in a karting endurance 12-hour. They called it because Race Kart. And I was just like thinking, great scope of imagination right there from that crew.
Oh dear. Yes, there is some ingenuity out there when it comes to a team name. We love to see that. Now, Schmidt is in chat, and they would love to see car 111, so we'll see if we can get that one on the go. Car 111 is your Door Esports black car of Kripner, Dorniden and Piringer, who we saw Piringer earlier involved in some great battling, so I'm sure our lovely director will switch us to car 111 when we get the chance. We're still looking at Mikhail Bykov at the moment in the 41. Producer just whispered in my ear, no, although I think it came out as no. But that's my best Scottish accent.
Oh, dear,
Alex, can you do any better?
I mean, it's just. I'm not even going to start on that. That's just going to be like red rag to a bull right there. The 111 actually is in pit lane, I believe.
So we can watch a stationary car if we want, or
It's actually
we can pick them up when they are back on the track. So yes,
Yeah,
so triple one is the car that we are going to take a look at. Alex, I just had one of those moments there where live on stream I answered the question from the producer in my ear, which is always good because then it looks like I'm having a conversation with myself.
Oh dearie me. No, I think that car was on. It had Leonard Klippner behind the wheel, and it's apparently gone. So they were running. I think it was lap 61, and that was quite a long old time ago. That's bloody hell. 40 laps ago, 50 laps ago actually, but yeah. 50 laps ago. You see, even my maths are shockingly bad at the moment, and we still got 2 hours to go, plus everything else post race.
So basically, in short, what we're saying is, Schmidt, we hate to bring you bad news, but actually, the producer was right when he said no, because we can't. They're not on track anymore.
Yeah, I've just seen that Orlando Heads is from Renvelten Esports, and the number 71 is just another team that's served a drive-through penalty for track limits. So. They are, I mean, now that we're getting into the deep of night, I mean, the server's now at 10 past 9. The track temperature and air temperature now at 18 degrees Celsius. So, yeah, these track limit warnings are going to be a bit more pertinent in terms of, you know, the spatial awareness they've got to have, and it's got to be a little bit more just sort of holding a little bit back. I mean, we all know they're going to go full pelt for the next 2 hours. That's a given. But you just want to make sure that they all have an equal opportunity of competing for points. And as you and James were saying earlier on in this championship, points make prizes.
Alex, I think our mutual acquaintance Johnny Ashley's been drinking because he's just dropped into Twitch chat and said my favourite 2 commentators. Now, I know he's a big fan of yours, but I know he's not a big fan of mine, so he must have been drinking.
Yeah, I think it was. Well, that's your opinion speaks volumes, there, Adam. I mean, I know Johnny anyway, and he's a good guy. So, Johnny, thanks a lot, mate. Yeah, 2 thumbs up from me.
It's interesting, Johnny, that. Earlier on when I first spoke to Alex and there was a break, I said, oh, by the way, Johnny says hello, and he just went, ah. That's his only response. So there we go.
I mean, the thing is that when you've got so much going through your mind, that's unfortunately my de facto response, which is, ah. It happens. It's just like a slip of the tongue. It's a Freudian slip. So sorry, Johnny, about that one.
Yeah, but confirmed. Owned Racing in chat says Adam sucks. So there we go. Thank you for that. Anyway, let's keep an eye on what's going on out here. We're seeing Jan Marcel Dietrich in the Whipperman racing car that got a real whippering earlier, but is recovering nicely from that. So the 11 car was spun round on lap 1 or 2, I think it was, and has been in recovery mode ever since. But really coming back up through the field, so putting in a good performance at this point of the race.
Yeah, it's always nice to see these teams that, you know, take a lick and keep on ticking. They just keep on going because they know that the first round isn't going to decide it all. It's all about how you come back from it. And, you know, if Whipperman Racing get into the top 15 come the end of this race and they score points, you know, I'm sure that all the crew will be very, very happy about that, because it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. And this format is, you know, in respect of what we had last year, very, very different format. But to be honest with you, it's just been just even more exciting because you've got 3 drivers working together, as there are quite a few teams in the pits. Number 4, Unicorns of Love 2, Simware Pro by VDES, number 7, Corvana Gaming, Daniel Pashka behind the wheel of that car. I think they might be serving their 15-second time penalty. Zampedri also in the pits. That's in the number 85 mixed wheels car, the all-Italian crew. Qualified P5 at Monza at the opening qualifier for the professional trophy. Yeah, so, you know, Whipperman Vipperman Racing have got an opportunity to get themselves up the order as long as they don't drop the ball along the way.
We've also got Dina in the pits and Truglio as well. So the pit stops are coming thick and fast. One of the things, and I fear sniping a driver in saying this, but as we see Apostle also take to the pits in the 33, one of the things that is noticeable with all of these pro drivers and high quality qualifying drivers on track is we don't seem to see a lot of penalties for speeding in the pits.
No, I think these drivers will be wise to that fact. They've had this is more than this is not their first rodeo. We all know that. So it's a case of just making sure that they get a couple of kilometres an hour underneath the pit lane speed limit, hit the button, and they're golden. You don't want to make that kind of mistake because first of all, that driver that causes that problem for the team will instantly have the burden of guilt over both their shoulders, and then they have to try and redeem themselves later on in the race.
Indeed they do. So we're here with Danila Sherapanin in the 41 Bentley. The Bentley's still performing well. I know it's one of those cars that some people struggle with, especially if they drive in cockpit view, because of the fact that it is right-hand drive. I could really start something here because right-hand drive, of course, the best way forward, and of course the word right is not only the opposite of left, but it's also the opposite of wrong. So there you go, right-hand drive is incorrect. I've literally just alienated probably 3/4 of our audience with that one, but yeah, good British car with a British right-hand drive element to it as well.
Well, when you think about it, a lot of the early closed cockpit LMP1 cars here, Adam, a lot of them were right-hand drive because it was easier on the driver change to get them through into the car. So, yeah, right-hand drive does work. I mean, I've had my fair share of driving cars over here in the UK, but also on the continent, on the other side of the car, but I've also driven my own car over in continental Europe, and it was quite funny. One particular instance, I was in Adria in Italy. It was a bit of a long old road trip. I think I did about 3,500 miles over the course of October 2020. Long story short, the person who was going to get in the car with me went straight away to the other side, which was my side, as in where the steering wheel was, and went, "You realise this is a right-hand drive car?" She's gone, "Oh, sorry." I said, "Look, don't worry, you're not the first person to do it. You certainly won't be the last."
Every time I drive abroad, I at some point during the trip go and sit in the passenger seat and then go, "Nope, other one." Always going to be done. I'm sure it's the way for anyone coming over here in return as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I have to give a shout out here. This is the 911 crew, FTW Racing team, that qualified through the second qualifier at Donington Park. They are currently running in a genuine P5, and they won the qualifier at Donington Park. So, how's about that? You know, a qualifier putting the cat amongst the professional pigeons.
It is absolutely fantastic. And if the cats are amongst the pigeons, we probably need to go and save those pigeons. So let's do that whilst you guys take a look at some adverts. And then we'll be back with some highlights of the last hour.
Aktuelles Los hier 31,7.
So, as we've made the transition from sundown to nightfall, some great battles along the way, considering this one with the likes of Simware Pro by VDES battling away with one of the Audis, which was the 85 of mixed wheels, going toe-to-toe in a welcome exchange. Great racecraft between the pair of them, but the Audi still had the legs on the Bentley coming down the main straightaway between turns 11 and 12. But then the likes of Ivan Shermatinsky showing his overtaking prowess, as some of the drivers went a little bit wide, say the 919 of SMP Racing Esports, Oleg Kamenev amongst others, with a few other drivers looking to get stuck in there. And that included Marcus Walter in the number 27 car from Get Closer Racing Pro. The nighttime quickly came in to full prominence as Andrea Capoccia had a bit of a tank slapper going through the twisty stuff between turns 2 and 5, whilst battling away with Lukacek from the number 90 of Carbon Simsport in the Audi. And with the strobe lights away in the concert just off of the main tower here at the Circuit of the Americas, the floodlights and also the headlights came on every single corner of the circuit, and still with battles raging up and down the order, we're getting into the business end, the final third of the opening round of the ADAC SimRacing Expo SimRacing.GP Professional Trophy, where a prize fund of €10,000 will be split between the top 20 teams come early December. But the action has still been fast and furious nevertheless, with the likes of Rocket Simsport and Williams Esports still getting into battle. They're still battling away over positions out on track, but pit stops, strategy calls, very differing between the teams. But then not only did Capoccia have one moment on track, he also had another one a few laps later and managed to hold a massive slide while still battling away with Lukacek. So just under an hour and 50 minutes to go, Adam, and headlights ablaze, the floodlights are starting to show up, the strobe lights have changed from Unicorns of Love purple to maybe, say, possibly a green of Carbon Simsport there.
I would say so too, and Pfeffer's back in the car and straight into the 204s in the lead, so 204.9. It's about as quick as we've seen it, but this car here, the FTW Racing team, Nico Solman, has picked up a drive-through we're seeing on screen. So some of these penalties just starting to creep in now with an hour and 49 minutes left of this race. I think we are not done with the drive-throughs tonight.
No, I mean, it's especially the fact that Willie Blackhammer's waiting for things to happen, but Nico Solman, was that over the sausage curbs? My goodness me, that was a heck of a save from the 911 FTW Racing Team car in P10, as Isaac Price from BMW G2 Esports has now pulled the BMW into the pits on from P9.
I tell you what, Solman playing fast and loose with the track limits there. I mean, the last thing you want to be doing is picking up more track cut warnings whilst waiting to serve a drive-through, because ACC can just disqualify you if you get penalty on top of penalty. It will just go to an instant disqualification. So Solman needing to be careful there that he doesn't turn a drive-through into an absolute disaster and throw things away for his team. So Nico will probably want to get in this time around, get that penalty served very, very quickly so that they're out of danger.
Yeah, because I mean, you can, through track limits, you can expand that drive-through penalty as high as a stop-go 30, and then that really wrecks your race. I mean, with the 911 of FTW Racing Team, you know, they're solidly in 9th position, but they've got Luke Whitehead in the number 21 from GTW Argo setups trying to close on in, but is about 19.3 seconds behind. So this is going to really compromise the 911's stature within the top 10 here, Adam.
It is. Luke Whitehead, if I remember rightly, picked up the win in the NLR Cup race with SGP just a couple of months ago, or thereabouts. I can't remember when it was. I mean, I commentated on it, but I have no clue when it was. Like I said earlier, I have slept since then, but I'm pretty sure it was Luke Whitehead who took the win, if memory serves correct, in an AMG there or thereabouts. So a quick peddler, that's for sure, and we'll look to pick up that position from Solman when they take their drive-through. Meanwhile, out front, the gap has trimmed ever so slightly, but only down to 27 seconds. So Fefa is back in the car. Burke is second for the Rocket team, and Rocket have, excuse the pun, really rocketed forward through this race, because they were a lot lower than that in the first hour of the race. We've done really well to recover their position.
Oh, definitely. I think it's a case of just sort of mitigating the strategies, capitalising when other people or other teams have had dramas, which we have seen with the raft of penalties that came through in the early 90 minutes of the race itself. So there was the stewards, we have to give them a lot of credit for the amount of hard work they put in behind the scenes to be very reactive to the penalties that have had to be issued. They've had to, their word is law, and teams are within their rights to protest or make a report against another team during proceedings. And having live stewarding really does give us an added dynamic that the teams know that they've got to be on their best behaviour, as Tobias Pfeffer is inching that number 14 Unicorns of Love Audi towards the 120th lap of completed racing so far.
Indeed. Now Pfeffer on the last lap with a 2:05.3, but not the fastest car on track at the minute. Would you like to take a punt in the dark, quite literally, at who the fastest car on track at the moment is?
Wouldn't have to be Boothby by any chance, would it?
It would. A 2:05.1 last time around, and beginning to close that gap in on Burke. Here is George Boothby in the Yaz Heat car. They will be looking to close that 5.2 seconds down to the 22 car. Question from Huff Maniac in chat on Twitch asking, has there been many incidents? And the answer is no, not really. There was a few in the first hour. And there's been a couple of little things for the stewards to deal with, but nothing major. It's been pretty good, hard but fair racing from these guys.
Yeah, definitely. And we're getting, we're into the last hour and 3/4, and Boothby, that gap has now been trimmed down to 4 seconds.
Wow.
Boothby's just taken 2 seconds out of Luca Burke on that previous tour.
Yeah, so Luca Burke did a 2:07.115, Boothby with a 2:05.110. That was the last time around, but some of that 2 seconds has come on this lap as well. So it'll be interesting to see what times these guys pull across the line this time around. So Burke and Boothby beginning to battle over second place. Burke in the pits. So Burke takes to the pits straight away. So I wonder if those tyres were just completely shot at this point.
Yeah, if they're double stinting tyres, it's one of those things. Again, the temperature has dropped another degree, so 18 degrees ambient air, 18 degrees track temperature. So we're going to see now, I think, drivers. Boothby, what a flyer from him! Last lap, 2:04.7. 4.7. The times in these last hour and 43 minutes are going to be absolutely astounding, I think. We're probably going to be hitting, I think, by my reckoning, we could see a low 2:04. We might even see, if someone like Boothby is going to push like crazy, a high 2:03.
Yeah, you get the car in the right window with the track fully rubbered in and get everything just right. A nice clear lap, maybe on slightly less fuel towards the end of the race as well. And who knows what these guys can achieve right towards the end. But Boothby, with that 2:04.7, it doesn't steal the fastest lap off of the 14 car, but is pretty bad. Now, Solman, oh dear. So through the pits for that drive-through has now picked up an SG30.
Oh.
So you said earlier it could be worse. He could pick up an SG30, and boom, it's happened. So Nico Solman will now have to sit in the pits for 30 seconds. That's that's a painful one as we see Murdasov also pick up a drive-through.
Yeah, they are starting to come on in. I think, you know, we get to the tail end, you know, the final third of a 6-hour enduro here on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform. These drivers have been, you know, losing blood, sweat and tears, just trying to get themselves on the best foot forward here, Adam. And I did say that with coming into nightfall, you know, your braking distances, you're going to have to mitigate them. You're going to have to extend them ever so slightly. Maybe take a different gear going through. With colder track temperatures, sometimes traction might be at a premium. And so instead of using first gear through a corner, you might decide, well, I'm going to use second because that's going to give me better purchase coming out of the corner. And when I hit the throttle, it's not going to respond like we have, you know, like we've seen earlier on in the race.
Boothby with a 205 flat that time around, so a pretty strong follow-up to his 204.7 as we see the 977 car. So stand by. Here we go, 977's on screen, so bang, we're about to get hashtag 977 in all the chats. Go is what I'm saying. Oh, some of them are already in there, look. But I think we're probably going to get a wave more of them right now. But this 977 car still performing well, 15th at the moment. But of course, we will wait for some of the pit stops just to shake out and reorder things. These guys have got an outside chance at the top 10 tonight.
They have indeed. It's just about how much they want it, really. And, you know, they're going to take risks. Every team is going to take risks. However, it's dependent on how much risk they want to take. If they think they don't want to chance it, they're not going to do it. Plain and simple.
Indeed. We see 163 has got a drive-through as well. So these things just beginning to pop up. We see Sherapin in the 41 Bentley. Just beginning to close in on Gross in front in the 27 Audi. So this battle has been backwards and forwards throughout the race. There's a message in Twitch chat so that Boothby is struggling with the car. The lap times are not suggesting that, but we'll keep an eye on that. Interesting. I wonder what that could be.
Well, you know what I've just spotted here, Adam? Tobias Pfeffer has just gone purple in Sector 1. And what lap are we on? We're on lap number 123. Incredible pace from the Unicorns of Love. And Tobias Pfeffer is now gapping George Boothby on the previous lap by nearly 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, Boothby popped in a 205.8 that time around, so dropped about 0.8 on that last lap. So we'll keep an eye on that to see where things go. The hashtag 977s are still popping up in YouTube chat, but we're also looking at Pfeffer's lap time to see whether he can actually improve on the fastest lap of the race. What I don't have in front of me is what the current fastest lap of the race is. Do you have access to that?
I do have access to that. I'm just going to have a quick look for the last time index on that. Right, fastest lap of the race, which was set at very early doors, 2 minute 4.7, and that was by the number 14. But then we went down a little bit further, 2:04.660, and that was done probably just 16:23 UK time. So that was probably what? When did we go green? I'm just wondering if my maths have just gone to the absolute pants right now. But it is Unicorns of Love, 2 minute 4.660. That is the fastest lap. Tobias Pfeffer on a 2 minute 5.4 is 0.8 off of it at the moment.
I think it was 4 o'clock UK time that we went green. So yeah, it was about half an hour into the race then. So we'll have to see how close Pfeffer can get. That last time around was a 2:04.985. So a little bit more to trim off of that one. Julian Beck in chat making a very good point. Car 28, which is Stockinger, is sat there in 10th at the moment. It was dead last on lap 1 due to an incident. So doing a really good job to get themselves back up the field that far.
Yeah, and just keeping it clean, really. Solomon now in the pit lane in the 911 for FTW Racing Team. So we'll see what happens here as Shadow Pennin is battling away. That's the number 27 of Niklas Kors for Get Closer Racing Pro, and that's for 17th. Bentley in the tow of the Audi, heading up into T1. As Shadow Pennin looks to the outside and swings the Bentley round. Oh, that was very close indeed, and there was a little bit of a touch between the pair there, so a slight bit of rubbings racing.
And what's bonking?
Yeah, but I think
you didn't quite know how to finish that one, did you? If Robbins racing, what's bonking?
Well,
because yeah, that was more of a bonk than a rub. God, I don't know where I'm going with this, so help me out and move me on.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that it was a contact between the pair of them. They both got away with it rather lightly, but Shadow Pennin to swing that Bentley round the outside of an Audi at turn 1 was a brave move.
It would have been fantastic had it worked, as it spits the flames out of those.
Drive through for Shadow Pennin. Drive through for Shadow Pennin. Another one falls foul of a track limit. Oh my goodness.
I know exactly where that is. That's the left-hander kink down the hill where you can just ride a little bit too much curb on the inside. Meanwhile, we switched to Eamon Murphy for the Veloci Esports team. So that's Jardier's teammate. We were talking to Jardier earlier, and he said that they would love a top 5. Well, they're going to have to get past Enslin first in 6th for the Rocket team before thinking about 38 of King, which is a further 4 seconds up the road. But this is a hot battle right here.
You know what's really funny? I had a bit of banter with Alaric Enslin on Twitter about a day ago, and I said, "Look, I'm expecting big things from you." He said, "0 practice, new track, let's go." And I was just like thinking, and now he's embroiled in a battle with Eamon Murphy. Hope Jardier's fingernails are not yet bitten to the quick right now, because it's going to be a great battle between these two. I mean, I'm just looking forward to. Just looking forward to seeing how they both, sort of have that spatial awareness. It's a bit trickier under the nighttime sky because, sometimes all you've got, rather than having floodlights above you, you've only got the headlights to guide you. And sometimes when you see a set of headlights in your rear view mirror, first thing is it normally puts the frighteners on you for a couple of seconds before you get back to normality.
Yeah, I mean, CotA's actually reasonably well lit. I did an hour race around Spa in the dark the other night, and that was pretty hairy at times because it's very dark out there. As we see these two get super close into the final corner, we also saw Sherapenin in to serve their penalty, but Murphy really beginning to put the pressure on Enslin as they swing up towards turn 1, taking that steep climb up the hill, throwing the anchors out on that uphill braking zone. Ran deep in the braking, but trying to get that switch back to then get a better run down the hill. We're riding on board with Eamon Murphy now in the 66 Veloce Esports car as we go through the sweeping S's. Like you said earlier, Alex, a real sort of feeling of Silverstone as you go through this section.
Yeah, Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel straight away come straight to mind, but Murphy just trying to keep a little bit of distance between himself and Alaric Enslin, because they're now going to make their way towards the far part of the circuit and going through that very tight left-hand hairpin at turn 11 that puts them onto the back straightaway. That could be the opportunity that Murphy needs to get the opportunity. Oh, Enslin runs wide, but still manages to hang on to the position.
Yeah, this is going to be a fight of the slipstream all the way down the back straight. So Enslin moves to the inside, Murphy to the outside. So it's going to take a brave move, but if you can hang it round the outside, you then get the inside for the next corner. Late on the brakes, it's the 66 versus the 38. And the 66 just tucking in back behind, so couldn't quite hang on round the outside. Surely not ascend into this tricky braking zone down here, Alex.
No, I think Murphy's got to tee it up for turn 1. That's probably the best opportunity. If he gets a good run coming out of turn, the final 90 left at turn 20, he'll have an opportunity to get into the slipstream of Alaric Enslin and try and put a move up, you know, up the steep incline through towards the inside apex of turn number 1, or he could try and do what Shadow Pennin did a little bit earlier on, trying to throw a Bentley around the outside, but it'd be Audi versus Audi, and they're pretty much matched on pace at the moment. I mean, Enslin did a 2 minute 7.4, and now, yep, Eamon Murphy right in the wheel tracks of Alaric Enslin, still battling away for P6. 4 tenths is the gap between them. I think I saw a flash of headlights from Alaric Enslin, probably just to warn the people in front. Hang on, fast traffic coming your way.
Yeah, I think so. Either that or doing the very British thing of warning oncoming traffic that there's a speed camera van around the corner. Whenever you see a flash of headlights over here, it's like, oh, okay, slow down.
Yep, steady. But
Enslin doing a really good job at keeping neat and tidy and holding that position as we see the 11 car a little bit further back in the field. I don't know if this is a replay. Are we about to see some fun and games?
No, it's Lewis Slaughters from Vipperman Racing, who I think might have just gotten past the 163. I'd have David Kalosai from Hungary behind the wheel. The 163 is the Team Ballas Esports B car. And that is the case, so Hortus has made the move up into P27, so Vipperman Racing trying to get a few more positions before the end of the next 90 minutes, which brings us nicely to the checkered flag here, Adam.
Indeed, an hour and a half to go then, and it's very much into the business end of this, and Murphy's through. Murphy's got past, so Murphy passed the 22, so we've missed that one. We'll see if we can pick up a replay, but Enslin has lost the position to Eamon Murphy. I can only assume that was probably at the end of the main straight.
Yeah, probably what I was talking about a little bit earlier, where maybe Eamon Murphy teed it up quite nicely, and this is actually that's going down the hill, so this is going into turns 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. Well, actually, this is down the back straight.
It is. This is the replay of what happened.
So they're going to be. So Murphy, I think, is probably going to switch to the inside very, very shortly, depending on how quickly Enslin defends. And yeah, Murphy sends it. Another DHL parcel well and truly secured to the respective clients. And bump over the sausage curves for Alaric Enslin, as he had no other opportunity to try and close off that door.
Yeah, absolutely. Great move. It was certainly more DHL than Hermes, that one. But beautifully done. And Enslin will now try and follow Murphy as close as possible, staying within a second at the moment. We are going to bring another interview into the box in just a moment. But right now you've got Pfeffer out front from Boothby. Lap times Pfeffer is in the 205.3s. Boothby a full second slower that time around, 206.3. And you've then got the 10, 124, the 38, 66, 22, 6, 21, and 28 is your top 10.
Yeah, been very interesting just to see how the race has sort of been turned a little bit upside down, like a sand timer back to restart the ledger, if you will. But yeah, I think, well, let's bring in said driver from one of the qualifiers, actually from round 2, qualifier round 2 at Donington, from FTW Racing Team. Lewis Fly joins us. Lewis, good to have you with us. You guys were doing really, really well, running in the top 6. A bit of a difficult situation to now be just outside of the top 20, but I guess you guys are going to push right up until the checkered.
Yeah, good afternoon, first of all. Yeah, our race was pretty good, better than we expected before the race. Yeah, then I made a mistake and was too fast in the pit lane, and then we gotta stop and go and a DT. So yeah, our race is over now, but yeah, we try our best to make it a bit better.
I think also one other question, to come through the qualifiers, you know, winning the second qualifier at Donington Park a few weeks ago, to battle against some of the who's who in sim racing, on this fantastic championship. It must be a good feeling for you guys, for yourself, Nico and Niklas, to have the opportunity to battle against like Unicorns of Love, GTWR, Triton Racing, and so many other teams that are in this professional trophy.
Yeah, it's very nice to see how fast you are really, and
I mean,
it's
also
cool to drive in the same race with these guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the main thing that we can sort of take from this, I think, is at the moment, I think it's Nico behind the wheel. I know you sound really disappointed with what's happened, but you know, you guys will always learn from this and come back fighting in the next round on August 20th at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, we will try to be in the top 10 again in Bathurst. I think we will have a bit more chances because CotA isn't our best track and the Audi is not our main car. So yeah, hopefully it's even better in Bathurst.
And which tracks in particular are you guys looking forward to over the next 4 rounds of the professional trophy?
Yeah, it's actually Bathurst, I would say, because we drove this track very much in the past and think that it may be our best track.
Well, Luis, we wish you, Nico and Niklas, all the very best of luck for the remainder of the race, and hopefully see you guys climb the order in the next hour and 26 minutes.
Thank you. Goodbye.
So really, I mean, you could just hear the disappointment there, Adam, from Luis after what was a blinding race right up until that spate of penalties that the team unfortunately suffered.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. We saw them battling with guys through the first part of the race and looking really strong. It's motorsport though. These things do happen, but you know, Elvinko in Twitch chat just saying, keep the heads up, guys. Strong pace and more races to come. I'm happy to see the boys that fast, and I think that's the sort of thing that they've got to try and embrace, even in the more difficult times when the penalties come, because the pace was fantastic. They were in really good shape, and to come through as a qualifier and start to put themselves up in those positions is really positive. And I'm sure it won't be long before those guys are in here as pros.
Yeah, and I think we've got something to look forward to for round 2, haven't we, Adam? Because Mount Panorama is next on the calendar, and the team likes that track. You know, I'm going to be interested to see what car choice they go. We now turn our attention to the team who's also had a few trials and tribulations. Virtual Drivers by TX3, Florian Bonjour, just behind the wheel of the number 72 car. Now, actually, not too far behind the 977 Porsche, currently driven by Eric Neath from Kramer Racing Esports. So I'm sure that the 977 hashtag will go viral in the chat imminently.
Yes, the 977 car, looking in its mirror, can say hello to Bonjour. And the 72 car gets closer and closer. Sorry, I tripped over myself then because I was just amazed by being able to say hello to Bonjour in my true Del Boy style. But these guys are getting super close, and you would think that Audi is in a great place to make a move down the main straight with its extra grunt in a straight line.
Yeah, I mean, the Porsche in the twisty stuff has a little bit of an advantage over the Audi, but we're going to see Bonjour now open up the taps on the number 72 Audi to try and close in on the Porsche, and you could just see the closing rate of speed now. Bonjour, nearly clipped the rear bumper of Neath, trying to pull out to the left-hand side. We'll get the move done before the apex, and they're quite clear as night time, or clear as day if the headlights weren't on. Yeah, I mean, it was just an easy pass, and Bonjour knew how to tee it up and thought, right, okay, 977 is going to be a bit of a sitting duck. Everyone knows about the strengths of the Porsche through the twisty stuff, but the Audi has just been the vehicle of choice, the weapon of choice, in the words of Fatboy Slim, to be, you know, the car to choose for tonight.
And as the 977 says bonjour and then au revoir to the 72, I can only applaud you, Alex, for the fact that you just referenced Fatboy Slim in a live stream. That is fantastic.
See, I've still got them coming along, and we've still got an hour and 20 to go, plus the post-race roundup as well. But, you know, again, Neath is closing in on Bonjour, but not by much. And then the number 72 virtual drivers by TX3 going into turn 1 now might have to defend that position again against Eric Neath. So I wouldn't count the 977 of Kramer Racing Esports out quite yet.
Indeed. Willie Blackhammer's back in chat and saying he's still watching, and he's been here right from the very beginning. He said he's just in speech marks watching a film with the girlfriend. So something tells me that she's watching a film and he's watching his phone. So thank you for sticking with us, Willie.
And he's got his headphones plugged in right now.
So we're now catching up with the battle for P5. So Jardier said that they would be happy to find themselves battling for P5, and that's exactly what's going on. The Veloce car, having passed Enslin a few laps ago, has now closed up that 4-second gap into King in the 38. Do you know what? You wonder whether they've even got time to then catch Van der Velde in the Williams car as well, because that was 14 seconds, that gap. It's now around, oh no, sorry, it's a lot more than that now, isn't it? It's 29 seconds. I got myself confused between two numbers there, but right now we are looking at the battle for 5th.
Yeah, Darren King running with the GTWR Esports crew, partnering with Wojciech Fiala and Andrea Miato. But yeah, Murphy, a great talent in his own right. The Irishman doing a cracking job, just closing in that gap. And Darren King's now got a load more Audi headlights in the rear view mirror, courtesy of Eamon Murphy. So we'll... Martin Pater has just put in the chat, can we see the Audis, please?
Yeah.
There's plenty of them to choose from, Martin.
Oh, the 977 with a drive-through.
Oh, dear.
So the 977, I think that's their... I think that is a second drive-through, as we see Murphy now getting a lot closer to King, looking for a route around the outside. That's a tricky place to try it, but he's going to try and hang it all the way around. Doesn't do so. King hangs that position in so far. They now tuck back through the left-hander. They'll now come through that sort of awkward triple apex right-hander, which is pretty much flat out in a Formula 1 car. It's certainly not in these things. And they get very slidey through there if you're not careful. So both drivers keeping the cars neat and tidy through that long sweeping right. Now through the 19 left-hander and into turn 20. I wondered if there was a little bit of contact there, but I think it was just the two cars getting squirrely under brakes. This is a battle for 5th. It's King versus Murphy across the strike once again. We're going to go up into turn 1. I wonder if there's going to be a last-minute dive here into turn 1. There isn't. So I think it's probably going to be status quo until we get to the back straight again.
Yeah, it depends on how quickly Murphy decides to push. A very good evening to Hamada Ekwizi that's jumped into the chat as well on YouTube. A very good evening to you, sir. Used to actually run with Luke Whitehead with H3 Racing a few eons ago, if memory serves me correctly, so good to have him with us. Yeah, I think you could be right. I think it could be coming out of... Well, if Darren King has a little bit of a moment like that, Eamon Murphy will be quick. Will be right through, quicker than a rat up a drain pipe to get through for P5, but that could come through probably through turn 11 and onto the back straightaway. If Murphy gets a real good tow right about now, he's late on the brakes into the next right-hander. Now this is going to put them on the back straightaway. They're coming through turn 11 now. Both of them will be at full throttle. Murphy will have the assistance through the slipstream, and he had a little bit of a nose. He had a little bit of a look up the inside of Darren King there, but could he be late on the brakes coming into turn number 12? It could be one that could be a last-minute dash up the inside, but he thinks better of it, and they've got a car just behind that's run a little bit wide coming through turn 12. So yeah, I think you're right. It could be that Murphy's teeing up King for the final corner through turn 20 and onto the start-finish straight once again.
He likes a little bit of a look through this section, though. It's one of those that you can easily put the car off in front of you and just kind of trick them into a bit of an error. It's a horrible little section through there, but now tucking back in as they head through the final sector. This is Oh, and Murphy had to really check up there. I think King a little bit slow into the corner, and that has lost Murphy a lot of time. Had to check up and go straight on to avoid any contact. Super close racing, but that has probably done it for a couple of laps now.
Yeah, that cost Murphy the best part of 0.6 of a second, having to use his cat-like reflexes in the middle of the night just to keep out of the back bumper of Darren King, because one of the things that they won't want to have, you know, it was so close between the pair as all the rave's still going on and more strobe lights have decided to descend over the variable mosh pit there, Adam.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether they have mosh pits in raves. So is it a rock concert, maybe?
Could be, you never know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure that we're the best people to give all of the best concerts roundups, and I don't know where I'm going with this, but
I know exactly where you're going with this. But look how close Murphy is now again to Darren King, and this is back going through turn number 11. So Murphy in the wheel tracks. He's about a car length, or less than a car length behind. He's nearly in the exhaust pipes of the Audi in front. And King goes defensive, heading into turn number 12. So Murphy, is he brave enough to bring it round the outside? He's gonna give it a try. He is. Oh my goodness me! And that's within track limits. And round the outside through turn number 12, Eamon Murphy has just got through for P5. Brilliant stuff.
Wow, what a move that was! Set it up beautifully. Sent it round the outside, and it's one of those corners that when you get on the outside, you are then on the inside for the very next corner, and it works very, very nicely indeed. So beautifully executed, and King just starting to lose some time to Murphy straight away. So beautifully executed, like I say, and Jardier was right. They've got themselves up into 5th. I don't think they're going to be able to close the gap to Van der Velde unless anything dramatic happens between now and then. Let's see what the gap is across the line. It is quite significant. Yes, I don't think they're going to.
That's over half a minute between Williams and Veloce there, as Robbie Stapleford closing in on the number 68 car, your favourite named team, I might add, Adam, battling away for what is going to be 16th position. So Robbie Stapleford, can he do the DHL send like he did earlier on? And that could be case in point, because this is BMW versus Audi, so front engine rear wheel drive from Munich and mid engine rear wheel drive from Ingolstadt.
Indeed, and that G2 car looking to close the gap on old Badger Juice and see what they can do. But it's going to be a tricky one. It's a lovely car to drive, that M4. In fact, that's what I was doing my laps around here in this morning. It is a very nice car to drive, but he's one of those all-rounder cars. Great on every track, but not amazing on any. Whereas the Audi seems to be absolutely rock-solid perfect for CotA, and that is why you are seeing just so many of them. Meanwhile, we check back in on our race leader, Pfeffer, who is still pumping in the mid-205s, the 205.6 last time around. And that lead now at 38 seconds.
I think that says it all about how good this race has been for Schoeninger, Pfeffer and Tauscher in the number 14 car. You know, they had the measure of everybody in qualifying, and they've decided to, you know, really wring the Audi by the scruff of the neck. You know, they'll always push hard until the checkered flag drops, which will be in just under an hour and a quarter's time. But yeah, just the way that they've, I'm going to use this term quite frivolously here, manhandled the rest of the opposition. Like, no one has really been able to get, yeah, well done, Quagmire, thank you. Yeah, so I think from that perspective, you know, just the way that they've been absolutely rock solid, no one's put a foot wrong, and they're just comfortably out in front.
It's a staggering performance from them. And little Jossie Boy in YouTube chat asks the question, are some of the guys pros? Yes, the majority of them are pros. We've got a number of qualifying teams that have come through a couple of qualifying races, but the rest are pro level. We've got esports teams competing in this, the likes of Rocket, the likes of these guys you see here, Unicorns of Love. We've got Williams in the race, as well as Veloce Esports. So a real mix of pros and some qualifiers. Qualifiers certainly doing pretty well and holding their heads high in this race, and I'm sure they will do as the season goes on as well. And over in Twitch chat, Jimbo Mancy's arrived and said CotA looks so good at night. ACC looks good at night, but CotA has it spot on. And do you know what? I couldn't agree more. It does look absolutely fabulous, and not just because of the rave / mosh pit / strobe light effect, but all of the lighting around the track looks absolutely superb.
It does indeed, and with the headlights ablaze on these cars, you know, the red rear LED lights burning images into your retinas as they flash up very, very brightly in the braking zones. But yeah, just the atmosphere, you know, we've seen it in daytime, we've seen it in sunrise to sundown, sunset, as someone has had a little bit of a moment in front of Tobias Pfeffer. That would have been one of the back markers there. But yeah, I mean, it's a great circuit, and you know, sort of like all the lighting, you know, on the buildings around the circuit, just add that little bit. And look at that grandstand in the pit lane, absolutely glorious.
It really is. Do you know what? I would love to be sat there right now, watching this. Great action going on up and down the field. You saw that back marker just having a moment a second ago, and it just makes you think that actually it's that kind of time, isn't it? We're best part of 5 hours into this 6-hour race, and people will be getting tired now, and mistakes will be creeping in. So anything could yet happen with an hour and 10 minutes to go. I don't think we're going to see any pit stops in the next 5 minutes, because with a 65-minute stint timer, you'd imagine that it will be with an hour and 5 minutes or less to go that everyone will start to take their pit stops. But people needing that break now, Alex.
Yeah, definitely. I think there'll be a time when someone will have had a couple of hours respite and say, right, okay, I'm fresh, I'm ready to go, and they'll be given a lot of feedback. You know, there'll always be a pre-stint briefing for that driver getting in for that final 65 or so minutes that will decide how this race actually ends up. And the way that Unicorns of Love, they are comfortable. They're nearly 40 seconds up the road from Yaz Heat with George Boothby. I mean, I've just seen the last lap from Tobias Pfeffer, 2-minute 5.330. George Boothby, 2-minute 6.4 flat. So you can see now that Unicorns of Love are they're just at that point where they are very, very comfortable. They know exactly what they need to do to get to the checkered flag first in front of everybody else.
It's a staggering pace for this point in the race.
Mm-hmm.
It really is very, very impressive indeed from Pfeffer. Continuing to push on. Boothby's pace is not bad. Yeah, it's a really rapid lap time. But that 2:05.3 from Pfeffer at this point is fantastic. Now, this is the point. For the next few minutes, we need to watch out for anyone who's got their maths wrong. So anyone who is now anyone who pits at this point because they've come to the end of their stint time, their maximum drive time, or they run out of fuel or something like that, they're the ones that have made a miscalculation somewhere along the line, and they will have to do an extra pit stop compared to anyone and everyone else. As for all of the other cars, you would expect after the 1 hour 5 minute to go mark, we'll probably see quite a lot of cars in at that point to take their final stop, their final driver swap, their final set of tyres, their final tank of fuel, and then the push to the flag.
Yeah, Elvin Coe in Twitch, aka my good friend Vincent, says, who's got the fastest lap at the moment? Well, just after the half-hour mark, Vincent, it was Unicorns of Love, number 14, 2-minute 4.660. And what I can't get over here, Adam, is just the absolute metronomic pace that the number 14 car has had. You know, they've been consistently running in the low 2-minute 5s. Tobias Pfeffer has had some backmarker traffic to negotiate, so of course it's going to ebb and flow, and it's just over 2 minutes 6 for the number 14. But the way that they're just comfortably just going away into the distance, and no one can do anything to touch them, is just proves the point that Unicorns of Love are a powerhouse in Assetto Corsa Competizione.
Number one, I adore your pronunciation of ACC. But secondly, the word that you used that really stuck out to me there was consistency. And you're absolutely right. I don't think at any point during the 5 hours that we've had so far, I've looked up at my timing screen and seen a lap that wasn't in the 204s or 205s or incredibly low 206s at the very end of their stints. The absolute consistency has been phenomenal.
And that's what you've got to have over an endurance race. You know, your consistency between all three drivers, it gives you the bigger picture. If you know what the theoretical lap times are for the respective drivers, that's what helps bring a package like this together. And a very good point from Vincent actually saying that Tobias and Dennis have actually raced in the Audis on Assetto Corsa Competizione for a very, very long time. So it's a car that they're used to. And that is also another crucial point, because when you're very familiar with a car, you know about the subtle nuances. You know what will happen if you turn into a corner a bit too tight and you have to sort of wait until you gun the throttle out of the corner. That's where the differences between one set of drivers and another set of drivers could be completely different.
Very, very good point from Glove Pup. Love the name, by the way.
Yeah.
The battle is hotting up for 3rd at the moment, but also the battle for 10th as well. So Smollier and Stockinger very, very close together on track now, battling for 10th. We will also keep an eye on that gap closing between 3rd and 4th. It's down to 1.2. But like I say, we'll keep an eye on that one. But the battle for 10th looks very, very hot right now. And Stockinger is the car that was facing in the wrong direction at the back of the field on lap 1. So, yeah, really recovering nicely. Actually, is that car, or is it the one that had the issues earlier on?
Not too sure, but I've just seen the lap from Tinker van der Velde. He just put in a 2-minute 5.5. Tiskovic in the number 10 car from Brighton Racing, 2-minute 6 point, nearly a 2-minute 6.5. So van der Velde is closing on in and has got that gap down to 9/10. So battle for P3 very much on with just under 65 minutes to go.
Yeah, actually, that battle for P3 would be the one where the attention is right now. See, Frank jumps straight into the pit as they get to the 105 cutoff. So Frank is in car 6, ready to dispatch with that set of tyres and put their final set on. But this is the battle for 3rd then. Thank you, Glove Pup, for all that information. Very good spots there. But Tiskovic there in car 10.
P10.
Oh, we've got a drive through for Smollier.
Yeah, the 888 car. It's SMP Racing Esports 2 gets a drive-through penalty, and I think has just instantly served it. So, well, unless they're doing a pit stop and then they're having to serve the drive-through. Yeah, and funnily enough, thanks to Dan from SGP for telling us who Glove Pup is, and that's good old Paul Glover, who was around for the qualifiers with Terry for the 2 qualifiers for the ADAC SimRacing Expo SGP Professional Trophy. But yeah,
we should have guessed it really from the name.
Well, I mean, the thing is that it's got that late. We've got a yellow flag out on circuit, so someone might have had a little bit of a drama. But there's Tiskovic in the Triton Racing number 10 car being hounded by Tinker van der Velde, but that gap has just slightly increased to just over a second.
Yeah, it's interesting, the lap times last time around. Tiskovic 2:05.992, van der Velde 2:05.952. So 400ths between them on that last lap. Super, super close These two last pit stops are beginning to start. There's no rush for them, especially for any cars that are double stinting. They'll just find the time that is right for them, and if they're finding that the car is feeling good at this moment in time, then why pit? Just keep in that rhythm. They can do it at any time, although obviously they've got to watch their stint timer of 65 minutes.
I'm loving the banter on Twitter at the moment. The ADAC official SimRacing Expo Twitter has just put, "We've asked you in your stream who's going to win the race. Unicorns of Love instantly have responded 6 minutes ago. We changed our vote, add another % to Carbon Sim Sport." And then a GIF comes up from Carbon Sim Sport saying thank you. I think that's from The Office, if memory serves me correctly. Brilliant to see that the teams are getting so engaged with each other on social media, along with you people on Twitch, and also on the respective feeds that we're on. We're on Twitch, we're on YouTube. Don't forget to follow SimRacing.GP and also the ADAC SimRacing Expo on the respective social media channels before you forget to catch up with all the action. It's not just the professional trophy, we've also got the community trophy, which in a couple of weeks we'll head to Watkins Glen, as there's drivers also battling for a prize fund at the Nuremberg ADAC SimRacing Expo itself.
Right, yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that one's on Race Room, is that right?
It is indeed. It is indeed. There's also been a public vote for every single round of what the cars' drivers are going to be. They've got GT2, GTO, so like the old Audi IMSA GTO from back in the day. A wonderful car, driven by Stuck back in those days when Audi were big into their touring cars and sports cars with full-time four-wheel drive. If anyone might remember Frank Beeler and John Bincliffe in the British Touring Car Championship.
Yeah. What a fantastic car that was. Four-wheel drive beast in the British Touring Car Championship. Everyone complained, but it was just a fantastic piece of Audi engineering, that one.
Yes, indeed. Histrally says, any other cars lapping in the 205s? Yep. Luke Whitehead from GTWR Go Setups has just put in a 2-minute 5.8. Tinko van der Velde. Hang on. There's been a change. Has there? I'm not too sure. Tiskovic, no, still battling away with Tinko van der Velde, and the gap is 4/10 as we're going into very shortly, in about 40 seconds here, Adam, the golden hour, the last. So we're going to see what happened to the 888 car from SMP Racing Esports 2.
Yeah, we're not sure whether it was a hardware failure or whether they've run out of fuel. Essentially, they've come to a stop. Which the camera might just pan to and pick up at some point. There it is. That, to me, looks like they are out of fuel, and they're so close to the pit lane entry as well, and they've then had to RTG to get back to the pits to sort that one out, but that is going to be a very, very long stop for them, and that is a very difficult start to the final hour for the 888.
Oh. We've had an intro. I've just been informed. I think you might have just seen it as well. There's been a driver stint timer for car 100 Arnage competition, currently sitting in 22nd place. Who I think in the Porsche, I think they might be serving that as we speak. But still, this battle between as Boothby pitched from P2, Tiskovic and van der Velde. Right, was that van der Velde possibly going into the pit lane? I think maybe.
Yes, it is. Van der Velde in. Boothby's in as well. Klinkmuller is in. And Bonjour is in as well. So the pit stop's starting to come fast and furious as we head into this last hour of racing. But the 14 car continues to lead. A 206.0 from them last time around. So there we go. Even when they dip into the 206s, it's flat. We had a question about the 05s earlier that you were partway through answering, and then things kicked off. We've also had a 205 from Murphy on the last lap. 205 from Frank in car 6 as well. It was a 205.4. It's a very strong lap. So yeah, there's a peppering of 205s all the way through the field.
Yeah, I think I also noticed number 6 currently sitting in 13th. That's the SDL Esports Logitech G. Crew that's got Briad Franck behind the wheel. SDL have won multiple titles in their own right, and they've got 2 crews, the number 5 and the number 6 car in this competition. So yeah, I mean, Tiskovic, clearing away. But I think really what we need to do is head to some adverts, and we'll be right back after these messages, and we'll be back with some highlights as we get to the conclusion of the opening round of the ADAC SimRacing Expo SimRacing.GP Professional Trophy.
Aktuelles Genau hier 31 Besiegt.
We're into the business end of the opening round of the ADAC SimRacing Expo SimRacing.GP Professional Trophy here at Circuit of the Americas. Battles have been fast and furious. No quarter spared by any of the competitors that are still racing. We've had some great battles, seeing the likes of Simware Pro by VDES's Danila Sherepenin getting well and truly elbows out, battling with other drivers up and down the order as the strobe lights show from the concert stage just by the main tower. Some great battling between the likes of, it was Veloce getting ahead thanks to Eamon Murphy. First of all, Rocket Sim Sports, Alaric Enslin in the number 22, making some great racecraft between the pair, some mutual respect, some great side-by-side action, but it was the rundown from turns 11 to 12 that really sealed the deal for the Veloce car, having the number 66 very much into the top 6 positions, with Jardier in an earlier interview on the broadcast saying that if we get into the top 5, we'll be very, very happy. But as the night time very much entrenched here in Austin in Texas, there have been some great battles. We've even seen the likes of Kramer Racing Esports getting stuck in with the likes of Virtual Drivers by TX3. However, drive-through penalties for track limits infringements that have come thick and fast. But then this great move from Eamon Murphy, one of the standout movements of this evening. Nearly a little bit of contact as they got into the twistier stuff around about turn 12, 13 and 14. Meant that Murphy had another opportunity, but then a brazen move around the outside of Darren King from GTWR sealed the deal for Veloce to go up into a genuine P5, with Murphy completing the round the outside overtake with track still to spare and making it through on the GTWR car by the very next time. Unfortunately, dramas befell the SMP Racing Esports number 2 Audi that pulled to the side of the road and had to hit the escape button and return to garage.
So we're back live for the last hour of racing. I've got to say, Alex does a fantastic job with those highlights, all from memory. So the man knows what's going on around here. But we've got 52 minutes of action to go. Fefa leads in the 14. 205.3 last time around for him, so no let up in the pace. We've got Statsenko in second, then Van der Velde in third, Watinja in fourth for car 10, then Stockinger in Ostroza, King, Frank, Enslin and Gross brings up your top 10. So, Alex, what can we expect from the last 52 minutes of this one?
Well, firstly, with the leader now coming to the pits with just over 52 minutes remaining on the clock, Adam, I think there's going to be a barrage of pit stops up and down the order. It's going to really shake things up, but also bring a lot of battles that we've already seen previously come a bit closer together. You know, you look at the likes of Darren King, currently P7, Alaric Enslin for Rocket Sim Sport in P9, Niklas Kurs in the number 27 car. That's for Get Closer Racing Pro. We now go to, as I say that, Alaric Enslin, who's about 1.7 seconds up the road as the hashtag 977 now makes its way back into YouTube chat. Thank you very much for that one, GamingFabby_YT. But you can see here that Alaric Enslin is trying to get through. That is on Frank in the number 6 car. That's SDL Esports Logitech G. Not too far behind. Niklas Kurs is actually there in the number 27. We saw some great work by Marcus Walter in the number 27 car, the Get Closer Racing Pro that qualified P3 at the opening qualifier at Monza. They've really been in the sharper end of the top 10 of that crew, haven't they, Adam?
They have, and it's been fantastic to watch them all the way through the afternoon and into the evening. You would say that it's pretty staggering, some of the close battles that we've got after 5 hours and 10 minutes. This one that we're seeing on track here, we've got Paulus and Neath in 13th and 14th, separated by pretty much nothing. Rotors and Petrocini very, very close together as well. So all kinds of stuff to keep our eyes on for the final 50 minutes of this one, as they try and decide who gets what points from round one of the professional trophy. Interestingly, track temperature has dropped again to 17. It's 22 minutes past 10 in game timer. And car 124, Glove Pup asking, got P3 during pit stop. Yeah, I think the two of them were pretty close together. We're about to see a replay, a Husingfeld replay here. And that is car 11, running very deep. That's the Vipperman car and getting past in T11. Yeah,
I think there's a possibility that Carbon Sim Sport might have pitted before Williams, so Tinko van der Velde is still behind the wheel of the 124, and get this, he's less than 2/10 off of the fastest lap of this race. 2-minute 4.855 for Tinko van der Velde from the Netherlands. For Williams, P3. That's a pretty good lap at this particular point. I did think that the times might drop down, but for Tinko van der Velde to actually run a little bit faster than Tobias Pfeffer, who's now been replaced by Michi Tauscher in the leading car, that's a great set of pace, and it just goes to show. I mean, I've known Tinko for quite a time. He's a very, very good driver, but to see those times now drop, I think we could be near to qualifying pace very, very shortly indeed, as we've got 49 minutes to go.
I got very excited then, because I was like, oh, Tauscher's done an 04.397, then realised it was the outlap and it was a 3-minute 4.397. But it's my eyes are going. I've actually worn my glasses for the entirety of this, which people know that when I've got my glasses on, I mean business. But even then, I get my minutes wrong. So thank goodness you're here, Alex.
Pleasure to be here, as always.
Indeed. Just a quick explanation on car 100. We're not going to see the replay of this because it's quite lengthy. But car 100, as you mentioned earlier, Alex, picked up a drive-through for stint timer. it would appear that that drive-through popped up just at the time that they were entering the pits.
Oh no!
Now, of course, in ACC, it will automatically default to serve your penalty rather than take your pit stop unless you manually change it yourself. But with it happening so close to their pit stop, it had changed to serve penalty first. They didn't realise they hit the pit wall on entry, obviously trying to fix this as quickly as possible. They then pulled up in their pit box, but of course there was no pit stop because it was set to serve their drive-through. So they then had to get going again as well. So a real mess for car 100 at that point. That's just one of those really unfortunate timing things, but tricky stuff for 100.
I'm going to use a bit of a dodgeball reference for it here. You might remember that film, Adam.
I haven't seen it. Do you know, I've always meant to, but I haven't seen it.
There's a particular part in the scene in the actual sort of like competition towards the end of the film. And here's, we've got the picture-in-picture here. It's car number 100. You said a bit of a telling off, but I know Dan from SGP is going to say, car number 100, population, Ouchtown, Ubro, you know, like straight away. Now this is going to be a bit of a lengthy replay here, but the car now goes into the pits. Now this is Arnage competition. Goes into the pit lane, brakes are on. Everyone else is filtering in to serve, to take their pit stop, and there's the penalty being served. Well, the penalties, they've done the first bit of the drive-through. You said about the technical glitch there for the team, and they've decided to exit the pits, unbeknownst that they've just served the penalty.
Yeah, so then what they've had to then do is come back around next time to take their actual pit stop. So yeah, double whammy for that car there. Very, very tricky times for them. We're back watching Frank against Enslin. 1.1 seconds between those two. We've also got cars 68 and 62 pretty close together, a bit further down the field. And we've got Roters and Petricini close together as well. It's amazing that with 45 minutes left of a 6-hour race, that we've still got so many door-to-door battles going on.
That's what I like about this format. You know, it just really spices things up, because in the last 45 minutes, there's going to be teams that are going to be going hell for leather. I mean, you look at Crossland battling away with the number 68 of Beaver Grease Racing. I will use the correct analogy on that one, unlike your favourite choice there, Adam. But between Junkovicius and Crossland, it's less than half a second, and that's actually for the final points-paying position.
Notice I also let you pronounce Junkovicius before I even tried to, so thank you for that. But yeah, that is getting close as coconuts. To bring out one of my old phrases, just 4 tenths between the two of them. Crossland in that BMW will lose time on the straights, but then should find a bit, especially through that first sector, can probably ride some of the curbs a little bit harder, so we'll keep our eyes on that battle. But here we've got Frank and Enslin with just half a second between the pair of them. And this is looking like a real ding-dong battle to bring us to the end.
Yeah, just looking at the gap between them and Capoccia. Well, Capoccia is about 12.3 seconds behind this battle, but we're going to get a replay here.
I think this is going to be car 17 they have slapped the tank in sector 1. And I'm trying to see exactly where that is. Oh, it's the tricky uphill left-hander right towards the end of the first sector, I think. So yeah, car 17 having a bit of an issue there, but cracking on and recovering well from that one.
Yeah, that's the Geeks Energy SimRacing Black Crew. Geeks Energy have actually got 3 entries. They've got the 35 of SimRacing Blue as well, and then the Geeks Energy SimRacing number 53. So, you know, it's great to see that teams being given the opportunity, being invited as pro teams to field multiple cars like SDL, GTWR, amongst others. To get up.
Big send from the BMW into turn 1, and Badger Juice getting a tap on the rear for good measure as Crossland went through. Yeah, 62 gets ahead of 68, so that is a change of position. And as you mentioned earlier, that is for 15th and the last points paying position. So that is a big move for Crossland.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at a replay here. Now you can see how close Crossland is getting to Junkovicius, and it's through turn 1, and Crossland actually sends it before the apex, manages, and there's a little bit of a tap between the left front of the Beaver Grease racing car and the BMW G2 Esports right rear. So it's been such a tough fight for the likes of Stapleford, Price and Crossland, but to get, they were outside of the top 20 at one point, probably a couple of hours ago, and they've managed to just eke away at the gaps in front of them. And that's what you need to do in these kind of endurance races here, Adam. You need to just keep chipping away, because you don't know how the dice are going to fall come the end of the race.
You do indeed. And old Otterwax Racing are staying nice and close to Crossland, so they're not giving up on that one. We're currently looking at Petrocini in the mixed wheels car, which is getting nice and close to Rotors in the 11. The 11's had a very, very eventful night, but actually finds himself in 17th place, which is not a bad return considering some of the challenges that they've had through this race. And just goes to show that by digging in, carrying on, pushing forward, you can still get a decent result out of a race.
Oh, you can indeed. Petrocini closing in on Vipperman Racing's Rotors in the number 11 Audi. As we turn our attention back to Charlie Crossland, gap between the two cars, 62 and 68, just over half a second down the start-finish straight, but into T1. So the BMW, Junkovicius tries to go for a send, but Crossland just neatly had the racing line. There was plenty of space between the pair of them. I think Charlie Crossland just timed that rather nicely, just to park it on the apex and go, right, sunshine, you ain't getting through.
That BMW is absolutely bonkers on the brakes as well. I don't think there's anything else in ACC that stops as well as that BMW. So it's going to be difficult for the old Otter Grease team to find a way through. But they will keep trying nonetheless.
You can see that we've gone from Badger to Beaver to Otter all in within a couple of minutes.
Yeah, but I think old Platypus Wax are trying as hard as they can to keep up with the BMW.
Yes, indeed. They are doing a really, really good job. I mean, to see them as one of the qualifiers coming into this opening round, it's really great to have 10 teams that have fought for the prestige of competing in this series is really good to see. And I think it's really invigorated the racing itself as well, because the pros know that we've got some qualifiers, and then they'll look at some of the names and they'll go, right, got to keep an eye on them, got to keep an eye on them. So they've always got that in the back of their minds, haven't they?
They really do. And the thing that Crossland will have in the back of their minds is whether see, I had it earlier. Whether the 68 car can fight back. At the moment, Crossland just pulling away slightly, so feeling a little bit better about things. As we check back in with our race leader, Mitchy Tauscher, in the 14 Unicorns of Love car, 205.2 last time around. Other 05s we had from Van der Velde, the 205.4. We had a 205.4 from Inostroza as well, a 205.8 from Enslin, a 205.8 from Capocia. Mackinnon threw in a 205.0 last time around as well. A 205.3 from Bonjour, a 205.5 from Crossland. So plenty of quick guys out there at this late stage of the race. But nobody really knocking on the door of stealing that fastest lap at this moment in time.
No, not really. I mean, as Tauscher just gets through. That was, I think, on the... I think it was the 88. That was the Absolute Motorsport car. Just got past, so... interestingly enough, everyone everyone in the top 4, apart from the, have yet to be put down a lap by the leaders. Inestrosa for the Veloce car is actually a lap and 4 seconds down. So you're talking about the best part of nearly 2 minutes and 10 seconds between Tauscher and P5.
Yeah, it's a staggering performance from the 14 car. It'll be interesting to see whether they can replicate that next time out at Bathurst. I mean, Bathurst could not be much more different to the wide open fast corners of CotA, really, could it?
No, you couldn't ask for 2 different tracks if you tried. And when you look at the calendar, we go from CotA to Mount Panorama, 17th of September, Spa-Francorchamps. Then we go to Kyalami for the penultimate round on the 15th of October, and then, well, you know, considering the ADAC SimRacing Expo is going to be held in Germany, well, you couldn't think of a better circuit than the Nurburgring to cap things off. And looking at it, you know, the Nurburgring is not the shortest track on this calendar. It's Kyalami, which is just over 4.5 kilometers.
Kyalami's a great track for these GT3 cars as well. Absolutely staggering place to drive round. And it'll be interesting to see a race around Kyalami where the pros and the super quick qualifiers are there, and see just how many of them get caught out by El Sausage at Cheetah, because that tends to be the zone of death for most.
It's what I like to call the Night Rider ski mode curb. It's like literally, I've seen it before where people just throw it up the inside through Cheetah and then wallop that sausage curb, and it's 2 wheels up into the air. And then you wonder how the heck they landed it afterwards.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I've then seen people sort of bounce down from that issue and then think, right, I probably need to go into the pits and try and throw their car straight across the track into the pits and collect the rest of the field that are coming through Cheetah as well. It's just, it's a nightmare zone, that one. So it will be interesting to see whether people can keep themselves off of Le Saucisson through Cheetah.
Yeah, for those wondering about saucisson, that is another French word for sausage.
It is, yes. Anyone who hears me regularly streaming will be very familiar with El Sausage and La Saucisson. Fact of the matter is, there is a bingo card for listening to me stream where you can tick stuff off that I tend to do on a regular basis.
We might have to get a bingo card ready for the finale at Nuremberg. At this rate. How many Freudian slips do you want?
Oh, indeed. Well, this is Petrocini, then right up behind Rotors, just 3/10 off the back. Now, Alex, you mentioned earlier you're going to watch F1 qualifying after this is finished. So whatever you do, don't watch Dan's clip that he's just posted in the broadcast.
I know. I've just seen it. I'm just like thinking... Oh no! Yeah. Rocket SimSports just had a major drama. They just had a DC disconnect for Rocket SimSports at this late stage of the race. Oh my goodness me! The hits, they keep on coming here, Adam, at the opening round of the professional trophy.
That is one of the front-running cars to be lost at this stage of the race. Not only is that dramatic in terms of the championship, but it is absolutely devastating for the drivers involved. You know, with just 34 minutes left to lose the 22 car, that is very, very bad luck indeed.
You know what the fun? I hate to see this, but the driver behind the wheel, I think, according to live timing, was Alaric Enslin. Now he's based in South Africa. And South Africa sometimes, has he had a power cut? That'll be gutting for Alaric, because all that hard work has just gone up the Swanee.
Oh, it really has. It's gone for a Burton, as they say round here. Yeah, and that's the 22 car, the Rocket Esports car out of the race. Sorry, Rocket SimSport car out of the race. Absolutely devastating for them, but we've got 33 minutes left to go. I tell you, what it does do is it means that I can't think of another marsupial.
Wallaby?
Sorry?
Wallaby, maybe?
Yes, the old Wallaby Juice racing car has actually found itself back in the points after losing that final points playing position to Crossland earlier on. There they are in 15th.
Yeah, 2.3 seconds behind Charlie Crossland. So everyone behind Sir Capoccia in the number 21 car, GTWR Go setups, the trio of everyone's favourite Iranian, Amir Hosseini, Luke Whitehead and Andrea Capoccia currently bringing the car home with just over 32.5 minutes to go. We're still concentrating on quite a few Audis up and down the order. Yes, people have been calling this the Audi Cup from the moment we started the broadcast, but Orlando Reds for Renvelt and Esports currently, they've had a little bit of a resurgence. They were just on the fringes of the top 30, and now they're up into 24th position.
Indeed. The battles rumble on as the race sort of thunders towards its climax. Just 2 tenths between these two as we see a move up the inside from Rats in the 71, now looking to go round the outside of Apostle. That's a tricky place to try and do it, but we'll try all the same. If he can hold that line, it will become the inside line, and he's dropped it! He has dropped it! Trying to hold that inside line, it was always going to be tricky. But Alex, that is a really, really unfortunate error.
Oh, I've just had news through Twitch. Alaric Enslin has just said, I've had a game crash, but we look through, this was the Seb Apostol for the Romanian crew, one of the qualifying teams. It was just so close to call, and Hertz just kept it pinned, was not willing to budge, and yeah, he just tagged the back of the BMW, and the back end stepped out to the right-hand side.
Really unfortunate. What will be interesting now is, can he catch Apostle back up? And actually the gap is already back down to 1.1. Apostle just letting a back marker go there. Is that a back marker?
Well, that was the TX3.
Sorry, yeah, it's actually, they were the back marker. So letting a car go on the blue flags and not losing a huge amount of time. But that gap down to 5 tenths already. So 6 tenths whacked out of that gap in just one sector. So the old red mist descending in terms of pace, and 71 desperate to get back up to the 33.
Yeah, Hertz is definitely very fired up to try and get that position after dropping it off the edge of a cliff just a moment ago. So you can just sort of, D-Stack11 has just said, can someone turn the lights on? And as David Christie posted in our broadcast chat, hello darkness, my old friend. Had to throw that one in there. Because he's just said, can someone turn the lights on? Well, at 10:42 at night, I don't think so, sunshine. Floodlights are on.
Oh dear, and Matt Holman, or as we like to call him, Matt Stop and Goalman, has obviously picked up on me saying absolutely. It's a word I tend to use quite a lot in comms, so thank you, Matt, for pointing that out to everyone. As we see Rats trying again, goes the other side of Apostle this time. Will now try and switch back, get sideways again. Little tap on the back of the BMW, so can't quite do it through there, and I think he's going to have to look for a different part of the track to try and get through, Alex, because it just ain't working there.
No, he's going every which way but loose at the moment, but looks to send it up the inside through on the BMW. They make contact, and Retz has dropped it again. Twice in the last 5 minutes. Orlando Retz from Renvelden has just literally thrown that away once again. You know, great. I have to say, credit to Orlando for giving it a good go with plenty of gusto, but Apostol was just like that, saying, come on, give it a go. Let's see what happens. And then all of a sudden, Retz just has another moment again, and we're going to see another replay. You can see that Retz just sends it to the inside. Apostol is not going to give way, and they both touch. And again, the Audi goes sideways to the right.
Yeah, he gave plenty of room, though, didn't he? So, you know, certainly no thoughts of him being squeezed there, but gap already back down to 9 tenths of a second. So he's absolutely flying. He must have really cooked those rears, but absolutely flying. Ing is Fly. Right up behind Neath as well, so we've got a battle for 18th, and it is incredible the amounts of battles that we've got going on at this late stage of the race.
Yeah, everyone grab your popcorn and your preferential choice of beverage, whether it be soft drink or alcoholic beverage at this time of night. 28 minutes on the timer still to go, and I know definitely what drink you're going to be partaking, because you mentioned it before, Adam, that you're going to have a nice cold, ice cold beer after tonight's proceedings.
Oh yes, my throat is desperate for some sort of liquid down it right now. After the best part of 6 hours of shouting my head off, enjoying all of the action that we've had up and down the field. We've got that battle with Rats again up the inside this time, and I think he's got it done this time, Alex.
Third time's the charm for Orlando Reds, for Renveld finally getting through on Apostol for the number 33 West Competition Racing BMW M4. Give credit where credit is due. Apostol has defended very, very mightily, but Orlando Retzer had the job done. Luis Fly, who we spoke to a little bit earlier on, is now closing in. That's on Eric Neath for the Kramer Racing Esports car as we go to another replay.
We do indeed. Thank you, Hydronox. Quote marks, my throat is desperate for some kind of liquid. Adam 2022. Yes, thank you for that, Hydronox. I knew somebody would pick up on that, but there you go.
I've just had a DM on Discord, courtesy of Luke Whitehead. He said, "Good to see you commentating on a race that I'm in finally." Yes, after a very, very long time, Luke Whitehead. You're welcome. That's the great way about how the community gets in touch with each other, whether it be via Discord, via social media, or by you people. Yeah. Oh, okay. His rally is gone. Wasn't sure, but I thought I'd. Oh, here we go. What's
Sorry,
going on
small
here?
amount of contact between Fly and Neath. I think Fly had just got back through past Neath, and then Neath with a small amount of contact through that tricky section. Sorry, go back to talking about his rally.
Yeah, saying wasn't sure, but I thought I recognised the dulcet tones of AG. All checked and correct. Do I win anything for that? You get a thumbs up in the YouTube chat very, very shortly from yours truly. Or actually, I'll do a dab emoji. There we go. Job done.
Who can beat a dab emoji? Hey,
yeah.
There we go. So it's been a while since we've seen anything from Race Director. I hope they haven't fallen asleep. I'm sure they haven't. In fact, I think something's going to pop up any moment now. So Race Director sticking with us and doing a fantastic job. I have to say, the stewarding has been quick and clear all the way through this race. Exactly what you want to see from some live stewarding. And kudos to those guys. 71 with the final warning, and it must be serious because it's all in caps.
Oh, that definitely. There may be trouble ahead, as the old saying goes. Number 71, Renvelton have got a final warning for contact against West Competition Racing. Oh, dearie me.
While there's moonlight and music, the producer has whispered in my ear, they've all been in caps. So I don't know why it was that one that stood out to me, but it did for some reason. So there we go.
I don't know. That's for him to say and for us to ignore, I think. not for caps locks, but I mean from our broadcast director. And he's brilliant. And the dodgeball chants are coming in the Discord chat for the broadcast. Thank you very much for that. Dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge.
Am I going to have to watch this film tomorrow?
You are going to have to watch this film. Rip Torn is absolutely brilliant in it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right. I will see which streaming service I can locate it on and do that as we switch to the battle between Franck and King. And 24 minutes to go in this race. And just 0.5 of a second between two Audis, I guess. Yes, it is.
Yep, with the sole car in the top 15.
Ascent! Wow!
Franck up the inside of King, slight touch on the left rear, and that was coming through into the final corner. So King getting a little bit of a tap from Brière Franck there for STL Esports Logitech G. You know, that just goes to show there's a little bit of desperation, I fear, sinking in. We're going to have a look at the replay here. So Frank trying to tee up King for a move up the inside for P6. They're coming through right now. And there's the dive up the inside, slight tap, and round goes King.
Yeah, it's probably just as well that the stewards haven't packed up for the night and gone home because, yeah, I think they're going to be busy taking a look at that one. It's definitely something that they will take a look at, and I'm sure we'll see a decision at some point from those guys. And Elvinko in chat making a very good point. The WPS racing team, which went into the competition through qualifiers, is P9 at the minute. And they've been putting in some fantastic pace as well. So, yeah, very, very good stuff, as Elvinko said. And thank you for all your interaction tonight, Elvinko, as well. Alan Racing has spotted something as well. And I can't believe that we've missed it. Alan Racing says, Audi is still leading this one.
Sorry, I've come again. Squeeze me, baking powder. In the words of Wayne's World there.
Another film I haven't seen, you know.
Wait, oh goodness me, you're going to have to catch up on all this stuff, mate.
I've never seen a Star Wars either.
I'm not going to hold that against you. Some of my friends probably would, but I wouldn't. But I mean, looking at it from this perspective, you know, and I must say, Rennie Sievert from Unicorns of Love 2, the number 4 car, had a few penalties, had some dramas with a penalty or two earlier on in the race. They've now got themselves up into P12. Vincent Elvinko says, "Hey, call me Sim Wiki," and I said, okay. The oracle of knowledge, then, shall we say, of sim racing knowledge, Elvinko.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just in the middle of packing my stuff up. It's time for me to go. I don't know if you see it, but Dan's told me to get out. So I'll see you later. Have fun.
Bye. But hang on a second. I've just noticed that the number 6 car has got a little bit of trouble coming its way.
There may be trouble. God, it's got to that time of night.
It has.
That's not good. That was singing, by the way. It was at least
actually not a bad shout there, mate. Not a bad shout there at all.
Thanks. And apparently it was for contact with the 38. Really?
Slap dunk. Elementary.
Yeah. I'm glad that the wider world can't see the broadcast Discord chat right now, because there's some very strange emojis and things going on in there, and apparently we've all gone crazy, and yeah, we've all had a lot of sugar. Yeah, my bottle of Coke has now been completed, and the sugar rush is making me sing live on air, which is never a good thing.
Oh dearie me. Yeah, the gifts that are now showing up, David Christie, put that one away. Yeah, this is, you know, sometimes we have to have a bit of banter behind the scenes here at what's been a fantastic opening round of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo, Simracing.GP Professional Trophy, as we're finally into the last 20 minutes. I mean, when you think about it, I've just looked at the clock on my phone, and I just realised, hang on a second, when did I join this? And I was looked, and I've gone, I've been on it for over 3 hours. And we're not done yet, though, Adam, are we?
No, I also logged into this particular Discord chat and stream at about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So yes, but it feels like it has flown by. Because the racing has been so good, and as Dan has just said in the chat, yes, I did originally join at 2 o'clock, because when he messaged me to book me in for this, he said it's from 2 till 10. So I checked in at 2 o'clock, and nobody else was there. But there we go, never mind. So we find another battle on track. And poor old Apostle is under pressure from the 163 now. So having dealt with Rats a few laps ago, Kalasai in the 163 now putting all of the pressure on the BMW.
Yeah, the Hungarian from Team Ballas Esports B Kalasai, I've seen him race on other platforms apart from ACC as well. When he's on a good day, he's absolutely rapid, quick. But he's trying to give Seb Apostol a bit of a fright here, because that Audi is closing down the start-finish straight, having exited out of T20. And could Kalasai go for a little bit of a lunge? He's looking possibly at the opportunity, but Apostol just nearly goes onto the racing line, kisses the apex, and through goes the BMW, retaining 24th position at the moment, and is actually the second highest placed BMW, behind the 14th place BMW G2 Esports car of Charlie Croston. What's more, they're the only two BMW M4 GT3s we've actually got in tonight's grid.
I think that will be very different at some other tracks. That BMW is very, very strong at a number of tracks, especially if we get to a track where we need to yeet across some curbs, because you're really going to choose either that or the Bentley. I'm trying to work out what the favoured car is going to be for Bathurst, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's the Audi again. You know,
I think you could probably see a few more Mercs maybe jumping into that, because we've got no Mercedes representation. I mean, the Merc, you know, is going to be great in there. Also, you know, we could see that there's going to be some cars like the BMW that are really going to come into the fore, like say Kyalami and the Nurburgring. There's two tracks that really will be very much, I think, front and centre when you get towards the tail end of the championship. You know, you want a car that's, as you said, the BMW is a great all-rounder here on this platform. And I would think that we're going to have a BMW meritocracy at one point. We could have a Mercedes meritocracy. I mean, take Spa, for instance. I still remember the second, what was it, the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Spa for the SimGrid VCO World Cup. And a lot of the teams had one car choice throughout the season. Because of the BOP on ACC, it ended up being an Aston Martin Vantage meritocracy for that particular round of the championship.
Yeah, and the Aston has got a little better of late. The last BOP change just brought some of the revs back in at low speed to improve the Aston, but still not that popular at the moment. The BMW is very, very popular. I mean, watching the videos of the qualifying rounds, it seemed like a BMW fest at times. But the McLaren seems ridiculously fast at the moment as well. So I do still wonder whether there'll be any more of those, but apparently not too popular in this crowd. So yeah, I think the long back straight at Bathurst may mean that the Audi comes back out for a bunch of these teams. But yeah, I think a few more BMWs in the mix as well.
Yeah, as we go back to Michi Tauscher in the still leading car, the number 14 Audi of Unicorns of Love, who have pretty much dominated proceedings with that ultra consistent mindset. I mean, Tauscher is running about a second and a bit slower than Mikhail Statsenko for Yaz Heat, who's running at the top two. Tinko van der Velde in a solid third place for Williams Esports. And then you've got the number 10 car, which is Triton Racing. Max Wojtyczna in that car at the moment, bringing the car home. But great to see Angel Inestroza with Eamon Murphy and Jardier in the Veloce car, the number 66. I mean, they're going to be really, really looking forward to this, and I'm sure that Darren King will probably think, right, well, I know that the car in front has got it'll be indicated. He'll see it on the timing tower on his heads-up display on the game, and he'll go, right, okay, good points for us for the opening round of the championship.
There was an attempt, by the way, to run a poll in chat, which was a question of which car is going to be most popular at Bathurst, the Audi, the Bentley, the McLaren, or the Merc. So in lieu of having that poll, type your answer into chat, and I can do some counting. How about that? I'll do some counting. So let's do a manual poll. Just type Merc, McLaren, Audi, or Bentley into the chat. Which one is going to be most popular at Bathurst for the next round of this series?
You know what?
there we go.
I've seen the best comment of the night so far, and we're 13.5 minutes away from the checkered. Hydronox says, I love CotA, and not just because it's an anagram of Toka and Taco. Well put.
Hydra. And Tamo, that wasn't one of the options.
Not a driver name, as well, Alaric Enslin has managed to get back onto the server and is battling away with the number 88 car. That's Absolute Motorsport, and Enslin just tried to go around the outside, and that was a little bit of a botch at the end of it because they nearly made. That was Branchini, I think. Branchini. So Enslin's managed to get through, but Branchini was trying to keep it pinned to the outside, and Enslin just went right. There we go, job done. Up the inside, jobs are good.
Now, SGPDT, I wonder who that could be. Come up with a genius idea in chat. Mandatory writer only round 2. I would pay to watch that. To watch these guys, some of the fastest out there on ACC.
Oh my!
In the worst car on ACC. Let's do it.
I know the Writer Engineering REX GT car that was based on the Lamborghini Gallardo, which I have actually seen in action. It's going to be ridiculous. It reminded me of when I did my debut on SimGrid with Silverstone Classics, funny enough, with our broadcast producer David, and we did see a few people possibly looking at using that Lamborghini as, Apostle from West Competition Racing has got a drive-through.
SGP DT is on fire now. Round 3, Maserati only. Yes, done. Okay, so I would then suggest round 4 is Jag only. Got to be done.
Oh God, we're gonna have the Jeremy Clarkson euphemisms very, very soon before that one. Oh dearie me. Oh dearie me. Okay, right. Well, I'll add one for round 5. Any German manufacturer, but no more than a specific amount per brand. So you can't have like a multitude of Audis, and it's first come, first served.
Ooh, what are people going to get left with if they're not in quick?
Indeed.
That's not German. That's very Japanese. Sorry, our producer in our ear. Lovely airtime.
That was a bit of Le Saucisson curb action there for Alaric Enslin coming out of the final corner. I think they're using your euphemism, Adam.
Ah, très bien. Merci. Yes, but I've completely forgotten where I was at that moment.
Which cars?
Yes, our producer in the ear said, leave them with the Nissan GTR. But not really when they've got to choose from a German car. Last time I checked, that was Japanese. But I suppose what it might leave them with is the BMW M6.
The cousin of the big beast, the M8 GTE from days gone past.
Hydronox back in chat. First come, first served, but it's reverse grid based on who's picked first.
But would that still mean you get points for quali?
True. Willie obviously wants a Boatley special, but he always would. And there's a shout out for Ginetta GT4 round.
Yeah, just because Bentley's owned by the Volkswagen Group, come on, give us a break. Even though they're still manufactured in Crewe, thank you.
They are indeed, yeah. Not a million miles away from where I'm based, Bentley's still a big employer in Crewe. But if we were going based on vehicles made where I live, then it would be a JCB special. But never mind.
That would be one to see. JCB's going down the start-finish straight at the Nurburgring, heading into the Haughagen.
That sounds like a Jimmy Broadbent stream right there.
Sounds like a Wreckfest special, doesn't it?
I need to have a night on Wreckfest sometime soon, just to get some of the sweaty racing out. But talking of sweaty racing, some of these guys must be absolutely shattered now. Less than 9 minutes to go, and these guys have done a phenomenal job getting the cars this far through the race, and kudos to the 22 car of Rocket for getting themselves back into the server and carrying on. They lost a lot of places and a lot of time, but big kudos to them for getting back in.
Yeah, Luke Whitehead saying, am I going to be at Spa next weekend? Unfortunately not, mate. I've had a very, very busy time at the moment, and I think it's going to be a case of just having a little bit of respite, to be honest with you.
Yeah, don't blame you. Don't blame you. We are now watching Andrea Capoccia in the GTWR car. It's the 21 Audi, just 2.2 behind King. But what Capoccia will be doing is pushing to stay that kind of gap behind Franck. Because if you look at King plus Capoccia behind Franck, then those two cars will make up a position with Franck's 15-second penalty at the end. So yeah, it's a battle to stay within 15 seconds right now.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think it's just I was just actually having a look through some of the cars. So if we did all German cars, we could have the Merc Non-Evo, the Merc Evo, the BMW M6, the Porsche 911, the Audi Evo 1, Audi Evo 2, and the BMW M4. So
there's some good cars in there. There's some absolute shockers as well.
Exactly. So first come, first served. So there you go. Just a little bit of food for thought, I think.
Yeah. Or first come, first served. Everyone in Japanese cars. You end up with half a field in Lexus and half a field in the Nissan GTR.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
that Lexus is an absolute weapon around Paul Ricard, but yeah.
Yeah. In a straight line, yes. In a straight line, definitely. It has some pep up and go, that Lexus RCF GT3.
Although weirdly, only once you pull up to fifth gear. It's at fifth gear, it then just goes, oh, hello, and then just cracks on past everyone else. But it does tend to do what the 68 car did there as well, and get a bit slidey through corners. So not massively surprised to not see any of them on the grid tonight, and probably won't for the entirety of this series, especially as we are not going to Paul Ricard.
No, but at least we've got some cracking circuits for remaining 4 rounds: Mount Panorama, Spa-Francorchamps, Kyalami, and the Nurburgring. Did you get the impression that our producer was quite pleased that we're not going to Paul Ricard? Oh, he was singing high praise. I think that it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, we had some kind of gospel pounding in our ears for a moment there. He was quite pleased about that. But
Lena Stellenbach on YouTube chat, why no Lambo? It's a German car. I know, it's got the underpinnings of something else. It's the brutally obvious. It's I'm not going out there on that one. I worked in the auto industry for 2 decades, and I worked with quite a variety of manufacturers, Audi and VW being just 2 of them.
Well, maybe you can fix the air conditioning on my VW. Anyway, King and Capoccia are separated by just 0.2 of a second. So I'm hoping that we might be able to switch to that battle for 7th, because that is raging on. Now, the thing that they don't want to do is then lose any time battling each other, because they could then slip outside of the 15 seconds behind Franck as well. So here we go. So here's King, and Capoccia should be right behind. Maybe Capoccia has lost a bit of time on this lap, because that's certainly more than 0.2 now. But let's see where the gaps are when they cross the line. So this is King coming into the final corner then. They push out of the final corner. So the gap from Franck to King is 13.1. Capoccia 1 second behind. So Capoccia at risk of slipping out of that 15-second gap to Franck. It was 1.6 seconds slower than Franck that time around. So King and Capoccia really need to get their foot down.
Yeah, definitely the case. It's coming down to the last 4 minutes of the race, and Darren King just keeping it pinned through the twisty stuff through the complex from T1 all the way down to around about T6 and T7. Just keeping Capoccia at bay. Capoccia is sort of edging into that advantage that Darren King has. It's dipped from from just over a second to just under a second. So Capoccia's taken a little bit of time out of King at the moment. Now, the interesting thing I've got to say here is that Franck, you still see what I see on the right-hand side of that timing tower. The 15 seconds. In the next 3 minutes and 20, if they don't serve that, I think there could be something in game that could really throw them outside of the top 15, if I'm very much mistaken here.
No, I think that 15-second penalty will just get added to their final time, because it's a 15-second time penalty. So I'm sure Race Control can correct us if we're wrong, but I think it just gets added to their final time. Which is why it's so important for King and Capoccia to stay within 15 seconds of Franck. But we'll see if Race Control can just clarify that one for us. But we stay with the King and Capoccia battle. So it's super close out there. And yes, race director confirms added at end of the race if not served in pits.
Okay, at least that's good. Yeah, that's great to have that clarification there, to be honest with you. But yeah, I mean, at the moment, just keeping an eye on where our leader is at the moment, Michi Tauscher. The gap now between him and Mikhail Statsenko, Tauscher making... Just trying to see where he is. He's actually coming down the back straightaway, so I think next time around we could be on the final lap of the race itself with just under 2 minutes to go.
I think Capoccia is going to need to make a move here. That gap is stretching out too far. It's pretty much bang on 14 seconds now from Franck back to Capoccia. So yeah, he's going to have to either find some pace here, both King and Capoccia. Or they really run a risk of losing out on gaining the position from Franck. At the moment, King is fairly safe, but Capoccia, just that little bit further back, is right on the edge. So we'll keep an eye on that one right to the end, as that 15-second penalty for Franck will come into play for the contact with King in the final corner earlier on in this race. 1 minute and 8 seconds left to go. Whereabouts on the track is our race leader?
Coming down
the
start.
Is.
Yeah, coming down the start.
There is our race leader.
And there is Michael Tauscher on the left-hand side of your screens, folks. Calmly, coolly, just getting it round as we're into the final 45 or so seconds. But what a consistent, dominant performance for Unicorns of Love. I think, hand on heart, they have absolutely bossed it tonight.
Yeah, they really have. And Tauscher, full of concentration. Obviously got a nice triples set up there. We can see the side screen. Nice gloves on as well, and the headset as well. So you know, these guys fully kitted out for some proper racing, and obviously know what they're doing and do a great job. A little moment just to have a little scratch of the face going down the back straight though. So. Obviously not having to work too hard. The King and Capoccia, I think they might be okay at this moment in time. Even a drink now from Tauscher. He's showing off there.
Oh no, you want to know? I'm gonna name check somebody here. Mitch Hoyer from Burst Esports on a qualifying session. I think it was Suzuka, and he had a swig of his cup of coffee whilst having one hand on the wheel before taking the next corner. And King looks to be on the safe side ahead of Andrea Capoccia, who's actually behind him going through turns 8 and 9. But just a handful of corners to go for Unicorns of Love, the number 14, and yeah, it's going to be very, very close indeed for P6 at the end of it all. I mean, Darren King will take that position, but here comes Michi Tauscher from Unicorns of Love, just a couple of corners away from the checkered flag.
Yeah, and you mentioned somebody drinking coffee whilst sim racing. I drove coffee whilst driving my real-life car the other day, choked on it and sprayed it all over the inside of my window and had to stop and clean it up. Meanwhile, Michi Tauscher crosses the line to take the win for the 14 car. What a race from Unicorns of Love. Great Great performance from them, led from start to finish.
Yeah, Darren King still battling away, it looks like, with Capoccia. Inestrosa will bring Veloce home. Oh, and there was a little bit of a touch between the pair. Capoccia was a bit too late on the brakes, but Darren King still keeps it pinned in front. As the fireworks now light up the nighttime sky here at CotA.
But just watch the oh, Frank's got a drive-through. Now that has changed to a drive-through. That's a stint timer drive-through. So it's turned to a 45-second penalty. So Frank's 6th place is out of it. King and Capoccia will both move up a position, and probably Mackinnon and Paulus as well. Really unfortunate stuff there. So they come to the line and take that. But Frank just exceeded the stint timer right at the end there. Picks up a drive-through, which then gets converted into a penalty.
Oh, Michi Tauscher smiles on his face. A bit of banter on the slow-down lap with, I think, one of the cars got a bit of a turnaround. But yeah, 45 seconds. That, by my calculations, Adam, drops the number 6 car of SDL Esports, a Logitech G, I think outside of the top 10, pretty big time.
Oh, that's a terrible way to finish it for them. And that is a miscalculation on the stint timer. It's by the smallest of margins, but rules is rules. And them's the breaks. As somebody famously said in front of a house a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, Yaz Heat taking second position, courtesy of Mikhail Statsenko, bringing the 149 Audi home. Williams Esports with Tinko van der Velde from the Netherlands completing the top 3. Good result for Triton Racing with Max Wojcina bringing that car home, and Angel Inestrosa along with Eamon Murphy and Jardier rounding out the top 5 positions in the number 66 Veloce car. So it's great to see that how close the battles were right up until the check-in, including between King and Capoccia.
Oh, what an absolutely staggering race. You see, Frank ended up 11th in the end, so did lose an absolute chunk of time with those errors. Alex, it's nice to put a face to the voice right now. We are sticking around, and I hope everyone else sticks around as well, because we are going to bring in the race winners in just a moment. They're in the waiting room, so we'll get to speak to them in just a moment. But Alex, what was the thing that really stuck out to you from that race?
I think firstly, Unicorns have loved the number 14's consistent domination of proceedings. You know, they have been untouchable in this race, but you know, we saw some great battling. I think Eamon Murphy doing some great around the outside overtakes through T12. Ivan Shermatinsky getting his elbows out. Alaric Enslin doing a great job for Rocket Simsport until that unfortunate game crash. You do really hate to see those kind of things, but as you rightly put, Adam, it is a case that sim racing does have impacts through different ways, through disconnects, game crashes, internet connections can go down, hardware failures. I've seen people lose titles through a software or a hardware failure. But for me, the biggest thing is that the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Simracing.GP Professional Trophy has kicked off with a bang.
It certainly has. The team that has really stood out at the beginning of this race is, of course, the beginning of this season is, of course, the Unicorns of Love team number 1. We're going to bring them in any second now. So I think we will have all 3 of the drivers. So Schoeniger, Tauscher and Pfeffer, who have all done a solid job all the way through the race. I think I'm right in saying that they did polish off the fastest lap of the race, as well as pole, as well as leading all the way from start to finish. So the old Grand Slam for them, and pleased to say that they all join us now. Now we're just seeing Mitchie on screen, but we have everyone in the comms box with us. But we'll start with you, Mitchie. It must have been lovely to bring the car across the line at the finish.
Yeah, it definitely was. I was waiting a bit because I got a last track limit warning, like 30 minutes before the end of the race. Then I told myself just keep it clean and slow down a bit because we had the gap. And yeah, from that point on, I just tried to manage the pace a bit and went out beautifully.
Just switching to Tobias, the pace of the team all the way through the race was absolutely phenomenal and so consistent. How is it you managed to get all three drivers so close on pace for 6 constant hours?
Yeah, I mean, we actually drove for like a year ago or half a year. We drove a lot of Audi for, I don't know, 1 year. And I and Dennis are really experienced in Audi. Not in the Evo 2, but in the old one. So yeah, it was for us a bit easier than Michi, but Michi did it quite well with the Audi and catched up quite fast with the pace. And yeah, I mean, our team is all the time at the same level actually, all the teammates.
Well, it's really impressive to see. Dennis, was there any point during the race that you thought, we're under some pressure, or was it as easy as it looked?
If you look at it while driving, you always feel the pressure coming from behind, thinking one mistake, and the guys behind you are back on. They're back at you. And if you watch your teammates drive, it's probably more scarier than driving yourself. Not that don't trust my teammates, but you always have that thought, please, nothing should happen, no technical things, no disconnects, and you're just praying and sitting there.
It's always a worry, and we did see, unfortunately, one car fairly high up the order drop out late on with some technical issues. Alex, I'm just going to pass over to you, see what you want to ask the guys as well.
Well, guys, I think I'm going to say something in your own language. Jungs, herzlichen Glückwunsch. Tolle Sieg. Tolle Sieg heute Nacht.
Okay.
I mean, really, everyone's really relieved. You know, you got through it. A commanding victory at the end, 45 seconds with Michi bringing the car home. Next up, 20th of August, it's Mount Panorama. You know, there's several cars that I've seen you guys compete in before, especially with the Mercedes. I mean, it's going to be a very different challenge for you guys after, you know, taking pole in qualifying and winning the race by a commanding margin. The stakes are going to be raised a little bit next time at round 2, aren't they?
I mean, we have some things to do in between, and have a look in quite a few weeks' time what we will do, to which car we will sell ourselves in, and then see where it brings us.
I think also one of the other, well, really a final question from me. I mean, any one of you guys can answer this one. The fact that with the professional trophy this year being a team event and having the opportunity to choose a different car per circuit, does that add to the additional challenge for you guys as a team?
I mean, I can say something about it. I mean, it's first of all a really good idea to have, like, on every race you can choose a different car, which is quite nice, because you can mostly use the fastest car in ACC, so the pace is quite on the like the car pace is on the field quite the same then, and it's more fair than having a car over a season and the car's probably bad on some tracks, and then some people think you're bad or something, you know. So you always can choose the car and try to win the race then, and that's quite a nice concept.
Brilliant, guys. Thank you very much for talking to us. Congratulations on being the winners of the opening round of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Simracing.GP Professional Trophy. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for the commentating. Thanks to the team. Love you all. It's been a great race.
Oh man, I'm gonna cry. Great to hear from those guys. Lovely comments as well. They seem like a really nice team, and obviously worked very well together there to bring in a phenomenal result.
Yeah, definitely. I think, from my perspective, UOL are the team to beat in this, but you have got some big teams. You cannot count out the likes of Veloce, Yazhi, GTWR. The list goes on and on. Williams Esports rounding out the top 3 tonight with Tinko van der Velde bringing the car home. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Bathurst brings in terms of round 2, but also the rest of the season. And for me, as someone who's very much, for those that don't know about how I got involved in sim racing commentary, the pandemic itself really just gave me that opportunity. I was looking maybe in the not too distant future, and COVID-19 accelerated it, and to be a part of the ADAC SimRacing Expo through the road to it last year was a great thing. And for me personally, to see new teams come through, great teams with great driver lineups, and household names within sim racing. I mean, it was great when you had that chat with Jardier a bit earlier on with the camera over his shoulder, so he was looking back at us when he was waving away like a good. That just shows the diversity within sim racing. We are all one big community, and to see the banter that you, me, and James we've had, also with David behind the cameras, Dan from SGP behind the scenes. It's been a fantastic first round, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the next 4 rounds bring, especially with the finale in early December.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's been great. It's been an absolute privilege to be involved in it as well. Me coming the opposite direction as a community commentator within sim racing, to then come through and be involved with you guys in such a great event has been fantastic to do. And big thanks to everyone in chat as well, both on YouTube and Twitch as well. Been great to have you guys involved, and big shout out to the hashtag 977 crew that have been all night as well. And of course, big thank you to everyone from Onid who rocked up to wish me well as well. So love you all. Anyway, it's been fantastic racing. We've got to thank all the sponsors that you can see on the screen there as well. There is plenty more to come. There are 4 more rounds of this series. Please make sure you tune in to every single one of them. Alex, been a pleasure working with you tonight. I think you can have the final word, and then we will wrap up the stream.
Yeah, thank you very much for everyone watching, getting involved on social media. The banter has been absolutely fantastic. Round 2 heads to New South Wales, Mount Panorama, the Mountain, Bathurst for round 2 of the 2022 ADAC SimRacing Expo Simracing.GP Professional Trophy. A big thank you to everyone. Don't forget that these standings will be posted on the ADAC SimRacing Expo social medias in due course. The stewards have had a very, very busy night tonight. They've still got some work to do, unfortunately. But that's it from myself, Alex Goldschmidt, Adam D, who I've had the pleasure of commentating alongside. We cannot forget James Parfitt, who was in for the first round, the first foray earlier on tonight. Thank you very much for watching. Good night, and we'll see you very soon here for the ADAC SimRacing Expo Simracing.GP Professional Trophy. Good night.
erfolgreich besiegt.